Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits and all of that good stuff. It's time to wake up. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday. Yes. It's time to wake your butts up. I know we had a very late show last night, but at the same time, we are still here. We are still here for Verdict Watch. No, well, really, it's like a hybrid. It's jury deliberations, and then it is jury watch. Okay, jury deliberation or verdict watch. I'm sorry. So I am very looking forward to this because this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. And then now we got to wait for the moment that we all been waiting for. Does that make sense? Okay, we've been waiting for this trial to basically be over with Diddy. So we're going to be talking about a bunch of things. We're going to be covering a bunch of things on that. Okay, keeping an eye on everything. But then also, we're here to talk about everything that's going on in the world as well. So it's an opportunity to talk about what the jury deliberations are, the jury directions are before they go into a room and start to deliberate, right? But nonetheless, we're here to discuss it, have the conversation, okay? Buenos dias, ¿cómo está? To all of y'all, okay? Buenos dias, cabrón! Cabrón! Buenos dias! Okay, hopefully you guys all doing well out there. Another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that, okay? Happy Monday. Happy is the Mondays to every last one of y'all. And also what's really dope about this specific week, let's not forget, it's a short week. Why? Well, at least for us Americans. Why, you may ask? Because it's somebody's birthday. It's America's birthday. Just so you know. Okay, so there's gonna be a lot of this. Okay, whole lot of proud to be an American. It's gonna be a lot of that starting Friday, maybe even the day before that, and then after it'll be about 3 more weeks of people popping off fireworks in these streets because they paid for them, so they're going to want to use them as much as they can. So get used to it, guys. No, those won't be gunshots. That will actually be fireworks, just so you know. Don't get super scared. Don't get scared, okay? Those are just fireworks. So get ready for it. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Oh, Canada's birthday is tomorrow. Okay, great. Great. Okay, so what is your birthday cakes traditionally like pancakes just covered in maple syrup? Or is it just a bowl of maple syrup? And you just try to put a candle in it, but it keeps leaning, falling into the maple syrup. I'm just curious, because Canadians, y'all do it different. You know what I mean? Yes, indeed. Oh, Canada. I mean, I don't know the Canadian anthem. Sorry. Okay. Whoa. L, that's intense. We don't need to know how you do things behind closed doors, baby. Diggity damn. Okay? Diggity damn. All right? But nonetheless, what the heck? What the heck is going on? Okay, everything just got jacked up. Okay, I'm going to fix that here in a second. But in the meantime, do me a favor before we get into everything. Hit that like button down below. Yeah, everything just got jacked up. Everything just got jacked up. So hit that like button down below, crush it, do it a do, hit that reaction button if you can. If you are watching on other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, I'm on all of them, okay? Make sure you subscribe, follow, hit that like button on those respective pages. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe button here on my YouTube channel. Please and thank you. That'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you do that, okay? Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, check out my locals, and of course, let's not forget, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys. All right. As we are on this, this verdict watch, and of course, we're going to be jumping into the courtroom to see what they've been talking about before they let the jury go into a room to deliberate for God knows how long. This could literally be a very short. Okay, this could be a very short turnaround, or this could be one of the longest deliberations ever. Why? Because there's a lot of gray, y'all. Let's be real. There's a lot of gray, and I can see why some people might feel some type of way in regards to what was presented in court, right? So again, this is going to be a very, very interesting experience. And this could be, like I said, this could be very short, the deliberation, the turnaround for the verdict, or this could be a very long experience, a very long ride. Okay. So I will say, let's get ready. Hold on to your butts, because this could be a very long one, or this could be a very easy ride. But we're going to get into that. Trust and believe. We're going to get into that for sure. Now, but before we go into everything, we have got to get into a little bit of what happened last night. Yes, some of you guys, a lot of y'all, which I do appreciate because you guys are awesome, because I F with y'all. All right. Yeah, it's not even, we haven't even gotten 30 minutes, not even an hour into the show, and I'm already saying I F with y'all. But that's the mother-loving truth. Okay? I F with y'all. You guys were here late last night with me getting all the information that we could get revolving around this situation that happened in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where there were literally firefighters getting aimed at by an assailant. Now, I did 2 different shows. One, to just cover the bases of the situation, giving you guys the information, of course, just because it was breaking right then and there. Then we came back for their press conference. And the thing is by the time, in between time, they were able to discover a body of a male who allegedly had a firearm, and I have to say this in quotations, a firearm nearby, okay? A firearm was found nearby. And of course, we got questions. I got questions, okay? But the fact that the firearm was found nearby, they say this was the male. They say that this male had, weapons and other types of pieces of items that would definitely connect him to the actual situation that happened in Idaho. There's a lot of question on whether or not he operated alone. Because in the first press conference, what did he say? What did the sheriff say? He said, we believe it could be more than just one assailant, right? And then they found this guy with a weapon nearby, him gone. And they said, well, that's the guy. Lift the shelter in place order. We're good to go. Everybody's safe, right? Everybody. A-okay, right? Now, don't get me wrong, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here saying that I'm not sitting here saying that he didn't operate alone, but I'm not saying that he did operate alone either. It just seems very quick that they were like, found him, we're done, right? And I'm hoping that they do a little bit more due diligence, a little bit more investigation, and they really dive into the case to make sure that he really was the only one out there for sure. But nonetheless, this is a guy that they're alleging he's the only one who did this. He started a brush fire on this hiking and biking trail, okay, in Coeur d'Alene. And they basically said that he ambushed firefighters and eventually cops, taking and severely injuring a lot of people, not only just firefighters, but civilians as well, taking the lives of 2 firefighters, just so you guys know, so far, unless the reports have changed overnight. This is some really sad and devastating stuff, okay? And again, pretty weird, pretty wild, and we're going to get into more of that conversation here in just a second. But I still have to ask the question, did this guy really operate alone? Did he operate alone? And I feel like that's something that needs to get answered here in the near future. But first, we got a little bit of updates, some video, some news clips. And like I said, this is just top story, what happened overnight. Don't worry, we're going to get into we are most definitely going to get into the verdict watch, talk about what's going on in that courtroom. But at the same time, we got time, baby. So let's figure out what's going on. Let's hear what's going on with today. And of course, like I've already told you guys, as the show goes on, if there's some breaking news, etc., we're going to be hopping over there and talking about those things as well. But I just want to give you guys the update revolving around this because, again, this happened last night. We covered it, and I know a lot of people were wanting to know what is going on, what happened. Is the fire done? Did they take out the fire, or are they still fighting the fire right now? Remember, it went over 20 plus acres, okay? And I'm sure it was still spreading overnight. So again, there's a lot of questions that we have, and hopefully it's been taken out. But let's take a listen to this because I know you got questions, I got questions. So let's rock and roll. And then I got to fix this banner down below. This is driving me crazy. So let's get it.
Agent and active shooter instructor Jim Maxwell. Jim, thanks for your time this morning. I mean, the big question, since we don't know this guy's identity, is who does something like this? How are you profiling this guy just based on what we've learned so far?
Well, the real work for law enforcement is starting now. Affidavits have to be put together, a full identification on this individual. Where does he live? Where does he work? What his background is, what his social media profile looks like. There's a mountain of information that has to be sorted out, and in order to bring this to a close and find some sort of reason why this was done. For most normal people, this is insane that someone would even contemplate this. Firemen out there, I know my career in law enforcement, firemen are some of the most talented and resourceful people I've ever come across. And their ability to respond to things and expose themselves to danger. But this is a whole new facet. Somebody ambushing firefighters doing their job. Hopefully, all this concentrated effort of multi-agencies will bring some light as to why this happened. Did this guy have a profile where he left information behind? A lot of these people leave a manifesto behind explaining why they're doing it. But who is this guy? Is he a former firefighter? Is he a homeowner with a beef with the fire department? There are any number of reasons. And until all that information is collected, we really don't, we're guessing as far as why he did this.
And to your point, I mean, so there is
Again, they still have not said anything about, a freak man, a letter, a little note, a little sticky note, something like that. Nothing so far. Zero, zilch, nada, zippity doodah. Like I said, they have not, from what I've seen so far, because I've been scouring the internet trying to find out if there's any more information, like the identity of this guy, right? How do they know that this is most definitely the guy? They did not give us much information last night during that press conference. It was very vague. Okay, the code word, the word of the day for this particular case is obliterated. I'm sorry, it's not obliterated. Sorry, it's not obliterated. But the code word, okay, today's secret word for this case is vague. Okay, vague. They really haven't really said much, which is really frustrating, right? So again, what the F? What's really going on, y'all? Okay. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that there's some sort of conspiracy. Don't at me. Hold on. Time out, babies. Time out. Hold on. I'm not saying that there's anything going on in a conspiracy matter, but it is interesting that they haven't said a whole lot yet. Okay. Usually by this time, if they really did neutralize the assailant, usually his name is out here. We already know what job he has, his social media account looks like, whether he's on Tinder, Bumbler, or Grindr. Okay, we already know about all those things by the time we wake up the next morning, and we know nothing so far as of late. So what is actually going on, right?
A mountain of evidence for these investigators to come through now. Nancy was mentioning earlier in the morning that that wildfire is now up to 26 acres large. How does that slow things down when it comes to the crews who are trying to get to the bottom of this?
Oh, well, I can tell you procedurally, unless the crime scene is safe, they're not allowed to go in there to collect evidence. So the priority right now is to contain and control and put this fire out, and then try to reassemble what happened that day.
Law enforcement called this total ambush of these firefighters, taking sniper fire from the shooter. The firefighters aren't armed, so they really did have no chance, right, to defend themselves. Do you think that that needs to be a conversation that's brought more to the forefront, whether or not firefighters should be armed for situations like this?
Hold on. Before he answers that, let me ask you guys this, okay? Because I really don't think that I could see that being a recipe for disaster, okay? Firefighters walking around suited and booted, okay? Now, listen, I'm not sitting here saying that I'm the expert on firefighter safety and all that, and I don't know how often they're running into uh, situations like this, or even disgruntled people who are, the residents that they're, running into their homes, etc. And of course, you never know. Some people have a lot of mental health issues as well. One minute they're okay, then next minute something frantic happens, they have a manic episode, and then they pull out their weapons, then they start aiming at people. That is possible too. But do you think firefighters should be walking around strapped? That's what I'd like to ask you guys. Let's hear what he got to say.
I think asking firefighters to take on that responsibility day to day is really, it would be very difficult considering what they do. They're entering homes on fire, businesses that are on fire, vehicles that are on fire, as well as responding to medical emergencies and all types of rescue type emergencies. And injecting a firearm into that formula may be counterproductive. I think it's something worth exploring. But I think if you take a step back and look at what firefighters do for a living, putting the responsibility of carrying a firearm may hinder their performance than help.
It's remarkable what is already on their plate. And then just based off what we know so far, what kind of timing and forethought do you think this guy put into an attack like this?
Well, when you analyze these attacks, it's obvious that this guy did not have an escape plan. A body was found. Parts of this reflect that there may be some planning involved as far as picking the location. But as far as going full circle, it still remains to be seen. I think we're dealing with somebody that's has some mental illness issues, and I think that the investigation will bear that out. But as far as giving this guy too much credit, I think we have to wait and see all the facts first. He could be former military. He could be just an avid outdoorsman who knows his way around that mountain. So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered first before we can really give it any analysis.
He's not wrong with that. I mean, we obviously don't know everything yet. And I know that a lot of us, even myself, have a lot of burning questions, pun intended, high key, low key. But I still want to know, like, who is the guy? Did he leave a note nearby? Was there a note on his person? Like I said, if he didn't, then he didn't. But if he did, I think a lot of people are kind of curious about that. When it comes to let me see some of these chats here, or some of these comments here. Little Patty just said, firefighters cannot carry firearms because of the intense heat. Yeah, that's a very good point there too, right? But you'd think that maybe they can bring in some protection as on the outside, right? Maybe some people are securing the perimeter, and if bad things happen inside, wherever they're fighting the fire, they can be there to protect, right? I know a situation where you have somebody like like a sniper situation, somebody securing the perimeter ain't going to do a whole lot, right? But still, because you got bullets flying everywhere. But still, when it comes to going to certain areas, going to certain locations, I can see that, and I get what you're saying. Police are usually the ones that do that as well. I see that, Nicole. But still, though, right? Sometimes firefighters get there. Sometimes the fire engine, firefighters, etc., they get there before police even get there. Sometimes they're right there and they're running into the place before police even are even able to be at the premises of where the fires are happening. So again, even just having one person, right? They're not going into the fire, but they're there for protection, until police show up. I could see something like that, right? But them all like strapped, I just they're holding fire hoses and they're using axes and stuff like that to chop things down and grab people and all of that. Like, I just feel like that's an extra, you know what I mean? That's an extra thing for them to carry. You see what I'm saying? Or, Sonia, or Sonia. If I'm destroying it, I'm sorry. But that is a good question, though. Maybe them wearing Kevlar of some sort, that kind of thing. But again, that's extra pounds already on a very heavy, on the very heavy gear that they're already wearing. You see what I'm saying? So again, I don't know. It's something to think about. It's definitely something to have a conversation with, that they should have a conversation about, right? But that outfit is that whole, all their gear. Then you got oxygen tanks. You're carrying fire hoses and all that. That's a lot. It's a lot to carry, y'all. That's a lot to carry. Okay. But real quick, let's see. This is the other part I wanted to share. Let's take a look at this too. Just more conversation, more talking about the fire as well here.
And then shoot them with his rifle. News Nation's Nancy Liu is live on the scene in Kootenai County, Idaho this morning. I mean, Nancy, what an awful story. What comes next for investigators after this tragedy, and anything new overnight?
Yeah, very tragic for this area and Coeur d'Alene, but the immediate task right now is putting out that wildfire, which is burning not far from here on Canfield Mountain. We are not allowed near it. It is now 26 acres, we're told. It is called the Nettleson Gulch Fire, and much of it is a crime scene. As you mentioned, the suspect is dead. His body was moved by law enforcement last night because the flames were getting closer to it. So the body was recovered along with a weapon, and law enforcement not revealing what kind of weapon was retrieved. Now, an autopsy is pending, so it's not known yet whether this suspect took his own life or whether he was neutralized by SWAT teams. Investigators, they are expected back out onto the mountain after daybreak when we have sunlight, when they hope to gather more physical evidence. But the community threat, it is over. And law enforcement now believes that this suspect acted alone as an arsonist, as a sniper, as a murderer. And authorities use cell phone data to pinpoint his location. They are not naming him at this point of the investigation. The community was updated last night by Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris. Take a listen to just a bit of what he had to say.
We believe that there's a likelihood that when we are able to enter the scene again tomorrow without the threat of fire, that we'll find other weapons that were placed. So this was a total ambush. These firefighters did not have a chance.
And the names of the two firefighters killed not yet been released, and a third firefighter remains hospitalized fighting for life. Now, we're showing you video released by the Spokane Valley Fire Department, because last night, just a very emotional time in this region as a procession, miles and miles long, of law enforcement bringing the two fallen firefighters off of the mountain. And here in Coeur d'Alene, everyday residents line the streets, many of them holding flags. So just a horrible, tragic time for this community.
You know, what's really frustrating to me about this whole thing is that these were people, the firefighters that were just doing their job, trying to keep and protect people, keep people safe. And they still, someone had to go out of their way to have a vendetta against them for whatever reason, only to open fire on them as they were doing their job. These were unarmed men and women that weren't doing anything wrong at all. And out of nowhere, now we have two firefighters that have lost their lives. And of course, many people, not only just firefighters and police, but you also have civilians that were actually hit because somebody decided to take matters into their own hands and try to have everybody have a bad day or have their last day on earth yesterday and last night. And it's just heartbreaking to see that kind of stuff go down. You know, and I know we keep saying this. I know we keep talking about these kinds of things. We talk about, you know, we tap on gun control a lot. We talk about the violence that's going on in these streets. And I feel like more and more we're becoming more and more desensitized as a people. It's very frustrating because, again, this shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be happening. You know, that's somebody's loved one. That's somebody's best friend. That's someone's kid. That's someone's parent. And those people are no longer here. And then also on top of that, the people that inflicted GSWs, okay, gunshot wounds, they are now having to live with the trauma. Now they have to carry this on, which is very sad. Now, we haven't really talked about things like this in a while, incidents like this in a while on this channel, on this show, but at the same time, it just seems like it comes in waves, you know? It comes in waves, I've noticed. And it's bad. And normal, I agree with you to a certain extent, and then I agree, and then I don't agree with you. You know what I mean? But yes, in certain elements like this, yes, I do think that the country has become unrecognizable, right? But I feel like there's a lot of issues that are happening that I think we see it like it's like the dad that says, I'm going to get to it. You know, fellas, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. We know the issues there. Okay. It's a leaky faucet or it's the whatever it may be. It could be something as little as doing the dishes or taking out the trash. Right. But you know, you sit there and you go, I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it. I swear to God, today. Okay. I'm going to take care of it. And then what happens? Nothing. It just sits there and grows. Next thing you know, you got maggots on the trash can. You know what I mean? You got things going on, smells coming out, but nothing happens. It's still going, I'm going to get to it. Damn. Get off me, man. I'm going to get off my nuts. I'm going to get to it, man. And then it's still nothing happens, right? It just gets worse and worse. It's that hole in the wall that you have that just, you know, or that leak, right? I'm going to get to it. Let's just put a bucket underneath it. It's fine. Hold on. Okay, perfect. Okay, whenever it fills up, just dump it. I'm going to get to it. It's going to be fine. And then next thing you know, the whole roof is gone, right? And that's kind of the situation where we're at now, where there needs to be more conversations about what's going on. But it's a lot of, you know, it's a lot of pops saying, hey, I'm going to get to it. But now the roof is gone. Okay. And we're in the middle of a freaking downpour of rain. That's the problem. And you only got one little bucket, okay, to capture and try to get all of that rain, okay, that's flooding out your house. That's what's happening right now. You know what I mean? Mommy and daddy need to start having conversations. Lawmakers, okay, our elected officials, they need to start having conversations about the leaky roof because the roof is gone, okay? Mommy and daddy need to stop saying that phrase, I'm going to get to it, and just get straight to it. But that's just my opinion. Moving on. So we got some more things we got to talk about. We got a few other things real quick. Let me get these super chats here really quick. Jordan, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And you know what? Let me just say this too. I don't have an answer for it. I'm not a lawmaker. Okay. I try my best to abide by the law. Don't we all? I mean, shoot, okay? We try as best as we can to abide by the law, right? We take care of our stuff, we pay our taxes, and we try to live our lives without getting caught or without getting thrown in the jail. That's it, right? But I don't have a solution. I don't have the kumbaya moment where both sides of the aisle are gonna, hold hands and go, yes, we can be better people. Like, you know what I mean? I don't have the answer. But there's a whole bunch of people that get paid some serious money to make those decisions and protect us as Americans, right? So they need to get to it. Period. They just need to get to it. Carbonize, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a member for the past 17 months. I appreciate it. Smash the like, or I'm telling your mom. Oh, damn. Wow. Just let me get my crystal ball 1 sec. I'm still watching. I appreciate it. Hit that like button down below, guys. Okay, let's get it to 1K. That'll be greatly appreciated, please. And thank you. Welcome to the family. Kissy, kissy. Kissy, kissy. Thank you. Thank you so much. And just like kissy, kissy, hit that join button down below. Become a member. That'd be greatly appreciated, okay? Big Migs, what's up, Mine? Thank you so much for the super chats. I see both of them. What doesn't make sense, I'm sorry, is that they said bullets came from all areas. Exactly. That's my issue as well, right? They said, and here's the thing. Information is subject to change, especially when you're breaking news right then and there, right? When you're doing these pressers, etc. Yes, I get it, right? You're going to be like, man, and it was ancient aliens, and only you find out it was just a bucket of kittens. You know what I'm saying? Like, it happens. I know that's a very extreme example, but you get what I'm saying. 1 minute, it's aliens. The next minute, it's just a bucket of kittens. Just a bucket of albino, bald kittens. Nope. It wasn't aliens at all, right? Y'all tripping, right? Those things do happen, okay? Things like that happen. But it is interesting that he said bullets are flying everywhere, in every which way, in every direction. There's got to be more than just one person. That's what it feels like, right? But they don't know if they're walking into a fire and there's smoke and everything. They can't really tell exactly what direction things are going. I mean, I just give them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that, just a tiny bit, right? How can one person do that with a heavy ass rifle? How, Sway? You know what? I like to know that too. Kanye West would like to know that too. You know what I mean? How, Sway? How? I want to know, right? In fact, reporters asked, the media asked them, hey, what kind of artillery was this guy packing? They wouldn't even tell the media what kind of weapon he had on his person. That seems a little weird, don't you think? Ladies and germs, isn't that a little weird? To me, that's weird. They said because of the artillery and the equipment that was on his body and the weapon that he had, we knew for a fact this was our man. He was connected to this whole situation. And then somebody in the back goes, so can you tell us what kind of weapon it was? Nope, can't give you that answer. What? That doesn't make any sense. Please tell me why, right? Please tell me why. So that's weird. How sway indeed. Migs, how sway indeed. Firemen can't even carry our guns due to the intense heat. Absolutely. They shouldn't, right? But maybe somebody there to just cover for them if police are not there by the time they get there. I think that might be a good idea, right? Maybe. But like I said, I don't have all the answers here, okay? Miss Independent, thank you. Okay, indeed, you independent. Let's go. All right. But anyway, thank you for covering the trial, of course, which we are going to be getting into here very, very shortly. But I did want to give you guys that update and what is going on here, because of course, when it comes to all of this, let's keep it real. It's sad. It's tragic. It's really messed up. I don't know why this guy did what he did, and I hope that they give us the answers here very soon. And in fact, who this mother lover? Because everybody too busy trying to move the goalpost in to the side of their bias, to their political bias, that it's getting kind of ridiculous. You know what I mean? I think we all would like to know who this person is and why this person did what they did. And most importantly, if he's the only one. Because if there's more, where they at? Right? Where they at? Where they at? But let's continue on. We got to get into some of this stuff with the trial. Of course, we got to get into that conversation because there's a lot going on. Okay. But let's take a look at a few things. We got a couple articles. Of course, we got a lot, I'm sure, transcripts we're going to be reading here from Inner City Press. Shout out to the fantastic Inner City Press here in just a little bit, because I know it's the moment y'all been waiting for. Jury deliberation is going to be happening today at some point, if it has not already started, right? And of course, you know, we can't just sit around and just be like, okay, what is going to be guilty or not guilty for 7 hours? All we can do is cover the news, circle back, see if there's any updates, right, in regards to the verdict, and hopefully we get a verdict in the next 2 days. I think I'm going to say it. I'm gonna say it. We're gonna get it before 4th of July weekend. That's definitely for sure. I also think it will happen Wednesday. That's my theory. That's my theory, guys. So think about it. Let that simmer in your brain. And if you passionately disagree with me, then I don't like you anymore. Okay? We ain't friends no more. Because I'm not right. I'm never right. Okay? That's just my theory. I think Wednesday, because they're going to want to be like, hey, I'm tired. Let's just wrap this up. Let's nip this in the bud. But I think Wednesday. And yeah, I see Angela just said, it's definitely going to be 20 years Wednesday. 20 years Wednesday. Well, let's see what happens. What you think? When do you think we're going to get the verdict? I'm going to keep it simple for right now. When are we going to get the verdict? What day? Today, tomorrow, or Wednesday? Or, you know, if you think it's going to be next Monday, then it's next Monday, baby. Write it down. And then also, how long do you think he's going to be locked up for? Is it 5 years, 10 years, 100 years? Comment. I want to know. And I'm gonna read a bunch of them here in a second. But we're gonna get through this article here really quick. All right, because we gotta keep it moving. We gotta get straight into this. And there's so many pieces of information that we have got to get into conversations about. Okay, let's be real. There's so many things. There's also a situation in Chicago where a lifeguard iced 2 teens. It makes no sense. We got to talk about that. Like I said, there's plenty of newsing out here in these streets. And then also, Trump is trying to get his big, beautiful bill, big, huge, beautiful bill signed apparently today. So there's a lot going on. We got politics. We got some pop culture. We got some true crime going on. There's everything, okay? We percolating out here in these streets. The news out here twerking hard right now. So we're going to be conversating about a lot of things, okay? We're going to be hopping in and out of a lot of conversation because the deliberation, I mean, what are we going to do? Sit around and just crickets? Hell no. We got things to talk about, baby. We got work to do. I got work to do. You know what I mean? So let's get into it. Jury set to begin deliberating. Allegedly, they've already started, okay, in Diddy's federal STing trial. And thank you so much for the super chat. We're going to get into the conversation. And don't worry. I'm going to read a bunch of your thoughts here. So keep the conversation going. If you think it's going to be, do you think it's Thursday? Like they're going to cut all the way down to Thursday because they want that Friday off, right? And they don't want to think about it come Monday. You know, what do you think, right? And then how long? Okay. Aylin Ramirez, what's up? Hope you're doing well on Kick. Thank you so much for tuning in. Okay. Appreciate it. Okay. Nash says, I got 5 on it. You got 5 on it? 5, Nash? 5? Wow, that's a okay. I mean, he'll at least get that, I think. Like at least. But just 5? Damn. You okay. Hey, that's your opinion. It's all good. You're entitled to your opinion. That's very nice. I don't think so, guys. I really don't think so. Okay. But I'm going to get to it. Let's get to this article, though. Jurors are set to deliberate Monday, okay, in Diddy's trial, weighing charges that could put the hip-hop mogul in prison for life. So the judge began reading instructions on the law on Monday, so this morning, to the jury of 8 men and 4 women. Now, there's been a big debate and a big conversation about the possibility of the verdict swaying a specific way because of the dynamics between men and women's. Now, I'm curious. Do you think that men are that pig-headed that they would sit there and go, my man innocent, man. Set him free, man. He didn't buy no pros. What you talking about? Or do you think women are that biased that they would be like, men are scum? I'm curious what you think as well. Afterward, they'll sift through 7 weeks of sometimes graphic and emotional testimony about the rap, fashion, and reality impresario, his propensity for violence and sexual predilections, including substance-fueled marathons dubbed freak-offs or hotel nights. So we already know that he's pled guilty about all this stuff. Okay, in the closing arguments last week, federal prosecutors and Diddy's defense team took their shots at convincing jurors to convict or acquit Diddy. So the defendant used power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. This is what prosecution said. He thought that his fame, wealth, and power put him above the law. He said that he used his quote-unquote close inner circle and small army of personal staff who made it their mission to meet the defendant's every desire, promote his power, and protect his reputation at all costs. Now, question, before we go into the defense, when Agnifalo's like, this whole thing, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's all about love. This is a perfect example of modern love. That's all it is. These two just loved each other. These 3, Jane Doe, Cassie, they just loved each other. It's just modern day love, right? He said that. Before we get into that conversation, what do you think? Do you think that this angle from prosecution is a solid and strong angle? Let's not forget, they're sitting there saying, hey, he thought his wealth, fame, and power put him above the law. That she kept saying, the prosecution, the 6-pack of what women, they also said that he would not take no for an answer. He did not take no for an answer. He did not take no for an answer. They kept saying that over and over and over again. Now, I'm curious. Love to be a fly on that wall in that deliberation room, because you got 8 men, 4 women, right? Listening to this side. Are they instantly saying, yeah, him guilty on all counts, some of the counts, or are they going to make him walk because of, just because he's famous doesn't mean that he's a criminal? Think about it for a second. There's that angle too, right? Just because he's got fame, wealth, and some semblance of power does not mean that he did anything wrong. But you also see the things that they did bring out. The prostitution, right? The S-workers, those things, right? Unfortunately, I got to be very careful on how I say those things, unfortunately, because I got in trouble on the last other shows. But those things, right? There's proof of that. There's a paper trail of those things. There's without shadow of a doubt proof of those things. They had men walking in, testifying and saying, yes, I was called in to do these certain things, to perform as such and such, etc. Right? I just feel that some people are going to look at this whole like, he didn't take no for an answer, and it was because of his fame, wealth, and power that put him above the law. He felt like he could do anything he wanted, right? That I feel like some of the jurors are going to look at that and say, well, wait a second. Just because he's a famous dude does not mean he needs to be crucified out here in these streets. But I also feel that fame and the fact that he is a name and people, he was a highly revered, highly respected person, that could play into the minds and into the decisions for these jurors as well. Because they just can't shake the fact that Mr. Bad Boy, Mr. Pioneer, Mr. Media Mogul would ever do anything as egregious and deplorable as he's done, right? But in actuality, he did those things, though. Like, he really did those things. Do you understand? That mother lover really did pay people to cross state lines to do the hibbity-dibbity with his girls. Real talk. He had a hankering for hogs. That's what it is. And he paid those hogs to come. I'll just stop right there. He really did. He really did. He really did. Let's go over to the defense here, though, real quick. Like I said, Mark Agnifilo said, hey, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is modern day love. This is all love. They love each other. They just love the Jane Doe, the Cassie Ventura. They just loved each other. Modern day love, which is the most insane thing I have ever heard in any closing argument revolving around S crimes. They love each other. Jury, they love. It's just love. Oh, thank God. America is safe, more safe, because all the Astroglide has been taken from Diddy's homes. Thank God. Thank God. Right? He straight up said that in his closing argument. Do you realize that is the most insane thing I've ever seen and ever heard, or read at least, for this closing arguments? But here's the thing. Even though, just because I don't like it, just because I don't like that approach does not mean he didn't have a few points in his closing arguments. But it was a bad pitch. You know, it was a bad first pitch. I'm like, ooh, damn, he really started with, this is modern love. This is a modern day love. Really? What? This is really where we're at? Really? Right? So let's look at this. So he counters. So he says, this isn't about crime. It's about money, which he has okay. Hold on. Jerry Lewis, really? How? But moving on. He has a solid point there. It's a solid argument. But I feel that when the prosecution went back up there again, they made it very, very clear. Okay, they made it extremely, excruciatingly clear that Cassie was already paid, baby, before she was subpoenaed, though. So she already got her 20, 30 mil. She was good. She was Gucci. She could have gone and bought an island and lived off of nothing but coconuts and sand beyond. You know what I mean? She could have, but she didn't. She decided to go in there and testify with the feds. Let's be real. Let's be real. At least with that. Now Jane Doe, whoo! Jane Doe. she's unique, right? She is a unique one. And I'm still going, where you come from? Who you? Because she's a wild one. Wild. And I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know how. Okay? Hers is a complicated roller coaster. Really complicated roller coaster ride. But Cassie, though, we saw what she went through. We did. That video. We heard what she went through her scathing lawsuit that he settled the very next day. As soon as it became public, he said, say less. Is it fine with a Y or just an I? Right? That says a lot, guys. Now, I know somebody just said in the chat, where did it go? K-Swin, okay, just said revenge. Well, revenge was already served. She got $30 million. Revenge was served, baby. At least in my personal opinion, I would feel like if it was just revenge, that's enough. Cool. Thank you. I will take that check and bounce. Deuces, right? I'd be out the door. I don't need the feds. I'd be like, no, I'm good. I'm sipping pina coladas on my new yacht. I'm chilling. I'm looking at new properties to invest in. You feel me? Creating some generational wealth for my children. I'm not sitting here going, let me go back in there. Let me relive all the trauma for the whole world to hear in this federal trial. Oh, and be 8 months pregnant at the same damn time. Let's be real, y'all. That's a lot. Come on now. Revenge was already served, baby, and it was served cold as hell and fast. She got exactly what she wanted. Why would she go up and go to the stand? Why would she take the stand? Real talk. No reason whatsoever. Also, by the way, to rehash or reopen a whole can of worms, Pandora's box, let's just say, for her and her husband, Alex Fine. Think about it. He caught, let's be real. At least the theory is Alex Fine caught her cheating on him with the diddler. Why would she go back and rehash all of that? Emasculate her husband. Embarrass herself as well. Potentially embarrass herself. Okay, because of talking about this stuff. And let's be real. People have been out here dragging her through not even just hot coal, but broken glass as well. And then running over buses, multiple buses on top of her as well. Right? Reliving all of that and be 8 months pregnant when you already just won $30 million? Nah, I would have been like, I'm good. No, I don't want to do that. I would have done a Gina. Yep, that's what I said. I'd be like, I'm not here. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't here. Bye. Lawyer, don't pick up the phone. Period. So I don't know about all that, right? So he's not a racketeer. He's not a conspirator to commit racketeering. He's none of these things. He is innocent. He sits there innocent. Return him to his family who have been waiting for him. Right. So, again, that's not the only thing that he said. He started off with, Your Honor, it's love. It's modern day love. Right? But there were some other things that I do agree with. Yes, I'll say it. Let's talk about it. Arson. I'm sorry. Sure, they can go off of theory, but they have no proof of him actually making that car go up in flames. They have no proof of that. And I will say this, the taking charge, because I got to be really careful now, which really sucks. I hate it. I really hate it. But the taking charge, no, the kidnapping, the taking of someone charge, that they're trying to throw with Capricorn Clark and Cassie, that doesn't work for me either. So after Cassie gets, attacked, viciously attacked, he takes her, puts her in London hotel, and she stays there for about a week until she's healed up, at least, right? At least healed up enough that makeup can cover up the remnants, right? There's no conversation about her actually being held against her will. That she was holed up in this hotel room against her will. It sounds, from what I understand, that they understood it, that they agreed that she was jacked up and that she was to stay in this hotel room. And of course, she was worried about her image as well during that time. There's that one. Then there's Capricorn Clark. Yes, let's talk about that one, because that's the part that doesn't make any sense to me either. Okay, I call like I see it, dagnabbit. I call it like I see it. I know some of y'all be like, I can see your bias. Not really, though. Because if there's holes in prosecution or in defense, I'm going to talk about it. Okay? You got people. She's saying that she was held against her will as well. Not only when she was put in a car and then they drove over to Kid Cudi's home, and that's when Kid Cudi breaks into the house. You also have when she was taken, allegedly against her will, to a building where she had to do these lie detector tests because they believed that she stole jewelry from Diddy. And she had to keep going back there 5 days in a row. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Hassan, yes. Thank you so much for that correction. Thank you. Yes, she did express that she wanted to go home. But from my understanding, it didn't seem like they were holding her against her will. Talking about Cassie here really quick, because I do want to correct myself. And thank you so much, Hassan. But the thing is like, I can see why the defense would be saying, couldn't she have just gotten up and just walked out the front door? Not on the SA stuff. I'm talking about when she was in this hotel room. If she wanted to just go be with her mama, let her go be with her mama, right? But at the same time, that will be a conversation and a debate that's going to be had in the deliberation room. Is that really counting as someone being held against their will? Capricorn Clark, let's talk about that really quick. You go, she's there 5 days in a row doing this lie detector test, but she's getting picked up from her home, taken there, and brought back to her home. Okay? So that's something that is interesting as well, right? Because they said, what are you doing? You're taking her there every single, you're taking her there every single day. You're picking her up in some luxury vehicle. You're dropping her off there. She's not really held against her will. So is it going to be 5 different counts, 5 separate counts of being taken? It's a solid example. It's a solid question. It's a solid argument. But here's the thing. When you got somebody coming up to your door, we're talking about the Kid Cudi one, and they got a pew-pew in their hand. Oh, and she said that he, remember, he had a split, his pants were split, right? Straight in the seam, in the crotch area. You could see his underwear. He was this distraught and that jacked up, right? He had a pew-pew in his hand, and he's like, yo, you and me are going to go to Kid Cudi's. We're about to kill that N-word, right? Literally. That's what was being said, right? Very interesting that happened. She did not want to be in that car, but she was forced to do so. That I can agree with, right? But it's the other parts of the lie detector test. Then also on top of that, it is the hotel room with Cassie. I still question it. Okay. So hopefully, and I keep wondering how solid are those. But the one where Capricorn Clark is in the car, he's got a weapon in his lap. He has forced her to get into the car and do that. Yes, I can see that for sure. Okay. And of course, I still am kind of curious about the side of the RICO, right? The RICO and the racketeering. Yes, they do have some of those charges for sure. But I question if this is 110% going to be racketeering and RICO, right? So again, look at this. He has pleaded not guilty to 5 felony charges. Just a quick reminder. 5 felony charges, 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of STing by force, fraud, or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in paroles. Now, I think definitely STing has happened for sure. They got him on STing. I truly believe they have him on pros for sure. Okay? There's too many videos. There are too many examples of paper trails, okay, revolving around this, that it's very hard for me to believe that the jury's going to go in there and go, there was no pro. Oh, and there definitely wasn't any STing. Definitely not. That's insane if they say that. Okay? Let's not forget that. So again, it's going to be interesting. So prosecutors say Diddy coerced women into these volatile, let's just use that word, S parties involving hired male S workers, which we already knew about that. Nut juice on chesticles. Let's not forget that. And vegetable soup. Vegetable soup. Ensure their compliance with substances like yayo and threats to their careers, and silence victims through blackmail and violence, which he did. Okay? We have that proof, by the way. We have that proof. Cassie Ventura's mama, y'all, her own mama came in through and said, come on now. She said, he made us pay him $20,000 or this video was going to come out and it was going to make my child look like Boo Boo the Fool with her pants literally on the ground and could destroy me and my husband's careers and our jobs. So we went and got a second mortgage on the house just so we can pay this guy $20,000. And there's a paper trail of the actual wire transfer of the money. Just because he returned the money 2 days later does not mean it didn't happen. The crime happened, y'all. So they have him on that for sure. Oh, let's not forget this too. Let's not forget this too. What about bribery? What about those? What about the time that he called up Eddie, my angel, the security guard? Paid him $100,000 instead of the $50,000 that they agreed upon. Dude showed up. He testified. Okay? Under oath. Testify. He testified. And he said, yep, we agreed upon through my supervisor, we agreed upon $50,000. We'd give him the thumb drive, right? And we get our 50 grand. Instead, Diddy was feeling really, really good. So happy that Eddie, his angel, hooked him the F up, right? And what did he do? Gave him an extra $50,000. And then he said, hey, don't spend that all in one place now. Don't go crazy with that money. Be real slow with that money. People are going to be looking at it. People are going to notice something weird. I don't want that to come back to me, basically, right? I don't want any kind of investigations to suddenly come back to me. He said that thing. He said that. He paid the guy $100,000 and he got that thumb drive, believing that the video was completely destroyed, erased, deleted, what have you, and that he had the only copy. And guess what? No, somebody had a copy of that ish. And then they gave it to CNN. And now we already know about that infamous video. But he did that. Bribery, extortion, blackmail. You also have taking, arson, and of course, putting his hands on people to make them do things that they don't at this particular moment want to do. And here's the other thing too, that everyone seems to forget, because everyone's like, oh, no. They just nasty. They just little strumpets, right? Nasty, wild little freak-a-leaks, right? Well, it only takes one moment for that alleged strumpet, that alleged freak-a-leak to literally say, no, I don't want to do this. It only takes just one. That's it. It only takes one time, and it's a wrap, son. It's a wrap. So again, everybody's like, oh, you know, they just nasty, setting all these things up, doing all this, that, and the third. Well, when you got somebody like Diddy allegedly going up to someone and jamming a pill in their mouth and saying, you better go out there and you better S that D, that person doesn't want to do it at that moment, it's not good. When you have somebody going, I can't do this, I don't want to do this, and he's putting his paws on them and going, you better go out there and you better get this started. You better go and finish strong. Like they on the sidelines of a football game, for crying out loud. Takes just one. Look at Shannon Sharp. Sorry for bringing him up, but you know for a fact that ain't done yet. Okay? Think about Shannon Sharp. Black leather scraps. Let's not forget him. He was with a girl, having a great time. Apparently, there was a lot of crazy race play, right? Call me the N-word. Call me the N-word. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. We on a plantation, okay? And the bed is like a barrel of hay. You feel me? Okay, and go. Right? Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. What was going on with them? But it only takes just one moment for her to sit there and say, no. And it doesn't matter how zooted he is, how in the throes of actual passion he is going in like that. Doesn't matter. He got to stop. But apparently he didn't stop. So he did like Diddy. Can't stop, won't stop. Right? It only takes one, guys. It only takes one. For him, it's still alleged, okay? But like I said, perfect example of somebody who's willing and then suddenly not willing at that moment. And it doesn't matter. You could be in the middle of it. You could be at the very end of it, okay? If you get what I'm saying. You are about to, you know? And if that person says no, you got to stop. B will, I mean, shoot, that's the life. That's the story that we live in. You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. You know what I mean? Isn't that the world that we live in right now, baby? You know, God forbid, don't tell me about the law. Don't tell me about logic and facts. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't. I can't. Like, it's like, what else can I tell you? This is the information. This is what was presented. Oh, let's not forget. Okay? Let's not forget this part. Diddy also had an opportunity to make his case. And what did he do? What did he do? Huh? What did he do? Don't worry, I'll wait. I'm kidding. I can't hear you. He did nothing. Nothing, guys. Nothing. The defense could have brought in anybody. They could have brought in D-Rock. They could have brought in KK. They could have brought in anyone. Anyone. And you know what happened? They brought in nobody. Nobody. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Okay? Here's the thing. Some people look at that and go, well, that's because defense felt like prosecution ain't got nothing. Are you out of your cotton picking mind? They brought in so many people. Diddy couldn't even bring in one person. Now, don't get me wrong. Diddy did not need to take the stand because he would have been destroyed. Okay, he would have come back out minced up like hamburger. Okay, grounded up, and it'd been a nice slow grounding of him. Real talk, the finest of Diddy burger. Okay, it would have been really, really bad. Okay, but he brought in nobody. I don't care how you see this case, whether you look at facts or if you're leaning just on emotions, okay? The fact that he did not bring anyone to plea for his side of the case, not even just one, not even just an expert, not even an expert, is insane. Either he believes what the theory is that's been out here, that the prosecution did not make a good case, a solid case, or he's like, never mind. Yeah, I'm screwed. There's no way that anyone can look at this and say that that's not normal. Okay? And here's the thing, Nash, that's the one thing that's interesting too. Imagine if Kanye took the stand. Did you know how insane that would be? I can already see it. Okay? He's wearing a black Triple K outfit. He's got the hood on and everything. He's talking ish about the Jews and all that stuff. Okay? He's like, nah. Now you 6-pack of white women, I'm going to let you finish. Real talk. You really think he would have a cohesive conversation? A cohesive testimony? No. It would have been a wrap. And this would have been Diddy the entire time. Head in his hands, being like, this was a bad idea. And then Kanye would come out with a new song that following week, all right, about the trial. Talk about performing S-ing the judge's D in front of everybody. Or something crazy, okay? He'll say something insane. Something absolutely insane, okay? But nonetheless, no one showed up for Diddy as far as his case. Kanye was there, sure. I think the only reason why Kanye was there was because people were calling him out. As soon as Jane Doe said about going to this freak off with this famous artist, rap artist, okay, we all knew who it was, okay, because they little freaks too. All right, they like to do their own freak offs as well. All right, but real talk, I guarantee you he came in because he got nervous about that. And you already know that Kanye West is already going through his own problems, his own slew of lawsuits and problems as well. Whether they're true or not, he's still got problems. And it ain't done for him either. So maybe he got nervous and wanted to see it for himself. Or that showing up for Diddy was a good idea. I don't know. It's weird. Okay? It is weird. It's weird, y'all. Okay? So, he's the leader of the criminal enterprise. He doesn't take no for an answer. Remember, this prosecutor kept saying over and over and over and over again. Okay? He doesn't take no for an answer. I repeat, he doesn't take no for an answer. Now, real quick, hopefully it's not disappeared too much. We were talking for a minute, so I apologize. Yeah, Diddy hankering for hogs. You know what I mean? Come on down to hankering for hogs. Oh, dear Lord. Man. We got the best hogs you've ever seen. Coming straight from Africa. Anyway, let me check this real quick before we continue on. So Blazin One just said, if they offer you 15 years before trial, what you think he gets after the trial or after the guilty verdict? You know what? That's a good question. Well, he gonna get a lot. Like if they're sitting there going, listen, because they offered him, if I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn that they actually gave him two options. They offered a plea deal twice to him before the trial before the trial started, and he said, hell to the no. And so I don't think that they're gonna go easy on him. If he's found guilty, right, and he's found guilty on more than just one count, I don't think that they're just going to sit there and go, well, we'll just give you what we were offering you before. Hell no. They're going to be like, all right, we gave you the option. We said pick door number 1 before we even go down this path. You got the easy route out. Here's door number 1. Take it. We don't even need to go down this path. And he said, nah, I'm innocent. That door is gone. That option is gone. That offer is gone. So I doubt, and it all depends on how many he gets found guilty on, okay? And that's if he's found guilty on any of these charges. It depends, right, on what he's found guilty on. But he's going to be found guilty on a few things. I'm going to keep it a bean with y'all, okay? He's going to be found guilty on some things, okay? That girl, Ada, thank you so much. So not any less than 15. Okay. I can see that. Diddler. Okay. So, Princetta said, Diddler will probably get 10 to 15. See, this is where I'm at. I'm hovering around the 10 to 15 number. Okay. He's going to be found guilty, but is he really going to be spending the rest of his life behind bars? I doubt it. I think he's going to be found guilty on a few things, right? Little just said 15 life. So between 15 to life. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Radio just said, nah, bruh. He's going to get ankle bracelet time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. C. Sampson said 3 life sentences would be great. Damn! Woo! Okay, we know how you feel. And that's okay to feel like that. Okay? I understand. Okay? So no, King Bob says no court Thursday. Interesting. So there'll be no court on Thursday. Thank you so much for that information. Okay? But I am kind of curious about, wow, William, bruh, you really think under 3 years? 3 whole years? William, 3 years? Wow. Wow. Okay. Under 3 years, that is a statement, baby. Okay. That is okay. Nicolette just said 15 years. Mo says 5 to 10. Naomi says Thursday will be it. Well, that is, I guess they're not open on Thursday. So I thought they were going to be open on Thursday. So my bad. All right. But they're going to be closed on Thursday. So it's got to be Wednesday. Right. So I'll just move your day to Wednesday, 10 to 15 years. Okay. Let's see. Nice. Just said Wednesday, 30-year sentence. Okay. Blazin just said 40 years. Okay. Let's see. I got a few up here. Big Nasty says, I say 20 to 30 years. Now, Aura, Peter Gonzalez, okay, if Aura got 30, shouldn't he get the same or similar? That's a good question. That's if he's found guilty on more than just 1 or 2 charges. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if he's even found guilty on any of these things. Gnarly says 30 is my bet. Let's see. Susan, where did it go? Susan said 30 to life. Joe says 69. You nasty. You nasty. Okay, especially with him, he'd really like that. He'd be like, yeah. And where's the baby? Oh, right. Let's see. Let's find that out, Nicole B. What do people usually get for RICO? Let's see. What's the max? Let's see. I'm doing this off camera. What's the max for RICO in New York City? Boom. Let's see. In New York, the maximum sentence for RICO, Racketeering Influenced Corrupt Organizations Act, charges is 20 years in prison, y'all. Okay, so that's the maximum sentence. Okay, that is so 20 years is the standard maximum for a RICO conviction. Okay, so yeah, that's if he's found guilty on RICO. So he could be, like I said, mother loving, locked up for good, for just being a nasty, dirty mother lover. Okay. Tiffany says 15 to 25. Corey says, I hope he at least gets 50 years. Carmen says he's got maybe 30 years left. Well, yeah, he kind of does. You know, if you really think about it, with the wild and crazy lifestyle that he's had, you know, the amount of women he's probably bedded, the amount of substances that he's put in his body, and the fact that he's doing that in excessive amount, a lot. I mean, not so much now because he's been locked up, let's be real, but during his life, I don't even think he has 30 years left. I'm sorry. If you live in that kind of lifestyle, a fast, crazy fast, and substance-fueled lifestyle, and that's all you're living off of, is just pills, substances, and women. Oh, and men's too. That kind of wild lifestyle. Okay, yeah, Nicole B. I'm surprised his organs are still functioning. Like, I'm surprised they haven't been liquidized. Okay, like, let's be real. And I'm sure that an excessive amount of baby oil and Astroglide causes cancer. Okay? Diggity damn. Okay. Oh, and the soup. And it's hot soup. It ain't even cold soup. It's hot soup. Okay? He ain't like everything he putting in his body is hot. Okay? Everything. Hot. Crazy, y'all. It's crazy. So let's get into this. Let's see what's going on with Inner City Press. Nuck and futs, y'all. Nuck and futs. Oh, have mercy. Have mercy indeed. Hold on. Oh, okay. So I got an update on the suspect, but I'm going to get to that in a second. Okay. We're going to look at that in a second for sure. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We might get a friend on the show. We might be getting a friend on the show, which will be fantastic. I'd love that. All right. So let us see. Inner City Press. Let's go. Let us go. So, judge enters. In case there's anything, we'll bring the jury in for the charge. So then Garrigo says, the laptop is ready. There's a few things we'll finalize during the charge. So just email it to Chambers. All rise, jurors enter. I'll read you the charge. It's long, but I'll try to make it interesting. You have now heard all of the evidence in this case, as well as the final arguments of the parties. I will instruct you on the law as I give it to you. The evidence is the testimony, the answers, and the exhibits. Arguments are not evidence. You are the sole and exclusive attributors of the facts. What is a reasonable doubt? It's based on your common sense after carefully weighing all the evidence. You just weigh each witness's credibility, the truth and importance of their testimony. Size him or her up. You must decide. Diddy has been formally charged on an indictment. An indictment is not evidence. Count one, charges from 2004 to 2024, a racketeering enterprise for 20 years, y'all. Count number two, from 2009 to 2018, STing of Cassie Ventura. Count three, from 2009 to 2018, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Cassie, for purposes of prose. Count number four, from 2019 to 2024, STing of Jane Doe. Count five, from 2019 to 2024, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Jane, for purposes of prose. Each court is separate. For attempt, the U.S. must show intent and a substantial step taken. Mere intention does not amount to an attempt. Aiding and abetting means knowingly doing some act to aid or encourage a crime to be committed, which, by the way, they have that. I think that they do. Okay? The aiding and abetting, I truly think that they do. But let's continue on. For RICO, which is also the important part, okay? For RICO, the U.S. must prove that for 20 years, 2004 to 2024, there was an agreement between two or individuals for a racketeering enterprise that impacted interstate commerce. That the defendant joined and committed at least two predicate acts. The U.S. must prove a mutual understanding to cooperate. You may infer its existence from the circumstances of the case. Actions may speak louder than words. You may consider the acts of all of those you find to be participants. If you find that the Combs enterprise existed, you must find whether it continued in a substantially similar form from 2004 to 2024. The people can change. As to the defendant being a member, he had to know of the existence of the enterprise. So, the U.S. alleges 8 predicted, okay? Taking, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, STing, transportation for prose, intent to distribute substances. The U.S. has to prove 2 offenses within 10 years. Now, let's pause right there for a second. Which two out of just what he just listed off, 8 of them in there, which ones do you think they got? Me, they have, in my personal opinion, they have bribery. I feel that they have STing. And I think they most definitely have transportation of prose. What do you think on that list, ladies and germs? Now I feel like I'm watching Miss Rachel. Okay. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Which one? Do we pick the arson? Yeah, the arson, right? Good job. Yeah. Which one are you picking? Me, I don't see the arson. I still am, wavering on the taking, okay? The napping, all right? But witness tampering? They do have forced labor though too. So is it all of these, or is it D, all the above, or I mean, honestly, you guys can a la carte this. Okay, you could just pick and choose. Which ones do you think? But me, definitely bribery. Definitely the bribery. Definitely witness tampering. That's what I think. STing and prose. That's 4. And they only need to pick 2 of them. 2. And it's going to be wild for them to sit there and not look at STing and the pros. That's 2 right there. Those are the 2 low-hanging fruits right there. 2 low-hanging fruits, guys. Like I've always been saying, this is the ground ball. Hit the ground ball, scoop it up, throw it the first. Easy out. Okay? It's the last 2 ones. STing and the pros. But I also think witness tampering and bribery. So that's 4. You can even throw in a 5th one, which would be forced labor, which would make 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. 5 of them. Okay? But that's just my opinion. Okay? Which ones are yours? Comment in the family chat. Please and thank you. Hold on. Let me get some of these super chats here really quick. Okay. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you so much for being here, spending the time with my lanky ass. Okay. I appreciate it. Okay. Sorry. I don't. Why did I think of Tyler Perry's text messages to Derek Dixon? Thick Derek. All right. Thick Derek. Thick Derek. Right. ADHD is just flying off the handle right now, guys. Please forgive me. But moving on. Carmen Eyes, thank you so much for the love all the way from Canada. I guess today is Canada Day. Is it Canada Day? So if it is, happy Canada. Happy Canada. Thick Derek. I can't unread that. I can't forget that. But moving on. My bet, Wednesday, life sentence. Woo! Yeah, he could chat with Suge while he tries to find the soap. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Woo, life in prison. All because of the hibbity-dibbity, because he has a hankering for hogs. Ain't that something? Mimi, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And also because he's a volatile, disgusting human being. He's a monster for sure. These things are disgusting. He should not, even if he was found not guilty, like he needs to just lock himself away and just live his life, right? Try not to be all out here, all up in the videos. See what I did there with the Suge? Yeah, he doesn't need to do that. You know what I mean? Mimi, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Corey, what's up? Thank you so much. What up, everyone? I hope Pig Vomit be roommates with Bubba. I hope too. Okay, that mother lover. Woo! He got some things. Karma's coming to Pig Vomit. Okay, and if you don't know who Pig Vomit is, you got to look up Stephen Stearns of the Madeline Soto case. I've been calling him Pig Vomit. Yeah, he definitely needs to be locked up for good. Nikki, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Carbonize again. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I forgot to hit the like. See, so you owe me at least $50 now, and give me back my crystal ball. Damn, Carbonize, you forgot to hit the like. Okay, I got to call my own mom. Exactly. Okay, smash the like, guys, please and thank you. Let's get it to 1K, please. Okay, if you're entertained, if you are entertained, make sure you are hitting that like button down below, okay? Hit it, crush it, do what it do. Hit that subscribe button as well, please and thank you, all right? Subscribe, follow, etc., wherever you're watching this show, okay? Because we're streaming on all kinds of platforms right now, all right? Star Fury, thank you so much, Pascal. They identified, yep, I know. We're going to get to it. I'm going to get to it. I promise. We're going to get straight to it. We're going to get through Inner City Press, and then we will talk about the identification of that the monster, okay, for the situation that happened in Idaho. So thank you, Star Fury, okay? And people were adding me on X as well, letting me know what's going on. So let's continue on, okay? But again, one more time, all of these charges right here, there's 8 of them here, okay, that all fall under the RICO, okay? Which charges, which of the 2, okay? Which of the 2, at least the 2, do you think Diddy is guilty of? If you say none of the above, that's on you, baby. That's on you. Now, Tino, I'm going to repeat one more time real quick. for those of y'all. Okay. And again, thank you so much. B Will, thank you. Appreciate it. I will do my best. Dag nabbit. Because I'm here to serve. I don't know why I did that. But thank you, B Will. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the support. But here it is. I think they most definitely have bribery. They most definitely have STing in pro. Witness tampering, I believe so as well, because that person was an actual witness that they brought in to, and also the witnesses that were there for the actual attack at the Intercontinental Hotel in LA. There were people. The security guard answered the call, went upstairs, and he was also being like, hey, you know, well, how much can I give you, man? You know what I mean? Let me handle this problem. Let me, you know, how can I make this problem go away? Right? There's that. And then also him going to Eddie, my angel, and asking him, hey, what can I do to like get rid of this stuff, man? I'm willing to pay. And then he gave him $100,000. Not only just the bribery part, but the witness tampering, because he was also tampering with evidence, which is bad. So all of this is not looking good for him. But moving on. The taking, because we got to use these code words, does not occur if the victim consented. Consent may be withdrawn, though, which is, of course, very important information to hear about with this situation. Arson, under California law, means the conspirator set fire or caused the fire. Caused the fire willfully, or I think it's caused the fire, willfully or maliciously. That's very important as well. I don't think that they have arson, guys. I do not think, I repeat, I know I've been saying it like a broken record, but I really don't think that they have that. And I think that for sure, that's one charge that the entire group is going to at least agree on is the arson. But they might say arson too. You never know. Wilder things have happened. Bribery of a witness under California law requires that a conspirator gave or promised to give a bribe to a person giving or about to give information to law enforcement to unlawfully influence that situation. So I'm glad that they're breaking this all the way down. So again, bribery of a witness is someone like exactly the Eddie, my angel situation. Eddie said, we got access to the video. Of course, if Cassie wanted to charge Diddy later on, have that video come out. If there was more of an investigation into that particular crime, okay, that happened, because that was a crime. Let's be real. Diddy was trying to intercept that situation by giving these guys money so that that stuff could go away. That's it. Okay, that's it. That's right there. Bribery right freaking there. Moving on. For witness tampering in violation 18, section 1512, B3, it does not matter if the subject of the threat is in fact fearful. Only a threat is required. But it must be knowing. For forced labor, it requires use of force or use of force of physical restraint. The judge continues, a person may withdraw. They may withdraw consent. Like I said before, they could be saying yes, 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 15,000 times, but then 15,001, they say no, it's a wrap. And you're not listening, it's a wrap. And it may become forced labor. STing will have the same definition as in counts 2 and 4. And transportation to engage in pro, the same as count 3 and 5. Next is distribution of substances, including this long word that you see here, knowingly and intentionally. Distribution means actual transfer, to deliver to another person. For possession, physical custody is not needed. Control is enough. So again, distribution is exactly what was going on. Anytime he had an assistant go off and get him some Obama pills, Obama face pills, and bring them back to him, distribution. And then the fact that these were actual substances that were actually used at these freak offs, there you go. For possession, physical custody is not needed. Control is enough. So it doesn't even need to be in his possession at the time. If they are on their way or about to be given to him to be used, that is still under that. So he's screwed. Okay? You've already heard assistants say them going and getting substances for him, bringing them into these freak offs so that they can do whatever they wanted to do with those substances. And we heard countless times from Cassie and even Jane Doe how they were constantly plying themselves with substances, either willingly or forced into taking those substances. But those were not substances that were in possession of them. Those were in possession of Diddy when they were handed over from their assistants to Diddy. Okay? RICO has a 5-year statute of limitation. You must find it. You must find that it continued past 2019. If you find that the government had not proved this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. On STing, counts 2 and 4, transport means to take or convey from one place to another, which they did. Okay? So that's simple. Okay? Reckless disregard satisfies the statute. The deliberate closing of eyes. You must be anonymous, or you must be unanimous on at least one specific instance of STing. At least one of them. And there's a couple. On count 3 and 5, knowingly transporting or arranging for transportation in an individual for purposes of an act of prose, okay? Buying or arranging a ticket is enough. Woo! Oh, thank you, Judge, for saying that. What? Oh, snap. By the way, I just want to point something out to y'all. They showed that countless times. Sly would jump onto a plane and fly out from Atlanta to Miami, Atlanta to New York. Or Chef would go from wherever he lived to fly out to LA to do what he's doing because Diddy had a hankering for hogs. They have paper trails of those things. Plane tickets bought from travel agents to get Sly, whatever his legal name is, to fly out to X, Y, and Z. Cabral, if Sly and Cabral are the same person, I still don't know what that is. But still, I don't know if it's still the same person. That's one thing they have not clarified for me. But the fact that you have Cabral, Sly, Chef, the buff Spanish guy doing his thing, doing huffing poppers and stuff, going, see, while he's doing things with Jane Doe, these guys are all getting moved around. There's a paper trail of this, baby. Okay? Paper trail. Some of these things were bought and paid for by Diddy's Amex card, baby. Buying or arranging a ticket is enough. This is a wrap. We need to get Sly to be here in the New York and this, that, and the third. Real talk. It's bad. So, prostitution, okay, does not need to be the main purpose. Oh, that is huge. Oh, my dear God. I'm so glad. I am so glad. I am so freaking glad that they are the judge is laying down the groundwork. Pro does not even need to be the main purpose. Let me explain something to you guys really quick, because this takes us back to let's go back, okay? This is remember when the defense did their closing arguments, right? The closing arguments stated Agnifilo said, Your Honor, they're entertainers. They're not S-workers. They're not even escorts. They are entertainers. They came in to entertain and spend time with my client and Jane Doe and Cassie Ventura. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, they're entertainers. Remember that. Remember that. Remember that. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Because now we're hearing prostitution does not need to be the main purpose. So they didn't even need to stick their hands in any woman's cookie jar at all for it to not be considered a part of this charge. Holy God. The man's screwed. He's screwed. So now listen. That's not good. Because the jury's going to hear that. Because the defense said, no, these are entertainers, guys. They just went in and they got paid for their time. They didn't get paid to, stick it in. They didn't get paid to dig her out. None of that. And you're hearing from the judge himself. Okay, transportation of an individual for purposes of an act of pro. Buying or arranging a ticket is enough. That's number one. Number two, the pro does not even need to be the main purpose of why they got moved from one place to another. So again, if the jury's really listening, and I hope that they are, they're going to realize that Diddy is cooked, y'all. Diddy is cooked. So, prostitution is engaging sexual activity for money or its equivalent. You must be unanimous on at least one specific act of transportation with the intent to engage in pro. A venue or on venue, the U.S. must prove at least one act occurred in the Southern District of New York. There's 8 counties. So it could be anywhere in the Southern District of New York. We're in the home stretch. Yes, we are. Yay. In weighing expert testimony, you should not accept it just because I allowed it. The testimony of government officials are not worth of more or less weight than any other witness. Witnesses given immunity should be examined with greater something, than ordinary witnesses. Greater than ordinary witnesses. Charts and summaries, demonstrative aids are not evidence and will not be available to you in that jury room. Certain witnesses are permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. That should bear on your evaluation of credibility. The defendant had no responsibility to testify, and he did not. You must not attach any significance to that. Now, they will, though. They definitely will. Voluntary intoxication may negate the intent requirement of RICO predicates. Uncalled witnesses. You've heard names of people not called as witnesses. Each side had an equal opportunity to call them. Do not speculate or consider this. It's going to be very difficult because they did say, well, they could have brought in KK, right? The defense said they could have brought in Christina Coram to bring it all down and all that stuff, and they could have cross-examined her or, did some, had her testify on behalf of them, and they didn't. And then what did the prosecution do? They came back and they said, well, we had the same call list as anybody else. So the fact that we didn't bring them in, doesn't matter because they could have brought Christina Coram in if they wanted to, and they did not, right? So again, very interesting, right? So the judge is even saying that, hey, they both had equal opportunities to bring in as many people as they wanted, and they did not. Okay, both sides. So don't weigh, put much weight on that. But the fact that they did not, I feel like it will be a heavy thought for them, I feel, at least in the back of their minds, with the fact that Diddy did not bring anyone for his case. That is crazy, okay? That is wild, And I know that they're saying do not speculate or, consider this, but I think it's going to be very hard for them to just kind of throw that out the window. Okay. Any notes, continuing on, any notes you took are only for you. No outside reading. You are to consider only what was presented within the four walls of this courtroom. You may not communicate about this case, including on X, Instagram, or YouTube. If you see this, tell my deputy. Do not be swayed by bias, including implicit bias. These hidden thoughts can impact what you hear and see and how we remember it. You will now retire to consider the case. Each of you must decide the case for yourself or herself after deliberating. Your verdict must be unanimous. If you are divided, do not report the specifics. Your foreperson will send out any notes and any verdict. Any communication with the court should be in writing. The alternates do not have to be here, but give your phone number to my deputy. You may be called to replace a juror. You will be called when the verdict is reached. The alternates are 234, 247, 292, 321, and 330. Those in the top row. Do not read any news report to this trial. If there were to be any, which there's clearly been a lot, all right? Please accept my heartfelt gratitude for your service over the past 2 months or even more. My deputy will provide my personal contact info. I could give you a tour of the courthouse. So the alternates leave. Okay. So he says, here is the verdict sheet. Only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, answer as to each predicate, not proved or proved. And did STing involve STing of Cassie or Jane? Count 2, 3, 4, and 5, not guilty or guilty. From now on, your schedule is your own. You'll be provided with meals. Now the marshal will swear you in. Now the jurors can head back in the room. All rise. So then everybody gets up. The jurors leave. Okay. So prosecution says we object to including the subject lines of BlackBerry messages like "I'm so horny." So Diddy's team says it is common for exhibits to include subject lines. BlackBerry message are more akin to emails than to text messages. Let's have only neutral list go to the jury. I'll trust the parties to provide an appropriate laptop to the juries or to the jurors. I'm going to stick around for a bit, but we'll just stay here as long as they wish to deliberate. At the end of the day, we'll bring them in. So I appreciated the collegiality, okay, on both sides of this case. Anything before we adjourn? No. Can we go to another floor of the courthouse? Just give us your cell phone number, and then they adjourn for the day. So pretty crazy, all right? Pretty interesting what they said here, for sure. Again, it is very insane. I appreciate the judge breaking it even down even more, right? And of course, I think, let's be real, I believe that the judge has done a very, very good job. Okay, in my personal opinion, for everything that's been going on, this has been one hell of a circus of a trial. Maybe not as big of a circus as the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, but it has been a circus nonetheless. And there's been a lot of prosecution and defense trying to, throw jabs at each other and all that. It's been pretty crazy. Okay, it's a big circus. It's been an absolute mess. But what I mean, like, outside the courthouse, it hasn't been as bad, right? The Johnny Depp trial was an absolute circus. Yes, he wasn't talking about nut juice on chesticles and whatnot, okay? Let's be real. But nonetheless, the things that are talked about have been a mess in this trial. Just the subject matter and the testimonies that we've heard. But I think that the judge has handled this situation in this trial pretty damn well, in my personal opinion. Let me just check something here really quick. We're going to continue on. Okay. Okay. So again, very, very interesting. And I want to pull up this thing. And again, I keep asking you guys, with the 8 counts that you saw just underneath the RICO charges, what do you think he got? Did they, none of them? Is he guilty on is he not guilty on all charges? Is he guilty on 2? Remember, each verdict has to be unanimous. It can't just be one, not guilty and everyone else says he's guilty. They have to sit there and deliberate and work those things out with that disgruntled or that juror that thinks that he did no wrong or thought that he was not guilty on those things. So this could take forever, or this could be pretty damn fast. You never know, right? Let's see. Angie says, guilty on 3 charges. Yeah, he might be guilty on 3 charges. Like I said, I think it's going to be about 2 to 3. I mean, the pro thing is absolute. The pro thing is absolute. I still don't think that there's a hard question. I'm not questioning any of these other charges, but I'm just saying, as far as the jurors, they're going to at least say, yeah, those people were paid to fly in. You can't unsee the freak off videos, guys. The jurors, the jury watched freak off videos. They relived Diddy's boner jams. Real talk. They relived them. And those boner jams did not have Diddy in them swinging his bat. No. It was other dudes swinging their bat. And they're all on video. And then you see the paper trail of payments, money, etc. All of those things. Proof positive of paying some people to perform for Diddy. Completely take Cassie and Jane out of the conversation. I'm just talking about the mans. I'm talking about them mans, okay? Swinging they bats because he had a hankering for hogs, okay? Yeah. Those were his greatest hits, his boner jams, okay? His highlight reels, all right? Crazy. So, real quick, because I do want to give you guys this update, all right? Because I know a lot of people are wondering about this. So let's take, actually, hold on. Let me pull this up. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, we got some here. Looks like we got something. But, right quick. Let's go over to Associated Press. We got some new updates revolving around the situation in Idaho. Okay. This is going to be interesting. You know what? Stacey states it real quick. Left turn, but real quick. I'm excited to hear a verdict. He may walk. Like I said, it could have been 33 days of wasted time. Okay? And that this is just a big ass smear campaign to make Diddy look like a fool. But I'm excited to see what he's going to get. If he's going to get anything, right? He's going to get something. But is he going to get everything? I don't know. But real quick. So a man, okay, so yeah. So he lured these Idaho fighters into a mountain, then he opened fire on them, okay? He unlived these 2 firefighters out in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, okay? So let me see. The man who intentionally set fire to and ambushed the crew on Sunday was perched in a sniper position firing at these firefighters. Okay, they took cover behind fire trucks, but 2 lost their lives, and a 3rd was wounded during a barrage of gunfire over several hours. So first responders made urgent calls to help on their radios, or for help on their radios at Canfield Mountain, just north of Coeur d'Alene. Okay, so I'm trying to see. Okay, so now he has been identified. So the suspect has been identified as Wes Raleigh, or Rowley, a law enforcement officer told the Associated Press on Monday. The officer spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the investigation. So somebody leaked the information. That sounds like a cop who's like, okay, you didn't hear from me, but his name is Wes Raleigh or Rowley. Okay, that's what his name is, but you didn't hear from me. Okay, so that's very interesting. Let's hear what News Nation got to say about this.
Breaking news on that investigation and the ambush of several firefighters in Idaho. The Associated Press is now identifying the suspect as Wes Raleigh. News Nation is working to independently confirm that. He was found dead after killing 2 firefighters and shot another one who is now fighting for his life. The shooter essentially lured in these firefighters by starting a fire.
Law enforcement, right now there's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down, BC 1's down. Everybody's shot up here.
We saw that there was a male, appeared to be deceased, with a weapon nearby. So we have currently 1 dead shooter. Based on the preliminary investigation that was being conducted, but based on the preliminary information, we believe that is the only shooter that was on that mountain at that time. So there is no threat to the community at this time. We do believe that the suspect started the fire. This was a total ambush. These firefighters did not have a chance. We did lose a Coeur d'Alene firefighter, and we did lose a firefighter from the Kootenai County Fire and Rescue.
News Nation's Nancy Liu on the ground there in Idaho with the very latest on this investigation. Nancy.
And Marnie, we're working to get confirmation and verification on that major new development. What the AP is identifying the suspect as Wes Raleigh. AP speaking to an official anonymously because they were not authorized to talk about the investigation. But the sheriff, the Kootenai County Sheriff, Bob Norris, said last night that this suspect was found dead with a firearm near his body, and the officials had used cell phone data to hone in on a wooded area, and that's where they found the suspect's body, and they had to immediately remove the body as well as the firearm and any other evidence that was in that area because the wildfire was spreading. And of course, that is a wildfire that the sheriff said the suspect set himself in order to lure the firefighters to the mountain and then ambush them with gunfire. Now we're expecting investigators to head up to the mountain today to search for additional physical evidence, and that may include additional weapons. The law enforcement suspect there may be other weapons. Was this guy running around the mountain using different weapons, making it seem like there was more than one shooter? We're also seeing a lot of fire equipment head up the mountain right now.
Hold on. And so that could make sense, right? Him running around and just taking, you know what I mean? Just taking fire, running around, doing his thing to give off like he's multiple people, especially if you really think about it, if there's a lot of smoke and fire going on, they may be completely confused. They may be completely thrown off. And these bullets are whizzing everywhere, right? I mean, just going through the panic of the situation, sure. I think that's possible that somebody could be like, I don't know what's going on. Where are these bullets coming from? I can't see where it's coming from, but it just came in from that way. Now it's over here. So that is possible, right? But this is very interesting, though, guys. Again, the guy has been identified as Wes Rowley. But then, though, at the same time, where's his face? Where's the photo? You know what I mean? Where's the evidence of his? You know, where is his identity, right?
That's why we had to move our position in order to allow crews to get through to that fire. It has grown to 26 acres at last report. We don't know about containment. We are awaiting a word from the Sheriff's Department on a new update, more new information about their investigation. And as I speak, another fire truck is heading up the hill. So we should have more information later today about the investigation, about the suspect, and about containment, if any, of this wildfire.
Interesting, guys, right? Interesting. Again, the guy has been identified, but so far we're still waiting for photos and etc. And of course, they still haven't confirmed whether or not this guy if he operated alone. And then, of course, we're still trying to find out more information. Did he leave a note? Did he leave a letter? Whatever, and we still don't know everything as of yet. So we're going to keep an eye on this for sure, because this is some crazy stuff, and a very unfortunate situation that happened here. Let me see. Let's take a look at this here really quick.
A gut-wrenching story out of Idaho. A procession lining the freeway early this morning in Spokane, Washington, saluting the two firefighters who lost their lives during an ambush attack that also sent a third firefighter to the hospital. The as-yet unidentified suspect is accused of starting a brush fire in a northern Idaho mountain range in an effort to lure first responders into a trap, where he then acted as a sniper to shoot at them once they arrived on scene to fight the blaze. The suspected gunman was found hours after the shooting by police in a wooded area with a weapon near his body. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, here with my co-host Harris Faulkner, and also joining us today, Marie Harf, Fox News contributor and former State Department spokesperson under President Obama. Rosanna Scotto, Fox 5 New York anchor and host
I'm jumping ahead
for you via the Associated Press, which is now reporting that law enforcement officials are.
Why do I feel like he's Egon? He's giving me Egon vibes, y'all. I'm sorry. Ghostbusters Egon, it's the glasses and it's the hair.
Telling them that the identity of the gunman in this tragic incident is Wes Rowley, as the Associated Press reports it. We believe he is in the region of 20 years old. We do not know anything else about that alleged gunman at this point. Meantime, investigators, of course, still trying to piece together everything that happened here. Last night, the bodies of the two firefighters who were killed were removed from the mountain here. They were shot dead, having gone to battle a fire around 1:30 p.m. Pacific time in the mountains here, but within minutes of arriving, found themselves instead facing sniper fire. A hidden sniper opening fire on them, prompting a frantic emergency call from another firefighter. Listen here.
We need law enforcement up here immediately. We've got another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. We've got two unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. Two Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down. I'm pinned down. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
Just to repeat the breaking news, the Associated Press reporting that the shooter has been identified to them by law enforcement officials as a young man called Wes Rowley.
A young man. So we got something new right there. A young man by the name of Wes Rowley. Okay, because I was like, is this an older gentleman? Like what is going on here, right? We all want to know what the hell's going on. But again, okay, Wes Rowley, a young man terrible. Okay, terrible news. Regardless, because this is somebody who went out of their way to do this, and that's very, very bad. Okay, but let's continue on. Let's hear what else is going on.
As for the condition of the wounded firefighter who was also evacuated from the mountain, he went through emergency surgery last night. The sheriff at that point described him as fighting for his life. We are told this morning that he is in stable condition. One small piece of good news in this terrible tragedy. Emily?
Indeed. Thank you so much. Rosanna, I cannot imagine a worse scenario than our brave first responders rushing to a fire to put it out and just ambushed, totally unprotected, and now to learn that likely the fire was started to lure them in. It's just abjectly terrifying.
So, Emily, I'm glad they have the suspected gunman in custody, or he's now passed. I don't care about him. I don't want to know his motive. I don't want to know his name. I don't want to know his background, his childhood, nothing. He killed 2 innocent firefighters who were running towards danger. They are unsung heroes. The people in that community lined the roadways yesterday as they brought their bodies to the morgue.
Wow, this is a kid. Okay, so I don't know how much of this is true. Okay, we got to take this with a grain of salt. I'm just saying that out loud, okay? Because the internet is diabolical. Y'all out here, y'all move fast, okay? But again, okay, all right. I'm gonna say take this with a grain of salt. All right, this is allegedly who this person is that I'm about to show you. Allegedly. I would say wait for the news and the media to really put out more information here, but they're now saying, and again, people like to put in their bias really quick. Okay. But apparently I don't know. Like I said, take this with a grain of salt. Okay. Apparently this is the kid right here. Okay. And then apparently these 2 are his parents. Okay. So there it is. Yeah, I know, Nicole B. I know. Yeah, I know. But I just just to be safe, just to be cautious. Okay, that's why I'm even putting it in a smaller screen. Okay, but allegedly this be the boy. He's a boy. Okay, he's a boy, and allegedly the 2 that are in the photo next to him are his parents. Okay. Again, he's a young man. I'm not going to sit there and say he's not a young man. Okay. But again, very interesting. They say that he's 20 years old. Okay. And this is the alleged person who did what he did. Okay. The alleged assailant. Yeah. Very interesting. But they have gone, man, people move so damn fast. Man, they got that's crazy. Just like background history, etc. Like that. I'm not showing any of that crap. Okay. But that's who the kid is, allegedly. All right. He's a kid. He's 20 years old, allegedly. He is a young man. For sure. That is definitely a young man. That is absolutely insane. Okay. I'm going to play a little bit more of this. Okay. Hold on real quick. 1 second. Yeah. I'm going to play a little bit more of this news clip, and we're going to continue though. All right. And of course, we're still on Verdict Watch. Okay. Verdict Watch has happened. It's commenced about an hour or so ago. So we're here waiting, but we do have a lot of news to talk about. We are going to be talking about those news topics because there's something else that's absolutely crazy that's going on right now, which we are going to be talking about here in just a little bit. So let's take a listen to a little bit more of this.
I don't want to know about this guy. I want to know more about those unsung heroes. That's who I want to know about this morning.
I agree with her, right? Like, yes, we need to know who the person is, who the assailant is, right? We need to know who the assailant is for sure. But I also think that that particular assailant should not be getting center stage, right? We should be looking at the heroes that lost their lives, that risked literally risked their lives just to go do their job, do their duty, right? So again, we constantly, Nicole B, I'm going to steal what you just said. We are constantly glorifying these monsters instead of actually going and saying, hey, what about the people that lost their lives? We need to be talking about that. We need to be putting more emphasis on that and not this monster that's out here. Yes, we need to know why, right? If there is a why of why he did what he did. But outside of that, we need to be praising the people that risked their necks out here, risked their life, gave their life to protect us regular civilians, right?
Yeah, Harris, I spoke with a few of my friends there in the Pacific Northwest who are part of the firefighting community, and they are just absolutely devastated and in shock. This is totally unexpected.
Yeah, and when you hear the real-time call for help and that the firefighters on the ground believe that it was set and they were drawn in, I mean, that's so jarring to know that they're taking incoming fire and they're telling the world what they think has happened. If you'll allow me, Emily, I want to save some of my time for you, John. Is this domestic terrorism?
We don't know yet. I think what we need to have is a full investigation. Unfortunately, we have to know everything about him and his background. In the short term, we need to understand, is it terrorism? Is anybody helping him? Was anybody working with him? That's why the FBI is there, to see if this is part of a larger conspiracy. And then I think we have to figure out ways to punish people like this, to stop them, because I totally agree. We have people rushing in to save people's lives. Mm-hmm. Now they have to worry about people shooting at them. Mm-hmm. So we have to figure out ways to deter people from ever doing this in the future. If there are people helping him, he's 20 years old, apparently. If his parents should have known, then.
Yeah. So they even said it on Fox News, y'all. So that kid, 20 years old, Wes Rowley, running around with a pew-pew, 20 years old, setting fires, causing, wreaking havoc for what reason? And again, that is the other thing too. How many people, or like, how can the parents not know? You see what I'm saying? How can the parents not know these kinds of things? We've seen this type of story countless times, especially when it comes to school tragedies, right? Where it's like, how did the parents not know? Strange.
Unfortunately, they have to be investigated too. It reminds me of cases of minors who've had guns and done school shootings. And we have had to punish the parents for not reporting them if they've stolen guns, if they shouldn't have had weapons. I think we have to do that kind of full field investigation here too. In the longer run, we have to think about culture. Shouldn't people be condemning the shooter and praising the firefighters?
Right. All of that is
We're going to talk, I think, later about people.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that, we all of us should be focusing on what's going on and everything. But okay, see, this is why we're doing this live. You know what I mean? We're doing this live, right? And there's a lot that's apparently going on. So we got to look at this stuff, which is interesting, to say the least. So let me just grab this here really quick. So apparently there's some ish going on. They've gone back into the courtroom just a few minutes ago, back into the Diddy room. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but this is very interesting, don't you think? Let's take a look. This is interesting, okay? Again, guys, hit that like button down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let's get it to 1K. 1K doesn't cost a thing. Hitting that like button doesn't cost a thing. It helps the show. It helps us grow. Hit that like button down below. Crush that subscribe button. Don't forget to subscribe, please, and thank you, okay? And if you're watching on these other platforms, please make sure you're following, etc., okay? But there's some interesting things going on, okay? So they adjourned. Then they say during this court adjournment, at least for now, Diddy is still in the courtroom, okay? Family members are standing in the second room. Diddy goes back to speak with them, holding his hand behind his back, then back to the table, staring at a laptop. So here's an update. As we said would happen. Now, between jury notes, Diddy has been taken back into holding cell. So, at the defense table, his lawyer is typing away on his laptop. Now, 23 minutes ago, as of 23 minutes ago, Diddy is back in the courtroom. His lawyers are huddled behind him in discussion. There has been a jury note. Let me just say this really quick. They hadn't even been in there a full hour yet. Okay? From what I'm gathering, they hadn't even been in that mug for very, very long. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they already have a jury note. Now, that jury note could be asking questions about certain things that have to do with the charges. Okay. Yes, Mo, they could just be confused about certain things, right? Or it could be that they're trying to come to a conclusion on certain things, come to a verdict on something. And maybe there is one person that's not being cooperative, maybe. I don't know. But let's continue on, okay? So he's back in the room. His jury is huddled behind him in discussion. There has been a jury note. So as of 2 minutes ago, literally, so for about 21 minutes, we didn't hear anything from any inner city press. And now we got a new update, a couple new updates, actually. So we have received a note from the jury. This is what the judge said, that we have a juror 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. What? Oh my God. I would like to meet with the court about it. I suggest I ask for more information. What the hell's going on, baby? What's going on? Already drama. Okay? More drama than Ally McBeal. Okay? What's going on here, y'all? More drama than Perry Mason. Okay? What is going on? In other words, you got somebody in there being like, nah, he didn't do nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong. What the hell are you talking about? He didn't do nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong. And it's like, wait a second. You're out of your mind if you think that he did nothing wrong on all of these charges. No, he did nothing wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't do nothing wrong. Are you insane? Yeah, somebody got paid, okay? Somebody got paid and just got paid. Friday night, money in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got paid, baby. Somebody got mother-loving paid. Did I call it? Did I call it? See. Indeed. I told y'all. We already have issues. Maybe juror number 6 was not the real problem. Maybe it's been jurors 25 this entire time. Because you got to ask the question, what is the instructions that he or they are not willing to follow, baby? Juror 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. So the judge is like, man, y'all just came out, y'all just walked in that mother-loving room. Y'all got problems now already? Bruh. Come on, man. I want to go and have a V8. Can I at least go and get a V8 real quick? All the conversation about these vegetable soups makes me feel craving a V8 for the last weekend. What the hell do you want, man? Can I just ask for more information then before we have to bring everybody in all over again? Y'all haven't even been in that mug. You don't even know if the room is cold, warm, hot. Has a funny little smell. You've been in there for 30 minutes and you're already having problems. That is insane. That is insane, y'all. So in other words, okay, it could be two different things, okay? This could mean two different things. Either the jury, majority of the jury believes that he's guilty or not guilty of something, okay? And it's majority. All of them are like, yo, him guilty. him guilty. And he's like, nah, he ain't guilty on nothing, man. He ain't guilty on none of these. What are you talking about? He's not guilty on any of these things. He's not guilty at all. Or they think he's innocent completely except one person. I'm leaning more on the side that they believe that he's guilty on something, and they said this one person, this juror 25, is saying, hell no, he ain't guilty. He ain't guilty on any of these things. Let him walk. He didn't do nothing, which is insane. Okay? Insane. But it could be the other side too. So, prosecution said, this is crazy. This is crazy. So, prosecution says, may we have a moment to digest what your honor has proposed? This is very sensitive. So, in other words, they're like, well, that person, whoever it is, could very well be team us. They could literally be rooting for us. We don't want him out. He could literally be like, no, he's guilty, y'all. He's guilty on everything. Throw the book at him, right? That's still possible. So that's why the prosecution is like, wait a second. This could be very sensitive. Hold on. This guy could be rooting for us. He could be team us. We don't want to ruin that, right? So then Agnifilo says, I suggest we just tell them. I suggest we just tell them it is early. You're just getting started. Because again, he thinks it's like, well, maybe this juror 25 is for us too, right? If there is a further issue, please let us know. So prosecution says, if we go that route, we suggest instructing the jurors, it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. And then, of course, they're looking at this particular case situation. So confer on a response. I'll stay here. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Carrie here just said, replace the juror and just move on. I'm kind of on that same. I'm kind of on that same boat. Like I'm kind of on that same boat. Doesn't matter if it's gonna make me look good or make me look bad. I would just be like, yo, let's, if it's pro innocent or pro guilty, I'd just be like, yo, let's just get rid of him, bring in another juror, and just keep it moving, right? Yeah, it's Janine Garofalo, Agnifilo, Mark Ruffalo, right? But this is very interesting. I didn't expect that to happen. So there's a majority of people, the majority of jurors believes at least one of the counts is, man, this could be done today. They literally could be done today. And this is the other thing. This is very telling, because it also gives me the vibe that the jury is tired. Yes, I said it. They tired. The jury's like, yo, juror number 25, man, I's tired. I want to go home. I'm tired of this BS. Let us just put in what we think he's guilty of so we can keep it moving. Wow. So I could be absolutely wrong. Okay. They could have a verdict by today. They tired. Yeah, Mr. Independent. They tired, boss. I's tired, boss. That's what's going on. They're like, yo, we agree that this is this. He's guilty on that. And I'm sure this other guy, watch it all be unanimous on everything, right? Everyone's like, definitely this, definitely innocent on this, guilty on that, innocent on this, guilty on that. And this guy is consistently saying the opposite. Or he's just saying not guilty, let's just say, on all counts. But they're like, yo, these 3 counts, or 1 or 2, we agree on. Let's work this out. And he's like, no, there's no way you're changing my mind. I don't care. Bo L, I hope to God they don't go for a mistrial. Does anybody want to go through this again? I really don't need to hear about nut juice on chesticles. I just don't. Okay? I really don't. I don't know if I could do this again. Okay? I don't know if I could live through this again. All right? And I don't know if Cassie or Jane Doe or any of these mother lovers can go through all this stuff all over again, right? I'm just keeping it a bean. Okay? I can't do that, y'all. I can't do that. I can't do that. This has been 33 days of bussing. Okay? 33 days of just straight bussing. And baby oil. Like, we've had enough baby oil to cause cancer now. Okay? So much that my body is rejecting moisture. Okay? Yeah, Legia, you ain't wrong. They can't replace him just like that just because. Unless he's being disgruntled, which is insane if he is. Like, I don't care. You can't tell me nothing. He whatever, right? He's guilty on all counts, man. He ain't done nothing. Why are you trying to take this black man down, man? We talking about Diddy, though, man. This is Diddy. They've been doing nothing but embarrassing his ass. What are you talking about? He innocence. That could be happening. That could literally be happening right now. And remember, there's not many black people in the room. And you never know. Maybe it's not black people. Maybe the juror 25 is not black at all. You know? So we'll see. Crazy, though. Because he still was a crossover brand and name, right? Yeah, that was very Chris Tucker. 25 is a white juror? Okay, good to know. So he just might be a fan, right? He's a white male in his 50s. You never know. Maybe that this white male in his 50s, like I said before, what if he thinks that Diddy has done no wrong, that this lifestyle is totally okay and fine, and the treatment of these women and how they were a part of these things were fine because they were willing participants. That he could be thinking that in his mind. These girls were just nasty little hussies, little strumpets, right? They were just 304s, and they agreed to all this stuff. I don't care how many freak off videos I see. They agreed. They got it. They got it going. You got that love contract. You got all that stuff that's going on. Sure, he kept them in line or something. You know what I mean? I just feel like they're thinking, he's probably thinking something that it totally goes against the grain. Okay? Like I said, I had a feeling, okay? I had a feeling that there'd be tension between the men and the women, right? Remember, there's 8 men and 4 women. 4 of them. It's not 6 and 6. And again, there's some things, some guys out there think different. I ain't justifying it. I'm just speaking facts. Okay? They just think that, yeah, you know, that was his relationship with his girl. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Or his girls. You know, he's a high value man. They knew what their job was. There's people out there that are that crazy that will justify it like that. Real talk. So this is going to be interesting. And, you know, there's some people that, well, see, swinging is until it's not. Does that make sense? Like I said, if what they said is true, okay? If the testimonies from the 2 women are true, when Jane Doe and Cassie said, yeah, he would force me, make me do certain things. I mean, instantly, that's not consensual swinging, right? That's not consensual anymore, right? So those things are definitely things to put in consideration for sure. But let me get some of these super chats here really quick. And we do have another conversation, another story we got to talk about, because there's protests going on in Florida right now as we speak. We're going to talk about that in a second. But let's see. Corey, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. He should be in jail for the Shine New Year. Yep. I agree with that too, man. I agree. I feel like he should have been in jail for that a long time ago for the Shine situation, because I believe what happened to Natanya Rubin. Shout out to Natanya Rubin, y'all. Shout out to Natanya. And I wish that they brought her up. I wish the feds brought her in. And if this does turn into a mistrial, which I don't think it will, but wilder things have happened, they need to bring in Natanya. They need to bring in DeWitt. They need to sit down and talk to those two all over again, for sure. Okay. DF, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you, DF. Thank you so much. And William, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the family, all 5 of you. All I ask for you guys to do is, William just gave you guys some positivity by gifting you guys with some memberships. All I ask you guys to do is to pay it forward, okay? Open the door for somebody. Do something nice for somebody, okay? Because, we all need a little bit of love out here in these streets. Real talk, okay? Doug D, thank you so much for the love. We just had 2 officers ambushed here in Milwaukee. Oh, wow. Last week. Yeah. One officer survived and the other passed away yesterday. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry. See, but that's the thing. Like, it's the unwarranted violence and et cetera that just drive me absolutely insane. And, it shouldn't be happening like that, y'all. It shouldn't. Okay. It shouldn't. Real talk. William, thank you so much for the 20. Thank you. You're my #1 show. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Your chat is always awesome. Your commentary is A+. Man, thank you. Thank you, man. That means the world to me. Real talk. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Kick ass. Or kick your ass. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He was 20 years old. Yes, that guy, Wes Rowley, okay? 20 years old, which is insane. All right? Insane. Happy days. Thursday, Friday, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. I just saw the same scenario on Homicide Hunter. A guy in Colorado did this years ago, started a fire ambush to firefighters. Yeah, I haven't seen Homicide Hunter, but I've heard about it. I have. Kissy Kissy, thank you so much for the love and gifting 5. Jojo, dang, thank you. 5 over here, and Ann P. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you guys. Wow. Thank you guys. That means a lot. Let me just say this. Please, guys, okay? For those of y'all who just became members, there's about 20 of y'all now, okay? Please pay it forward. Imagine 20 of y'all just keeping this in the back of your mind. You go to the supermarket, you're going to the, whoa, Bella just gave 10. Whoa, what the? Thank you. Oh, my Lord. Thank you so very much. Wow. Thank you. So we got 30 new members in this show. 30 of y'all. Imagine 30 of y'all going out there and doing something positive because of what everyone just did, right? Everyone just, those individuals just gave you some love. Pay it forward. Okay, that's all I'm asking. It's the little things. I'm not sitting here saying pay it forward here on the channel. I'm saying pay it forward here out here in these streets, because there's so much nasty stuff going on in these streets. There's a lot of nut juice on chesticles happening out here in these streets. We need to stop that. Okay, we need to stop the nut juice on the chesticles. All right, we need to start opening doors for people. We need to start saying good day, not like we're Australian, but you know what I mean. We need to start saying howdy. We need to start saying hi. We need to start saying, sup, in a nice way. Have a great day. Saying thank you to somebody when they hold the door for you. Oh my God. You know what really burns my cookies? When you open the door for somebody and they don't even say thank you. What kind of mess is that? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking. Make somebody a cup of coffee. Just thinking of you. Here you go. Wow, thanks. Appreciate it. Didn't really need a cup of coffee, but I'll take it. Whatever it may be, right? I'm allergic to caffeine. Whatever it is, okay? Just do something positive. It could be the smallest thing in the world, as small as a Tootsie Roll, okay? Just do something nice for people, and hopefully it trickles down, okay? It's a simple ask. It's a simple ask. Wow, 30 people. Wow. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Nikki, let's move on. Thank you so much. Here's some money for your coffee, Pascal. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you so much. And apparently you guys like the variety. Okay. Apparently you guys like the variety show where we're bringing in a bunch of things and it's not just like, well, especially something like this. We're just standing here watching paint, mother loving dry, waiting for a damn verdict. I got to bring in something to talk about. We can't just sit here and go, what's up? Wait, where's that? Where's that sound effect? Where's that one? Where is it? Give me a second. There it is. It can't just be, so we're just sitting here chilling, waiting. It can't be like that. You know what I'm saying? It can't be like that. You guys would be bored. I would be bored. I wouldn't come back. I need something else, So we're going to be bringing in more, right? And of course, more variety, all that stuff. So get used to it. Get ready for it. This is the show now. You know what I mean? Especially, we definitely will have our main topics like this, but then of course there will be a smattering of other topics that are going on in the world as well, because there's so much going on, guys. There is so much freaking mucky muck going on, and there's more than just true crime stuff going on out here in the world that we all need to be savvy on, or at least just know about. We don't have to be experts on that mother lover. We just need to know a little bit. Okay, so Heaven, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Wow, support has been insane today. I really appreciate it, guys. Seriously, today is what? Is it the 30th? Is it the 30th? Yeah, it's the 30th. I appreciate that, guys. Seriously. Thank you. Okay. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Okay. Yeah, I would play that clip, Rose, but I can't. You know what I mean? I played the Devil's Advocate clip with Keanu Reeves. You know that movie? And he's like, oh, you're gonna think this man is that you're not gonna like him. I don't like my client. I don't like Mr. Smith. Yes, I said it. I don't like him. Remember that clip I played? Yeah, it got flagged. So I had to cut that whole thing out of the show, which sucks. So I can't really play clips from other shows, you know what I mean? From, like Dave Chappelle, that kind of thing. They find it, they flag it, and then, that sucks because I spend 6-7 hours on this mug and then things get demonetized because of that. So unfortunately, got to make the money somehow. It's frustrating, but it is what it is. Now, before we go into the next part, I'm just checking to see if there's anything more. So they said, he says, it's 1:48 p.m. See if you can come to an agreement upon note. I'll come back at 2 p.m. and we'll figure this out. So they look back at the jury selection since the rules in this trial have been left so unclear. And then he removed the post, or the post is not available anymore. So again, in about 5 minutes, he's going to be, I guess, coming back to see if the jury note has been made. And of course, they're going to give it back to the jury to basically say, I'm sure they're going to basically say, y'all work it out, figure it out, start to play nice. Y'all are grown, start acting grown. I think that's what's going to happen. Okay. But it is pretty wild that they have already, I feel like a lot of them have already made up their minds on what's going on, and they want to get this done today. And if that's true, sheesh, this is going to be a fast trial, or this is going to be a fast verdict. I'm sorry. It has not been a fast trial. It's been 33 days. Okay. It's been a 33 days. Okay. It's been a long couple months. So, have mercy. Okay. So real quick, as we wait, okay, because we got a couple more minutes. Don't worry. We're going to, like I said, we're coming back and forth. All right. But we do need to talk about some other things that are going on in the world. Now, here's something that's very interesting. There's allegedly protests going on in Florida, in the Florida Everglades, over a situation that I think is I've never thought I'd ever say, hold on. Ooh, I never thought I'd ever say any of the words that I'm about to say. I never thought that this would ever happen. So hold on. Shoot. Hold on. Yes. Sorry. I'm kind of queuing this up so we have all of this stuff here so we can get straight into the meat and mother loving potatoes. Apologies, guys. Okay. Now, I never thought, okay, so this is crazy. I'm going to keep it bean, okay? This is some wild stuff. I'd never thought I'd ever say these two words together. But apparently there's protests going on in the Florida Everglades because of an alligator Alcatraz. I'm not kidding. This is a real thing. So they're detaining migrants, okay? They're taking them and they're putting them in these places, okay? They're trying to put them in a jail or a prison that is surrounded by a moat. I'm not kidding. By a moat that is filled with alligators and mother-loving pythons. I'm not kidding. This is actually happening, and this is being spearheaded by DeSantis right now as we speak. So now there are protests going on in the Florida Everglades right now because of this thing actually being built out. Don't worry, we're going to take a look at this. This is absolutely nuck and futz. This is insane, but it's real, and it's happening right here on American soil. So a coalition of groups ranging from environmental activists to Native Americans advocating for their ancestral homelands converged outside an airstrip in the Florida Everglades Saturday to protest the imminent construction of an immigrant detention center. Hundreds of protesters lined part of the U.S. Highway 41 that slices through the marshy Everglades, also known as the to Miami Trail. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. As dump trucks hauling materials lumbered into the airfield. Cars passing by honked in support as protesters waved signs calling for the protection of an expansive preserve that is home to a few native tribes and several endangered animal species. So what's very interesting is that they are now in the middle of building out a alligator Alcatraz. What we need to know about this alligator Alcatraz immigration detention site in the Everglades. I'm not kidding. This is real. So, an immigration detention facility located at an isolated Everglades airfield surrounded by mosquitoes, pythons, and alligators, okay, that fill up these swamplands, is just days away from being operational. So they've been building this out for a while now, and they're almost done. And it will be fully operational very soon. So Florida officials are racing ahead with the construction of what they dubbed Alligator Alcatraz to help carry out President Trump's mass deportation agenda, working to build a compound of heavy-duty tents, trailers, and temporary buildings similar to the sites used during natural disasters. So, construction of the facility in the remote and ecologically sensitive wetland about 45 miles west of downtown Miami is alarming environmentalists as well as human rights activists who have slammed the plan as cruel and inhumane. Now, I'm going to ask you guys this. What you think? Is this humane or no? State officials say the installation is critical to support the federal government's immigration crackdown, which has resulted in a record high number of detentions totaling more than 56,000 immigrants in June, the most since 2019. So 5,000 detention beds by early July. Construction of the site in the dog days of summer is part of the state's plan to operationalize 5,000 immigration detention beds in early July. So in just as early as next week, y'all. Okay, according to the Florida Attorney General. Okay, so of course, let's see, Governor DeSantis and a key architect of the state's aggressive immigration enforcement campaign. Okay, so in the eyes of Florida officials, the harsh conditions surrounding the far-flung Everglades airstrip and its nearly 10,500-foot runway make it an ideal location to house and transport migrants. We don't need to build a lot of brick and mortar, okay? And thankfully, Mother Nature does a lot on the perimeter. There's really nowhere to go. If you're housed here, if you're detained there, there's no way in, no way out. So, Trump administration wants more than double its existing 41,000 beds for detaining migrants to at least 100,000 beds. So they want to add in another 59,000 more beds. Okay? A tax cutting and budget reconciliation bill approved last month by the House of Representatives includes a $45 billion over 4 years for immigrant detention, a threefold spending increase. The Senate is now considering that legislation. This is insane. This is insane. This is insane. Let's take a look at this.
10 Florida officials are considering a plan to build a detention center in the middle of the Everglades. The area is surrounded by alligators, hence why the facility is being called Alligator Alcatraz. Sounds almost too Florida to be real, but as Fox 35 Evan Moon tells us, it is.
Alligator Alcatraz. This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low cost opportunity.
Okay, hold on. Efficient, low cost opportunity to house upwards of, well, right now they're aiming for 50,000 beds right now. And it looks like he wants to expand this to double, to have 100,000 beds in this particular. Wow. Okay. I'm just going to be real. All right. And this is what's wild, right? So Florida's new migrant detention center is guarded by alligators. Literally. Okay. So I guess finally a border policy brought to you by the creators of Swamp People. Am I right or am I right? So again, this is insane. Okay. Like Ron DeSantis, I think he watched Jurassic Park and he said, this is kind of dope, but what if it was real and racist? But okay, that's another conversation in itself. All right. This is insane. I'm sorry, but this is insane.
To build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Construction has commenced.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Let me just say this. I do have a question though, because if you can't get in and you can't get out, how are you going to get them in? Okay, because if you can get in, then those people that they detain in that location are going to use that same way to get out. You realize that, right? You realize that, right?
On the Attorney General's plans, converting a remote airstrip into a detention center for illegal immigrants.
We don't need a lot. It's light infrastructure, 5,000 beds by early July. Many of them will be at Alligator Alcatraz.
But the quick action announced only last week has environmentalists panicked, a protest taking place Sunday.
The Everglades as a whole.
What's interesting is that it's environmentalists that are concerned about the environment rather than them being concerned about human rights. But okay. I mean, just common, regular human rights. You got people being put into, eventually, they're not in there yet, but they want this fully operational in July. And again, I don't know why anybody would be cheering this on. I just don't get it. I don't get why this is like, yeah, can't wait. Lock them all up in this place. I mean, come on. This is the most, like, one of the most dehumanizing things I've seen in a while. I'm just going to say it.
It's one of the most fragile ecosystems in the world. Congress, the president just committed over $400 million to Everglades restoration, and we're going to spend $450 million operating this facility every year. So it's a really kind of a, what are we doing here kind of situation.
Some environmentalists refuse to leave the Everglades until plans change course.
This has all happened incredibly fast. And, people are concerned, and we've obviously not been told as it's progressed. So again, I'm trying to keep eyes on what's happening. As somebody that does kind of the grassroots pot stirring, it's so important for people to continue to make noise and raise awareness for this issue.
The issue hitting especially close to home for the Miccosukee tribe.
This is our home. This is our refuge. We've been here for generations, since the times of the ending of the Seminole Wars. And this isn't a barren wasteland that they try to paint it to be.
Governor Ron DeSantis adding Wednesday he's been crucial in protecting the area.
There's zero environmental. I mean, you're talking about the guy that's plowed how much money into Everglades restoration? Why would I want to do anything that would do? In fact, Ben Albritton and I had to fight to get Everglades fully funded. They're trying to use the Everglades as a pretext just for the fact that they oppose immigration enforcement.
U.S. officials say this facility will cost about $450 million a year, funded in part by FEMA's Shelter and Services Program. All this happening soon. The Attorney General looking to house illegal immigrants by the end of this summer.
This is insane. I'm sorry. This is insane. This is insane. I've never heard, and I know there's people, on other sides of the fence that are either applauding this and are okay with this, but honestly, this is not right. I'm gonna be real. This is not right. It's not. And again, here's the thing. I get it. People are here that are here illegally. Yes, I get it. Okay. I don't, just as much as anybody else. I don't like that either. But not all of them are what they're being listed as. Not all of them are criminals, okay, or violent criminals. Why treat people as such in this kind of treatment, giving them this kind of treatment? There's got to be another way, okay? There's got to be another way, because these are still people. And again, imagine if it's kids that are being taken in and being brought in there. Is it going to just be adults over there? And it still doesn't matter if it's adults or kids, right? It's still inhumane, in my personal opinion. That's insane. Okay? There's another way to do this without dehumanizing these particular people. Okay? This is bad. This is really, really bad. I mean, shoot, even the people that we have locked up that are American citizens that have broken laws here in America, and they're American, they don't even get treatments like this. Okay? This is insane. Real talk. This is insane.
All Florida's Travis Thompson tells me he isn't opposed to an ICE facility, just not there.
So there's lots of places we could put a prison. There's only one Everglades in the world.
Evan Moon, Fox 5 News.
Yeah. So again, bad. I don't think it's good. And I know that there's people out there, I'm sure, that are going to be like, yo, there's a good reason behind it, blah, blah, blah. And this is the right thing to do. I just don't see it. I just don't. These are all human beings. These are all human beings, okay? They all beat Their hearts beat the same way ours do. Blood is still running through their veins. There's got to be a more humane way of doing things than this. And maybe here's the other thing too. Maybe it's going to be different. Maybe it's going to look a different way. But I just, maybe the treatment will not be as bad, right? I'll lean on hope, right? But at the same time, something about this is not good, guys. This is not good.
Land. So there's that factor in itself, and then on this land, and then we have the natives here that are on this land that protect this land and take care of this land. So there's that factor in itself, and then obviously what they're trying to do here with alligator Alcatraz is horrendous and just really not acceptable. I'm hoping that today we can follow the natives' lead and try and bless the land and protect the land and do what we can, and then thereby protect the people, because first of all, no human is illegal.
Yeah. Again, very interesting stuff. Again, I know there's other people that are applauding this and being like, yes, this is awesome. Do it. Go for it. It's incredible. I don't agree with it. I don't. I think that there's got to be a better way to treat people than this. That's just my personal opinion. There's just got to be more. Better ways. Just me. Let us see. We're going to look at this. We're going back to the Diddy stuff. Like I said, we're going in and out, okay? Because there's a lot of controversial things going on in the world, y'all. And we need to talk about them all. All right. But we got some other things that we got to talk about. Okay. And there's a little bit, CNN is covering a little bit more, explanation on what's going on. Okay. So real quick, we're just going back a little bit. Okay. So the jury sends notes in Combs' trial. There's a note from the jury. These lawyers are returning to the courtroom. Prosecutors are also entering. The note was first handed to the prosecution, then to defense attorney Agnifilo. Diddy's back in the courtroom and he's reading the note as well, which fills about 1/3 of a lined sheet of paper. 1/3, I'm sorry, of a lined sheet of paper. The court is now waiting on judge. So jury's note says they're concerned one juror can't follow instructions. And again, that could mean so many different things, but I'm going to be real. This to me sounds like he is, or this juror is basically saying, like, you can't change my mind. How I think, how I feel about everything, this is what I'm thinking. Doesn't matter what way you look at it, you can't change my mind. I think that's what's going on, okay? Because it just doesn't make any sense that this juror would suddenly become unhinged as soon as they go into the deliberation room. You know what I mean? Like him being, just being rude and being an ass, right? I just don't think it's that, right? I honestly think that something's going on, right? They want something. This juror is not happy with something, and he's making it very known, right? So the foreperson also asked to speak with judge, or that the juror to be interviewed. Okay. So the judge, directs parties to meet and confer until 2 p.m. So that has already happened. I'm sure we're going to be seeing an update here in just a little bit from Inner City Press. But judge told the parties to meet and confer until 2 p.m. when he'd return to the bench and determine how to handle the situation. The parties are proposing that the judge send the note back to the panel. So the jury's note about wild card juror is significant, legal expert says. So shortly after the jury began deliberations, the foreperson sent a note to the judge expressing concern that juror number 25 cannot follow your honor's directions. This is a significant development in the case because the concern is being raised so early in deliberations, like we talked about before. That's why I was tripping so big, because that's a big freaking deal. And this is according to a jury consultant and attorney not affiliated with the case. But he says there's a wild card on this jury, and that is significant. It happened incredibly quickly. There's a lot of give and take back and forth. Deliberations can get incredibly heated, and that's part of the process. For the jurors to say that one juror is not going to follow the judge's instructions, that is quite notable, especially at this early stage of the process. According to the note, the foreperson also asked to speak with the judge or to have juror number 25 interviewed, because apparently he's that tough. That's crazy. Okay, which, of course, this consultant or this commentator is saying that is the next step in the process. And then it's really up to the judge to decide. Okay, basically saying, all right, I don't know if this juror could continue to deliberate, but they've already started. And so there's already good grounds for any type of appeal by the defense should there be a conviction. So he said that this scenario is a quote unquote possible massive headache at this early stage of the game, especially since the judge already dismissed a juror earlier this month. Okay, so now they're saying juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male who works as a scientist and lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. Now, his domestic partner, that could be male, that could be female, but that's very interesting, right? On June 16th, the judge, we already know about juror number 6, okay, because of his inconsistent information, the information that was out here. Now, I'm kind of curious as to who this number 25 is, okay? He's a scientist. Is he gay? Is he not gay? I mean, you know what I mean? Those are factors, you know what I mean? Those are still factors to put into things, okay? But this is very interesting. Works as a scientist, lives in Manhattan. He has a domestic partner, but there's plenty of straight people with domestic partners as well. So again, that's very interesting, y'all. Let's continue on. Judge to send jury reply note. So that was 6 minutes ago. So judge will send jury a reply note in response stating, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instruction on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. So they're keeping juror number 25 in there. But that's insane that he just came out so quick and was like, yo, we having a problem with juror number 25. That's insane. The note also instructs the jury not to reveal any specifics about their deliberations in any future notes. The judge adopted language proposed by prosecutors. The defense had proposed a similar note. So again, because even the prosecution and the defense are like, well, wait a second, he could be team us. That's what they're both thinking. He could be team Diddy or team feds. You never know. So we don't want to lose him. He could be that one person that changes everybody's opinion. Literally, this could be 12 Angry Men. Real talk. This could literally be that play or that movie, 12 Angry Men, where everyone's like, oh, yeah, he's guilty. And he's like, well, are you sure he's guilty? Because of X, Y, and Z, I don't see him being guilty. And then he just sits there one by one, slowly knocking down and changing every single juror's verdict. That could play on either side for either side, right? So they don't know if they don't know what team he's batting for. What decision he's batting for. But he's clearly going like, I don't want nothing to do with this. This man is guilty or this man's not guilty. And I just want to get the hell out of here. Right? So very interesting. Let's take a look at Inner City Press, see if there's any updates. But diggity damn. So there's a couple things. Cool. Let us see. While still waiting, while still waiting, I guess in this particular trial. Oh, okay. He's talking about something else. Let's continue on. So, 202. Do you have an agreed upon response? He says, no, we do not. And then, of course, they say Ms. Slavic has emailed to Chambers, not in docket. Do we have the defense proposal? It will be in Ms. Slavic's email. So, judge says, I would prefer to have a neutral response, like the government's draft, government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead. There's no suggestion the juror will not follow instructions. So our proposal is more inert. So again, they're like, hey, there's no proof that this juror is going to be. It's not like he's unhinged. It doesn't look like he's going to go. It doesn't seem like he's that hard to deal with. So let's just see what happens, right? I don't want to suggest to the jury that there is any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want to tell them that I don't want to tell them they just started, right? So I'm going with the government's version. We will print that out and send it, okay, and send it in. So they're doing that for now. Wow. Now what happens? We just wait. They go back to deliberation. So they're adjourned. They're back in deliberation, waiting to see what the heck is going to go down, and again, they could verdict could happen. Verdict could happen today, which is insane, y'all. Wow. What a thing. What a thing to see, right? Let me get some of these super chats here really quick. All right. Maybag, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Barb, thank you. Whoa. Thank you so much. 20. I didn't see this. Thank you so much, Barb. I appreciate it. And all 20 y'all, please, seriously, pay it forward. Welcome to the family, all 20 y'all. But seriously, pay it forward. Open the door for somebody. Do something nice for somebody. Real talk. That's glorious. That is a beautiful thing. Thank you so much, Barb. That really, wow. Okay, I guess you guys like the variety. Okay. I'll keep giving you variety. Give you nothing but the hits, right? Yeah, Verdict Watch is insane. Classic. It is. Corey, thank you so much for the love. All right. Yeah, as far as the Alcatraz thing, the alligator Alcatraz thing, I can't even believe they were even saying that sentence, period. But yeah, I would assume that they would fly him in, right? They're on an old airport. Yeah. But, listen, they're trying to put in 50,000 people right now, right? They have they have 41,000 beds right now, okay, in this specific spot. They want to double that to 100,000, right? That's a lot of flying. That's a lot of people to fly in and out of, right? To drop off. You know what I mean? That's a lot. That's a lot of people, y'all. So that's insane. That is insane. But, I digress. These are just my thoughts on what's going on. But, has anybody ever asked you seriously, do you have your passports? Do you have your shots? Anybody ever asked you that? R. Kelly did. Yeah. R. Kelly did. Let's move on, though. Let's see what else is going on in the world. Okay. I'm going to refresh this, see if there's anything going on in here. So far, nothing. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Uno momento, por favor. We already did that. Just closing things down, getting us some more space. Got all these damn windows open. Hold on. Alligator Alcatraz. Like, what in the is going on with this planet? Do you have your passports? It literally lives rent free in my mind. Do you understand that? It lives rent free in my mind. Oh my God. Okay, I want to see if there's anything going on with Law and Crime, the fantastic Law and Crime. And they also have I need to get something like that. I wish I had a little widget or something like that I could put up where it just counts down the verdict watch. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. They got some things to talk about. I'm gonna play a little bit of this.
I know what's
I'm
going
gonna play a little bit of this. I'm gonna, but there's a few other things I want to point out because there's some other stories that are going on for sure. So I'm gonna look up those things really quick. Let me just play just like a few seconds of this, okay? Let's continue. Do you have your passports? Do you have your shots? Would you like to go with Rob to America? America. Okay. Rent free. Right here in the noggin. It's terrible. Okay. Terrible. Well, let's continue.
on.
Yeah, and typically for viewers who don't know this, you and I have covered trials, it's not unusual for jurors to have questions at the start of deliberations, right?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, think about it. If this is their first time that they're going into the deliberation room as a juror, I mean, I've never served on jury duty. I might have a leg up because I work at Law and Crime. But for most of these people, they've never done it in their lives. So it's natural that they're in there and they're like, wait, are we doing this right? Wait, do you know what to do? And I'm sure they had a question. Someone had a question and they kind of talked it out. And they're like, you know what? Let's play it on the safe side because they're taking their job seriously. Let's play it on the safe side, ask this question and get the correct response. So I think that's showing that the jury is doing their job and really considering things.
By the way, I want to throw a super chat question to you. By the way, we're taking questions as they come in from our viewers, including super chat questions. So as soon as we get an update on what this jury note is, we'll talk about it. But we got a super chat question from @1983 made. Thank you so much. Tupac case has been quiet. Is it possible Puff gets extradited after this verdict? I think it's more to come. Just to be clear, Sierra, there's nothing that's come up about Tupac or Biggie during the course of this case. But
Not at all.
people have discussed it in the last 2 years or year and a half since Diddy's legal troubles began.
Yes, let's start with that right at the top.
I'm sorry. That's hilarious that Fact Check TV is saying, sorry, misspelling over here, and your name is Fact Check TV. Never mind. I'm just playing. Okay. I misspell all the time. Okay. It happens. Okay. It's okay. Fact check. It's okay.
Top that nothing has been discussed as far as all of this in court. I think that's really important to note. And also, really quickly, I'm here because I host our show called Scandal. We also have a channel where we discuss things like this all of the time.
I'm sorry. I gotta break this down really quick because there's some really interesting things that are going on with the media that we need to talk about. And this just reminds me of that. So we definitely need to talk about that. I'm pulling this up here in a little bit, but yeah, let me, I'm going to let her cook here. Okay. I'm going to roll that back just a tiny bit because even so, she's hosting another crime show that's, I'm sure, under the awning or the umbrella of Law and Crime. And it's like she's doing her own YouTube channel. Real talk. And then we'll talk about this in a second because something very interesting is happening. Something definitely is interesting happening on the internet. And I feel like we just saw the first integration of it with something that just happened with another big YouTube personality, which we're going to talk about here. I got to share with you guys. I think it's very interesting. And I think it's a foreshadowing of what is going to happen here in the very near future. I'm going to talk to you guys about it in a second. Let me let her cook.
I talked it out, and they're like, you know what? Let's play it on the safe side because they're taking their job seriously. Let's play it on the safe side, ask this question, and get the correct response. So I think that's showing that the jury is doing their job and really considering things.
By the way, I want to throw a super chat question to you. By the way, we're taking questions as they come in from our viewers, including super chat questions. So as soon as we get an update on what this jury note is, we'll talk about it. But we got a super chat question from @1983 made. Thank you so much. Tupac case has been quiet. Is it possible Puff gets extradited after this verdict? I think it's more to come. Just to be clear,
Hold
Sierra,
on.
there's nothing. There was testimony
Moving that ahead.
during
Sorry.
the course of this trial that as soon as he figured out he might be in trouble, or at least after the lawsuit from Cassie, he started moving or allegedly moving the freak-offs, the Wild King Nights, away from hotels and into his home, right? And I think that that's significant for the prosecution because it goes to the idea of what we talk about in the law, consciousness of guilt. If he knew that he was getting in trouble for this, don't have it in public places like this. Interesting super chat questions came in for you, Mauricio. One is from Joshua White, 3661. Off topic, I know, but Mauricio, can you tell us the artist responsible for your amazing background? So that's question number one. We'll talk about that. And two, this is a question from Katie Kindle, 3491. Where is Christina Quorum? Is she alive?
That's the ongoing question too. Where's she at? And is she still alive, kicking rocks? Is she out here still? That's what I'd like to know too. But then also at the same time, is Christina about to get hit? Oh, and I don't mean that in a physical way. I'm saying, is she about to get hit with charges by the feds? Because I keep on thinking that depending on how everything goes down here with Diddy, and if he's found guilty on even just some of these charges, I think that they're going to be going after Christina Quorum big time. That's what I truly think, but we shall see.
Okay, this art is from a Puerto Rican artist by the name of Sobrino. He does a lot of abstract work, and I'm very glad to have it. And what was the second question was about?
Where is Christina Quorum? Is she alive? There's no reason to believe something's wrong with her, something happened to her. I mean, it was relatively recent that through her representative, she made a statement because she was named or mentioned in a civil lawsuit, and she had been quiet up until this point, even though she had been mentioned before, and denied all allegations. Just because she wasn't called to the stand by either the prosecution or the defense doesn't necessarily mean there's something nefarious going on or something might be wrong with her.
Right, and I've spoken about this previously where, I mean, in my opinion, it could be one of two things. Either they used her for inside information where she shone, light where the government needed information, and she was a pivotal person that assisted the prosecution in finding out the scheme, an insider in P. Diddy's world, and then they didn't want her to testify because she had her own negativity that they felt that the criminal defense attorneys were going to exploit on the stand, or she was going to testify and they had prepped her and then she got cold feet. So, and the reason I say that is because if it's the latter, if she got cold feet and they were depending on her to really solidify some of these counts, the federal government is going to be very upset that she left them hanging. So, I don't know whether she's alive or dead, but when it comes to the prosecution using her, that was a decision that they made, and I don't know if I'm oversimplifying it, but I see it one of two ways.
Let me go to you, Brian. This is from @Sean Paris 5421. What happens to his companies if he's convicted?
I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, I didn't see in the forfeiture allegations that sometimes attend these indictments whether or not they're going to be able to seize various properties or assets. But there would have to be a forfeiture order in order for them to move on to any of those properties. So if the government had the intention of trying to take properties, corporations, assets of corporations, they would have had to charge it, and they would have to get a verdict on those counts. So I'm not so sure anything happens to them. They may just be left in place. I mean, if they're legitimate business enterprises, then there's nothing the government can do with them.
We put up a poll. Does the jury's ability to stay late for deliberations increase the chances of a thorough verdict? 60% of those polled say yes, more time equals better decisions. 40% say no, longer hours leads to fatigue. What's your opinion on it, Mauricio?
Good, interesting.
I mean, when we're talking about whether or not it causes fatigue, these jurors have been through a lot. They've been through weeks and weeks of showing up to court. So the fatigue associated with let's stay a little late, I mean, I don't think that that's the type of fatigue that's going to affect their decision making. But, there's situations where, a juror could have, issues with their blood sugar, or you can have jurors that are a little older than others, or, so it really depends on the makeup of your jury. But considering what they've been through as a jury, for all these weeks, I don't think, keeping them late 1 day, 2 days, 3 days is something that's going to cause the type of fatigue that would affect their decision making.
Yeah, he's got a point there, because I mean, honestly, let's be real. Let's be real. The jury has already sat through mind-blowing, okay? Has already sat through mind-blowing testimony, okay? Some riveting, heartbreaking, and shocking, some boring as hell, right? But I don't think that you're going to be having some sort of fatigue 5 seconds into the mother-loving deliberation. But I do think that there are going to be, if this goes beyond tomorrow, I truly think that there's going to be people that are in the jury that are going to get fatigue for sure. They're going to go, yo, I'm tired. I'm done. Like, forget about it. Fine. He's innocent. You know what I mean? You never know. Some people might say, okay, but here's the thing. Yes, they are already fatigued. I agree with that. I agree with that too, Tiffany. Okay, they're already fatigued for show. But here's the thing, though. They've sat through so much already. So this kind of fatigue is different. The fatigue of sitting through that trial every single day, Monday through Friday, for 32 days, that's where the fatigue is. This is different now. They're in a different room now. Yes, they're going through all the evidence, they're going through their decisions, but now they're able to talk to each other, which makes it even more riveting for them. It's a different vibe. It's a different energy, right? But yes, I know that some of them, most of them, majority of them are like, let's find out where we are right now as far as the verdict, because if we are all in agreement on certain things, let's get the hell out of here. Let's say what we need to say and get the F out of here. Sitting here for 3-4 hours, and do what we need to do and get the hell out of here, right? That could very well be it. But this is going to be a different type of fatigue, because they're not sitting there just listening to jurors. I mean, listening to witnesses. Now they are literally having conversations back and forth with each other now. You see what I'm saying? So they can finally discuss things, which I think would be very riveting to see and hear from them, right? But again, I we'll see, right? We will see. Okay. But let me play a little bit more, because this is a good one. This is a good interview.
Brian,
discussion.
you disagree?
I don't disagree, but I'll tell you, I'll share with you in the one Cosby trial that I was involved in, the first one. Our judge worked that jury all day. And late into the night for 5 days. The trial lasted 5 days. The deliberations lasted 5 days before they deadlocked. And they were working till 8 o'clock at night. And I don't know how tired the jurors were, but I remember I was tired as hell. So I think this judge, and most federal judges, at least today, they believe in a work day. And I think they'll let the jurors work a work day. And these people have responsibilities at home. As Mauricio says, there may be health issues. But a good 8-hour day is good enough. They'll come back, there's no time limit. They could deliberate for, a month if they had to. So most judges are of a mind today not to work them too long, too hard, because it is normally counterproductive.
Brian, let me throw another question to you. This is from Always Something 69. If Diddy did a private deal with the feds, will we ever find out? Example, give up high-profile names for lesser charges or years behind bars. I mean, there was talk about a potential plea deal before the trial began. Would we ever find that out?
Well, you already have found it out. I mean, if he had cut such a deal, he wouldn't have gone to trial. He wouldn't have finished the trial. They wouldn't be deliberating right now. I'm sure there was a deal in place. I'm sure they offered him the opportunity to cooperate against other people should he have such information. And he didn't have it or just, decided not to do it. But I don't think that exists. Now, you do have situations, and I don't think it'll happen here, that sometimes people decide to cooperate after they're convicted, but before they're sentenced. So stay tuned.
Interesting what he just said. Real quick though, I got a comment that I want to grab. I think this is very interesting. Yolanda, thank you so much for the comment and some insight on things. So understood. I've been on several juries from Fed to state cases. On one, I was the only one that did not agree and did not change my vote. Eventually, though, I was swayed. Longest for me was a day. Wow. Well, that's interesting too. Because again, I feel like at this point, I would feel that you can clearly see that this jury already had their decision made. They already had their decision made, each and every single juror. And then you have that juror number 25 that's sitting there going, nope, can't change my mind. Sorry. Nah, I don't agree with it. Nah, bruh. Nah. Miss me with the nonsense. Sorry. I don't agree with whatever you guys are saying in unison. I don't agree with it. Right? So clearly the jury already had their mind up before they even walked in that mug, right? Except for this one dude. So this is very interesting, right? 51-year-old male who is also a scientist, lives in Manhattan. He has a domestic partner. Yeah, that's very interesting. And I'm wondering who and what side he's leaning on. Because again, it's crazy how quickly all the other jurors, or at least the foreman, sends a note back in to the judge 45 minutes or so into this mug, and sitting there going, well, juror 25 is not playing right? He's not willing to play by the rules. That's interesting, right? And you never know. Maybe they all think that he's innocent, and juror 25 thinks he's guilty on all counts. This is wild. This is wild. We're going to see what happens, but let me play a little bit more of this.
Let me ask you
Fascinating
this.
conversation.
Go to you, Mauricio. It's a question I have. I've been asked it since last week. Was it a mistake for Diddy's defense to not really put on a case? They put in a few exhibits, a few text messages that obviously make this whole issue of consent, willing participants, sex trafficking, a little more grayer, right? The idea of what were the messages from Cassie and Jane? Were they encouraging the freak-ups? Were they expressing their love for Sean Combs? Besides putting those in, they didn't call any witnesses, right? They could have called an expert witness to rebut the testimony of the prosecution's own forensic psychologist. They could have called in the head of HR for Sean Combs Enterprises to basically talk about, I don't know, maybe what the job description was of the assistants and the bodyguards. Was it a criminal enterprise or not? They didn't. Sean Combs chose not to take the stand. I am of the opinion, I don't think the jury's going to look at that in a negative light. I think they're basically going to say, yeah, they didn't have to put on a case. They did a thorough job cross-examining the state's key witnesses and presenting problematic text messages and social media posts. They didn't have to put on a case. But where do you think? You think the jury's going to use it against them?
Well, listen, the juries can always use that against you. They're not supposed to, but like there's certain cases, like, cases that involve children, or, a jury's going to want to hear you say, I didn't touch that kid. And that's something that I've had to deal with in my own career. So there are situations where a jury is going to expect you to take the stand. Regardless of what the law says, jurors are people at the end of the day, and they make decisions based on their gut and, on their hearts. So a lot of times they want to hear it. Now, whether it was a mistake, I mean, P. Diddy's defense team is as good as it gets. Mark and the people that he's got around them, they're as good as it gets. And I have a feeling that if they didn't put up a case, it's because they couldn't put up a case that was going to be, criticized immediately by everybody, including the press, as being extremely thin. So if you don't have witnesses, if you don't have a defense that's really worth it, do you want to go up there and, you know, put up a defense that's, you know, hyphenated at best, and then have people criticize that? Because then, you know, when you don't put up a defense, you could, you know, point to the prosecution and say, I don't have anything to do here. I don't really have a role except to defend my client. The prosecution was the one that was supposed to prove their case, and they failed to do so. So, you know, I don't think that it may have been a mistake. Only they would know, because we don't know who they have, who the defense has talked to, what witnesses they have. So we really don't know.
Let me.
I guess the next question I have for you guys too as well is, do you believe that the prosecution presented a strong case? Do you think that the prosecution presented a strong enough case? I think that's something that I think we all want to have answered as well, because we don't have the answer to, you know, I think that they did. Not 100%, but I think that there are parts that were solid, right? I think that there are parts where it was solid. Like I said, I will be surprised if he walks completely. I will be, right? Because there are pieces here that you know for a fact. It's like, yo, they've proven that time and time again on these charges. Not all of them. I don't think it, you know, arson, you know, I don't think the taking of somebody, you know what I mean? I think there are moments that where they really came in and knocked it out the park. And then there are parts that just were not that solid. That's just what I think. But here's an interesting article I just found, and I wanted to share this with you guys. And this has to do with Diddy. Okay, so I know what the Diddy jury verdict will be. What in the hell? Okay, expert attorney's audacious prediction after historic courtroom humiliation. So let's take a look at this. This is interesting. After 7 weeks of graphic and emotional testimony that gripped the nation, Diddy, okay, his fate now rests in the hands of his peers, the jury. All right. So Monday, Judge Subramanian instructed the jury of 8 men and 4 women on how to evaluate the federal charges levied against the rap mogul. 1 count of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts each of STing and transportation to engage in prose. In the first two charges, carry maximum sentences of life in prison, while the prose accusations could put him away for up to 10 years. Okay. Indeed, the government has brought a vast and complex case against Diddy, but criminal defense attorney David Gelman expects the jurors to make quick work of it. So, in fact, the former state prosecutor predicts that they may even return a lightning fast verdict in a single day, guys. And we're already kind of seeing that right now, but it does not mean just because that juror said, nope, you can't change my mind, I ain't moving, no. Still doesn't mean that they can't come back before the end of day today with a freaking verdict. Just saying that out loud. In fact, the former state prosecutor predicts that, oh yeah, I already said that, okay? I don't see how a jury is going to be able to convict Diddy on any of these charges. Wow. This is what this attorney said to Daily Mail, the article we're reading here. Not just 1 or 2 or 3, any of them. What? He says the evidence is not there. I'm glad to see somebody else with an opposing view, right? We've been seeing a lot of people saying, oh, he's cooked. It's nice to hear this. Yeah, indeed, classic. Raspberries. But what in the hell? He said, I got to go back to that again. He said, I don't see how a jury is going to be able to convict Diddy on any of these charges, not just 1 or 2 or 3, any of them. The evidence is just not there. Frankly, it's an embarrassment what the government did. So this is what the Gelman said, asserting that they failed to prove the necessary elements of any of the 5 counts. And even in the final days of the trial, played in the defense's favor. Interesting. On Wednesday, the prosecution dropped claims that Diddy was involved in arson and the taking of somebody. The allegations formed part of the racketeering conspiracy charge. So we already know about all that, okay? Yet prosecutors offered no concrete proof to confirm Kid Cudi's suspicions, and no charges were ever filed to police. In dropping the claims, prosecutors claimed that they were respecting the quote unquote, the court's desire for streamlined instructions. Gelman, this attorney predicts the jurors will see it very differently. The fact that they moved things around, that they trimmed the fat, they made it a little bit more streamlined. This attorney feels like this is going to look differently. This is optically looking bad for prosecution in the eyes of the jury. This is very interesting. The jury is going to be pissed off, the attorney said. Why bring these charges to begin with? The government should have shown or known the charges were weak. So why waste the jury's time for multiple weeks? The jurors are not dumb and will definitely be thinking that. So Gelman also stated that the prosecutors had at least one witness identified as Gina, victim number 3 in the indictment. She suddenly dropped out at the last moment. She did. There was another person, a chef Jordan, right? She was supposed to be coming in. She never came in either. Why? Okay. Another key figure, which I still think is weird as well. That's the one thing that's driving me nuts. KK, of all people. Okay. Diddy's quote unquote lieutenant of everything. Why was she not called in at all to testify? Period. That doesn't make any sense either. It's not the greatest look. Okay. It's not. But they did bring in Cassie and Jane Doe, which they had a lot of scathing things to say about Diddy. Okay. So she was conspicuously absent, KK, when they're referring to KK, giving rise to public suspicion that she too refused to testify. Now, as the drama moves from the public eye to the jury room, Gelman reveals how the jury will likely make their decisions. So the judge has delivered detailed instructions to the jurors outlining the specific elements of each alleged crime that they must conclude were proven beyond a reasonable doubt for a guilty verdict to be reached. The most straightforward of the charges Gelman believes, are the pro counts. Yes. I agree with this. This is the most straightforward of the charges, is the pro counts. I know even all y'all who are out there going, free Puff, man, free my dog, man. I still believe that this was the ground ball. Easy hit. Boop, right there. Scoop it up. Throw it right over to first. Easy out. This is, in my personal opinion, the easiest out of the whole freaking thing. Okay? Whole freaking thing. So, allegedly hiring S workers and paying them to travel across state lines for their services. Boom. Straightforward. We heard from 2 different, they say entertainers, but they're S workers. Okay? 2 male S workers, Daniel Phillip and Sheree Hayes. Let's not forget, he called himself the Punisher. Right there. Okay. Lots of baby oil. Okay. They have testified that they had been paid to travel from one state to another for actual services. Right there. Boom. Done. Boom goes the dynamite, right? But even that charge against Diddy was not an open and shut case. They don't have quote unquote evidence of Diddy actually making calls and paying these pros. They have evidence that Diddy's former girlfriend, Cassie, and other individuals working for Diddy set this up. So to say beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Diddy is a bridge going way too far. Well, here's the thing though. There's paper trails. There's his Amex card being used. There's money being being transferred and being deposited in certain accounts for these S workers and whatnot. So there still is a paper trail and still proof of this happening. Just saying. Okay. Just saying. Regarding the STing charge, Gelman said the jurors would be told to consult the judge's instructions, which will specify that to find him guilty, they'll have to determine that the victims were taken against their will to locations for the hibbity-dibbity. So prosecutors would need to show that they were all unwilling participants. I don't see any force or coercion anywhere. People are paid, but we're doing this on their own free will. Now, that is one thing I think they're going to be arguing about, which is the free will side of things, which is, she says, I was on the plane on the way to New York. And then as I landed, I get a text message basically saying, hey, I got Chef coming over, right? Or I got Chef, Paul, and Sly coming through. Okay? We about to do this freak off, baby. Even though I just told you that we're not going to do a freak off, we are going to do a freak off. Now that you're here, might as well do it, right? And that's exactly what's going on here, right? That they're sitting there saying, hey, she was a willing participant, doesn't matter. But I'm telling you right now, if what she alleges is true, she was not a willing participant. She was coerced and made to do those things, right? Then, of course, the free will conversation and the SA and all that within within the free will conversation is a very, very slippery slope. Let's be real. It's a very, very slippery slope. We don't have the answer for that. Real talk. I don't. Okay, I don't. But I do believe in once somebody says they've had enough, once they say they don't want to do something, you have to abide by that. You have to respect that. Okay? Somebody says no, you say, okay, bet. Sorry. Move the F on. Okay? I think that there are situations like her getting on a plane or, her traveling and then her landing, walking into a room and suddenly it's a freak off. I think those are kind of situations being forced into something that they don't want to do. As soon as you land in New York City and all of a sudden you're getting hit up saying, yeah, ready? The guys are here. And it's like, wait a second. I never knew that there was even going to be something like this here. What the hell? That's someone getting forced into that. Okay. Because suddenly they don't want to make they don't want to make Diddy unhappy. They don't want to get hurt or they don't want to suffer the repercussions of not willing to perform for him, meaning AKA not being able to pay her rent or her losing her career or even him putting his paws on her. Those things are all things to put in consideration. But those are things, like I said, that should be deliberated in that room with the jury, right? Happy Days, thank you so much. I appreciate it. His money is all that matters to him, and he is destroyed. The civil cases will destroy him as well. I agree, Happy Days. Even if he's found guilty, even if he's found not guilty, yeah, he's going to do a whole parade basically saying like, I'm innocent. They said this, that, and the third. But you know what's going to happen? He's now looked at as a pariah. No one's going to want to stand next to him. It doesn't matter if he's found. It doesn't matter if he's exonerated or not. No one's going to want to rock with this dude. Real talk. Then on top of that, let's not forget the fact that all the civil lawsuits that are coming for him, he still has to pay countless lawyers. This is going to run him broke, basically. Okay, he's going to be out here and out of money very, very quickly because there's already 70-something lawsuits, if I remember correctly, civilly against Diddy. Okay, he's in some serious trouble. And yes, I believe some of them are going to fall apart. Okay, some of them are lying. Sorry, it's just is what it is. This is the world that we live in. Okay, but there's a lot. There's a lot of people going for him. So even if he's exonerated, he's still going to be locked up. And I already know his kids are going to be going on their going on their victory lap, being like, "Yeah, look, Pops is innocent. See what y'all did? right? And I'm sure the slow one's going to do some sort of music video or some sort of song being like, yeah, y'all thought he was guilty, but he's innocent or something like that. You just didn't see you just didn't check out the desert outside of Las Vegas, longitude, latitude. You know what I'm saying? You're going to say something stupid. And the feds will be like, what? In fact, hold on. What did you say? Where's that? Where's that? Where's that dead body? Say that again. You weren't clear enough. Say that right into this microphone. Yeah, go ahead. Say it one more time. Enunciate this time, though. Enunciate. Right? So let's continue on, though. It says, so prosecutors would need to show that they were willing participants. So of course, people were paid, but were doing this out of their own free will. Defense presented text messages between Diddy and ex-girlfriends. One only identified as Jane Doe, and the other one was Cassie, in which they appeared to profess their love for him and happiness at spending time together. But there's plenty of people that sit there and go, oh, I am so in love with this person. I'm so in love with this man, but then the man is still putting his hands on her. Or vice versa. I'm so in love with this woman. She fine as hell, but then she's going on and she's throwing boiling hot water on you because she just disagrees with you on something stupid, something trivial, right? Yet you still go, I got to be with a man. Man, look at her, man. She fine as hell. I love her, though. Yet you're getting your ass beat. Same thing on the other side, right? So you can't really sit there and go, oh, yeah, it's all their own free will. Sometimes people get stuck. Real talk. The whole conversation of, there was the front door. Why couldn't they just walk out the front door? It's like, well, you really are saying that? The countless amounts of survivors and people who are actual still victims to this day saying the same thing? Like, really? So it doesn't apply to these girls. It just applies to those other girls. I'm just saying, it's ridiculous. Gentleman said Cassie, sympathetic and heavily pregnant with her third child while on the stand, was the most powerful witness for the prosecution, but even she, in his opinion, failed to pin the charges on her ex. I don't entirely agree with that. I agree that she was the strongest one that they had, for sure. Let's not even think about Dawn Richard. Oh, what a mess. That was a mess, all right? But nonetheless, though, okay, you have Cassie, and that one was a solid one. And also, remember, she won $30 million, okay? She won $30 million in a settlement that happened so damn fast. So, again, I don't agree. I think she pins plenty of charges on Diddy, in my personal opinion. Jane Doe was the one where it's like, oh my God, there's just too much gray. There's way, way too much gray. Okay? And yes, I agree, Angie Sargent. The video itself speaks volumes, y'all. Okay? It does. But let's continue on. Finally, the racketeering conspiracy, or RICO, is the most complex count, Gelman said. So RICO is most commonly used against mobsters and cartel kingpins. The question is whether the jurors will conclude that Diddy was masterminding these alleged crimes through his record label, Bad Boy Entertainment. Gelman believes the jurors, or at least one of them, will struggle to put this on Combs. We already saw that now, that we already have somebody struggling. On what side, we don't know, but that is very interesting, right? All these S parties, these freak-offs that they had, Diddy was all for it. But did he facilitate any of them? Nope. None of them in my mind, which is insane. He did. He sends text messages to Jane Doe basically saying, hey, I got guy coming through. I got this guy coming through. I got blah, 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 Chef Cabral, blah, blah, blah. He's saying these things too. Then he also has his assistants going in and setting things up. There's photos of these things. Okay. There's photos and video content showing his assistants setting up these rooms for Diddy. Text messages being like, is the room ready for Diddy? Yep. And then he goes in and he does his thing with the Astroglide, right? Nobody has any proof that he facilitated one single S party. And S parties are not illegal. You have a bunch of consenting adults doing actual activities. It may not be the flavor of the month for everybody, but there's nothing illegal about it. It was the prosecution's final opportunity to make charges stick during closing arguments on Thursday. So, the prosecutor, Slavic, okay, which was one of the 8 women on the I guess it's this 8-pack of white women, okay, spoke for almost 5 hours detailing the allegations and accusing Diddy of being the head of a criminal organization that used violence and fear to get what he wanted. Some members of the jury were listening intently and taking notes, while others appeared to be on the verge of falling asleep. So the prosecutions called on the jury to use your common sense, insisting they didn't need to conclude that Diddy himself carried out the crimes himself, but that he ordered them, adding, quote unquote, up until today, the defendant was able to get away with these crimes because of his money, power, influence. That stops now. It's time to hold him accountable. On Friday, it was the turn of Mark Agnifilo, his defense. And of course, we already know about this. He said, the case is about money, not criminal activity, and noted that none of the accusers alerted police. That is a good point. That is a solid point. Okay. None of them really did. Okay. They do call somebody, though. They call civil plaintiffs lawyers. That's why we're here. We're here because of money. Gentleman believes that was a particularly effective closing. The theme of it being a quote unquote fake trial and all about money was really powerful. If this were a state case and he was charged with DV and attacking and battery, he'd be guilty any day. But that's not what he's charged with. So maybe if he's acquitted, maybe he'll be charged with DV and battery, maybe. I don't know. Obviously statute of limitations, etc. But still, I mean, they could try for that because obviously they can't try him again for any of these charges. Okay, or these specific charges, right? So according to Gelman, Diddy wasn't simply overcharged, but that he shouldn't have been charged at all. So now we already know it's up to the jury to decide. This is interesting. Okay. Baby oil, big booties and balls. It's just crazy. All of this is just insane. All of this is insane. Let's see if there's any updates from Inner City Press. Adjourned. Yeah, nothing so far. Not a ting. Nothing thus far, but I am quite curious. Hold on. Okay. What I'm going to do, I got to use the restroom real quick. Okay. I've been on 4 hours straight. I need to use the restroom really quick. But I'm going to play a little bit of this long crime. All right. Stretch my legs a little bit, and then I'll be back with more conversations and of course more news, because I know that there's some other things that are popping off here, I'm sure. So We're still on verdict watch. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be back. So see you guys in just a few minutes.
Bring back in Sierra Gillespie as we're waiting for this juror note, more explanation about what this juror note is. Sierra, you can let us know if you found out any further information about it. But more importantly, I want to ask you, you're outside the courthouse right now. There was quite a scene during the course of this trial. During opening statements, Kanye showed up at one point during the course of this trial. We all remember when Kid Cudi had to testify. What's happening right now outside the courthouse? Have you seen any notable figures? Are there people either in support of Diddy, against Diddy? I mean, this is now the start of jury deliberations. Theoretically, we could get a verdict today. Maybe unlikely, probably unlikely. But what are you seeing outside the courthouse right now?
Yeah, this is a good question because we have seen a couple of high-profile people like Kanye West, for example, or Kid Cudi, or of course Cassie, one of the star witnesses in all of this. As of right now, no celebrities that are here. Actually, we don't even have that much of a crowd. I mean, I guess I say not that big of a crowd. There usually is some sort of crowd outside of the courthouse, maybe 10 or 15 people over there. They're kind of the same people who have been here since the start, really. People who are live streaming, like you and I are, talking about the case. Most of them just with their phones, or maybe they have a selfie stick of some sort. And then the bulk of the people really are up and down the row I'm on here, and even around the corner, other people who have cameras set up and lights, people doing live shots. I've actually seen a lot of who I believe are tourists, you know, wearing the I Heart NY t-shirts, taking pictures of like me talking to you, Jesse. They'll be like, oh, there's a live report going on behind us. So mostly it's people who are like, hey, what's going on? Is there a verdict yet? So people are curious, but not a lot of commotion in the way of support for Diddy or support for Cassie. Not too much of that, but there's still time.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but do we know if there is an announcement of a verdict, how long it's going to be till that verdict is read? 30 minutes, an hour, 15 minutes? Because I imagine when it's announced, oh my gosh, there's a verdict, the scene outside could change, and could change quite rapidly.
Oh, yeah. And I do just want to note for all of our viewers that are here, we are up. We are in our little tent. We have our lights and our camera, and we're ready to go. So if we ever hear the word that there is a verdict, we will be up. We will be up as soon as we can. So, I mean, keep watching because you never really know when it's going to be, right? I know that Jesse's going to be glued to the chair at some point to make sure to share this news. We don't have it just yet. And to your question, Jesse, I don't know exactly. Generally, from the cases I've covered in the past, and you too, the bailiffs usually like to give media a heads up. I mean, if we're talking about our girl, Queen Elizabeth Milner, she's recognized by name and face inside now. So I'm pretty confident that they would tell her, okay, Elizabeth, hey, we have half an hour until we're going to read the verdict, whatever. But I don't have an official number or time amount that they would let us know.
Okay, and I know you're going to keep up to date on what that jury note is. So as soon as we have more information, it could be quite telling. So we'll let everybody know. Want to bring back in Brian and Mauricio on this. So we have more more questions coming in. Brian, this is a question for you. This is from I Am Sydney Sexton. If this is a hung jury, will Diddy remain in jail, or can he file again to qualify for bail? As we know, he's famously been denied bail multiple times leading up to this trial. What do you think?
I think he will definitely file to be released on bail, and he's got some compelling arguments to be released. You know, one of them being that, you know, the government put on its case and they were unable to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And for that reason, you know, let's release him. Let's leave him in custody in his home. All the arguments that he made before. But now with the idea that, you know, this isn't going to be a layup for the government. They've already swung and missed and failed. And there could be compelling reasons, I think, for a judge to maybe who's already heard the case, who's got his own views of the case, to come to a different decision with respect to detention. So I would expect it. And it would get a little bit different scrutiny than it did the first time, for sure.
Well, I would say yes, that if he was acquitted of any of the charges, right? If they're hung on other ones, but he's acquitted of any of the charges, I would agree with you. There could be a change in circumstances regarding risk of flight, regarding danger to the community. If he's no longer facing, let's say, a racketeering charge, or he's no longer facing a sex trafficking charge, right? But if he's hung and there's no decision, couldn't the judge just say there's not a change in circumstance? He's still facing, unless, of course,
oh, sure,
the prosecution decides not to recharge him.
Sure, legally the judge would be on all fours to deny a motion, but this motion I think would be better than the last couple they filed because of the hung jury, if in fact there is one.
Okay, Mauricio, over to you. This goes to the heart of a question that I have had since the beginning of this whole saga. The question, of course, is, we got it I think it was last week, if Diddy had settled with Cassie before the lawsuit was filed, before it was made public, would we be here? Right? That's a fair question. Well, Nancy Nicole D asks, if Cassie had been married to Combs or lived with him in California, thereby making her able to sue for alimony instead of the short-lived New York Victims Law, which is, I believe, the law that she had used to file the lawsuit against him in November of 2023, got everything going, would Combs be here today? So if she was married to him in California and had, I guess, another legal avenue to sue him or collect money from him, although it doesn't change the fact that she probably could have still filed a lawsuit against him for these very same allegations. But you tell me where you stand on this.
Well, I mean, listen, whether or not she could have sued him for alimony, she sued him and she got $20 million. So we go back to the question that you posed, which is something that Brad has been pretty outspoken since the beginning of that he messed up in not resolving that case before it hit the media. And if he would have resolved that civil case, like he had the opportunity to do so prior to her filing it, a lot of the things that Cassie said would have been secretive. They could have come to an agreement. They could have had her sign a non-disclosure, agreement regarding the terms of that, but he didn't. And when that became public, that's when it started to snowball and everything started to click, and then the video of the 2016 attack came out, and that's when the federal prosecutors started to listen and pay attention to the case and really try and formulate how they were going to convict them. So I don't know whether or not if she would have been married to him would have made a difference, but for sure, if you would have resolved that case prior to paying her the 20 million, prior to her it generating a case number, prior to it becoming a public record, it would have definitely played an important role in whether or not he would have been in the situation he's in right now.
Brian, we got a super chat question that came in from Christina Lester. Christina Lester, thank you so much. If this results in a hung jury, and when we say hung jury, basically the jury couldn't come to a decision, right? They were at an impasse. If this results in a hung jury, how quickly could another trial take place?
I mean, a judge could put it on his docket and retry it within a period of months. I would think a lot of that will depend on his custody status. If he remains in custody after a hung jury and the judge decides to keep him in custody, I think the defense will move quickly to say, hey, we want to go right back on trial as soon as possible because we want to end this for him and try to not have his incarceration prolonged any further. All they got to do is get the transcripts. As soon as the transcripts are transcribed, you're ready to rock and roll. You've already got the blueprint for how to try this case. So I wouldn't expect it would take a long period of time unless there's any appeals that are taken after the hung jury, which I'm not so sure they'd have the ability to do anyway. So quickly, I would think it would be quick, particularly with an incarcerated defendant like this.
I mean, he wanted to go to trial quickly on this. It's kind of rare to have a federal case go to trial in under a year from when you have arrest and indictment, but he was going full steam ahead. He didn't seem to me, once he couldn't make bail, he didn't want to spend one more day behind bars, and he thinks he has a good shot at getting acquitted. This is from Purple Sammy X. I'll go to you, Mauricio. Hi from England. Hi, that's amazing, so far away. What do you think the verdict will be as of now? And if guilty, how long do you predict he'll get?
Listen, that's a good question because they can convict him on a multitude of things. They can come back and convict him on everything, and then he would be looking at possibly a sentence over 25 years, and including up to life. Or they could, convict him of some things and acquit him of others. We've spoken a lot about the difficulties involved in the RICO, in the RICO count. But jurors, anytime that your freedom is in the hands of 6 or 12 or 14 jurors, anybody that does what we do, what attorneys do, knows that you have no idea what they're going to do. Everybody that's a trial attorney has won the ones that we should have lost, and we've lost the ones that we should have won. So jurors, for the most part, are pretty. You really don't know what you're going to get. So and also, you really don't know how the judge is going to take this. It is a high-profile case. There are the guidelines, but he could depart. He could, he can go up or he can go down. So federal judges routinely can do whatever they want. They don't, because they don't want to get appealed. But there's a lot of variables at play here.
Okay. Go to you, Brian. This is a super chat question from Huntertainment 2. Do the RICO predicates, do they all agree on or need to be the exact same? I think the question is, let's be clear. I guess there's 8 underlying predicate crimes, right? The prosecution needs to prove at least 2. Does the jury need to agree on all of them, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Talk to us about the underlying predicate crimes, what the standard is, what the burden of proof is.
Yeah, they have to have unanimity on at least 2 predicates. So, whatever predicates they are unanimously agreed on, whether it be guilty or not guilty, they have to inform the court of that. And if there are 2 predicates that they are unanimous on, all agree as to that predicate act, and there are 2 of them, then they've sustained their burden, and it would be a guilty verdict.
Mm-hmm. And we've been talking about whether some are stronger than the others, right? Transportation to engage in prostitution, drug distribution, maybe bribery. Okay, we got another question coming in from Rap Superstar. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Can you explain the coercion so we can understand, please? I think this is with respect to sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion with respect to Cassie, Ventura Fine, and Jane. What are we talking about when we say coercion?
So coercion, for instance, we'll give the example of I've recorded you without your knowledge having this freak off. And if you don't do what I say, I am going to publish this and I'm going to ruin your career as a singer if you don't continue to come to these freak offs and have sex with whatever man I want you to. That's coercion. With Jane, I remember there was testimony about whether or not he was dangling her $10,000 a month rent, whether or not she was going to be homeless. Things of that could be coercion. And, you're pretty much forcing people to do something that they don't want to do, with either a threat or either, the promise of something or taking away something. So, it seems to me that the government proved that they at some level, it's not the coercion that maybe we're used to. And I've made the distinction between, with sex trafficking, we're always thinking about, some van in New Mexico, shuffling teenage girls to a motel. But the law doesn't require it to be that. The law could be, private jet, 4 seasons. But if it's sex trafficking, it's still sex trafficking, we learned that in the Epstein case.
Well, and I think it's also the idea of they've spent a long time talking about the guns, talking about the violence. I mean, focusing on the idea that Sean Combs went to go confront Suge Knight at Mel's Diner with guns. And if Cassie was aware of that, right, this is the environment she's in, this threatening, violent environment. I mean, I don't think the prosecution necessarily said this, but they should have, in my opinion. You know why she didn't fight back as much as she could have? You know why she didn't leave as much as she could have? You know why she didn't stand up? Because look at the 2016 tape. That was in store for her if she didn't do what he wanted. And, coercion can take many different forms. Now, the other side of it is the defense said she could leave anytime. She ultimately left. Nothing happened to her. Jane, they say he tried to do the right thing. He paid her rent. He's damned if he does. He's damned if he doesn't. So you have these competing narratives. I would love to be a fly on the wall in this jury deliberation process because I think they're going to be battling back and forth about whether or not these are willing participants and whether or not this is coercion. You could talk about violence, right? You could talk about force. Force is easily defined, but coercion, something else. Okay, I have a poll. Excuse me.
It's got a good point there. And I would love I would love to be a fly on the wall in that room just to see what they're talking about, how they're deliberating things. If everybody's just like, if they're butting heads like crazy, etc. Right? But yeah, I'm really glad that I was able to play a little bit of this because I think that what they're bringing up and talking about here is, it's good to have experts on and just hearing their opinions about everything for sure. But of course, I'm gonna play a tiny bit more just to hear what they got to say. But of course, I want to get into some other stuff while we're waiting. And I'm checking inner city press to see if there's any updates as well. So just hold with me for a second.
Do you believe the jury will reach a verdict quickly? Yes, within a day or two. 64%. 36% say no, it will take several days. I am in the 36% camp. I think we've been talking about it, that it might take some time. Let me go to you, Brian, on this one. Debbie Phillips 176 asks, who protects all the witnesses if he walks?
You know, if they're not already in witness protection, the answer is nobody. You know, the government's under no obligation to protect witnesses. And quite frankly, this isn't the kind of case where you would expect that kind of concern, at least coming directly from him. Now, fans and how crazy people react to these verdicts and acquittals and convictions, particularly in today's world, obviously everything is a danger. We see it day after day, but legally, nobody. If witnesses aren't testifying pursuant to some agreement where there's witness protection involved, then unless they've got the means, the local police and nobody.
By the way, just go back to you on this question, Brian. We have this note that we're waiting for. A note this early in the deliberations. What could it be, and what do you expect it won't be?
Well, sometimes I expect that it's not a verdict, and I expect that it's not a indication of them being hung in any way. I think what it probably is either a request for a clarification on an instruction, or perhaps to see an exhibit. I don't know what exhibits have gone out with the jury. A lot of times, some of the first questions you got is, hey, could we see this tape? Could we see this text message? Could we see this particular document? And I suspect in this case, you're going to get a lot of those requests. But it also may be just a quick question about clarification of some instruction that one or more of the jurors heard that they need to hear once again.
So, Mauricio, I want to ask you this, because I'm going to be switching gears. I'm going to have Sierra Gillespie jump on. I got to go record a sidebar, and she's going to cover our anchoring here. But I want to ask you this. You know, as we think about what the jury must be going through right now, and this is not to take away anything that they might be hearing or what they're considering. If the jury comes back with a question that signals to you a potential misunderstanding about the law, about what racketeering is, about what their duty is, about what deliberations are about, is that concerning? Is that concerning for the prosecution? Is that concerning for the defense? This is a very complicated case. Even as an attorney who has gone through the filings, I sometimes have to remind myself about what the elements are and what the task is. If they come back with a question that's, arguably concerning about the law, what would you be thinking about it?
Well, listen, those questions are, they're the worst. Like, everybody gets so nervous, and you try and read so much because you really want to be that fly in the wall that you're talking about. You really want to get an inside idea of what the jurors are thinking, what the foreperson is thinking. But if they come back and they're confused regarding the law, then the judge is going to point them to the jury instructions. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what the jury instructions are there to do, to instruct the jury and to make sure that they're clear on the law, on the elements of the law, and on what they need to consider to either, acquit him or find them guilty of the different counts. So it's concerning. Now, if it's more concerning towards the prosecution or to the defense, the actual question is what's going to really determine who's more nervous, whether it's going to be the defense or whether it's going to be the prosecution, depending on the question.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Brian, Mauricio, stand by.
Okay. I think this, really good coverage. Obviously, Law and Crime have been doing an incredible job. I got to give them some love. Real talk. Got to give them some love, because they have been doing a great job in their coverage, and of course bringing in their panel of people and all that, which is awesome. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, this is going to be very interesting. What's going to happen here? Do you think it's going to be a verdict by the end of day? I don't know. I really don't know. But I am quite curious. right? I am quite curious. I am quite curious as to what's going to happen here. Because at this point, you have somebody who is going, "Hey, somebody who's not willing to go with what the judge instructed them to do." Right? That's already an issue, right? But I'm still leaning on Wednesday. I still feel like it's going to happen Wednesday. Now, I could be absolutely wrong. It could happen today. It could still happen today. But there's something about it that just feels like, I don't know. I'm still leaning on Wednesday. We'll see, right? We will see. We do have another update here. This has to do with Chris Brown. Okay. So we got to talk about C Breezy really quick. This just randomly happened. Now, if you don't know, Chris Brown was arrested in London when he flew out there. He was like about to go on tour and everything, and he got arrested because of attacking somebody a few years ago with a tequila bottle. At least that's what the allegations are, right? He got arrested, then he got let go, and then he was able to go on his tour and do his thing, right? So he's been on tour, dancing, grinding on girls and all that stuff, doing his show, right? Entertaining people, because that's grinding on women is entertainment. That's what that is. But anyway, he some new information just came out. Lawsuit has been settled. That's interesting. So he allegedly hit somebody over the top of the head with a bottle of tequila. Okay, it was apparently like a producer or somebody in the industry. Anyway, hit him upside the head with this bottle, and he got arrested for it. And this happened a few years ago. He got arrested for it, went to jail, was held up, found a way to get out, went on tour, and now the lawsuit has been settled. Why? I don't know. But let's take a look at this really quick. We still waiting to hear some more information. We're going to take a look at Inner City Press here in a second, see if there's any updates about that. But this is very interesting. So Chris Brown's putting one part of his legal battle over the alleged nightclub fight behind him, as he seems to have reached a settlement with the guy who has sued him over it. So Abe Diaw, okay, sued him back in 2023, claiming the singer struck him with a tequila bottle during an appearance at Tate nightclub in London. But on Friday, Abe filed docs asking an LA County judge to dismiss the suit. He got paid off. Okay. He got paid off. According to the docs, Diaw, hopefully I'm saying his last name correctly, wants it dismissed with prejudice, meaning he can't refile it. And that typically means that there was a settlement between the parties. We don't know if there was any money exchange. Yes, there was money exchange for sure. Come on. He's not going to sit there and say, no, just get rid of this. Can we dismiss this with prejudice? Pfft, come on. He got paid. Okay. They, of course, according to TMZ, they reached out to the attorneys for Chris and Abe. Okay, so in the lawsuit, ooh, snap. He got hit in the face with a bottle. In the suit, he claimed Chris not only struck him 3 times with the bottle of Don Julio 1942, but while he was unconscious on the floor, Chris continued to ruthlessly put his feet on him, leaving him with lasting injuries. I mean, if you put your feet on him and this is all you got, for real though, okay, that's interesting. Assuming the judge signs off on the dismissal, CB, Chris Brown, okay, will still have to deal with his criminal case for the incident. Remember, he was arrested earlier this year, shortly after landing in UK for his world tour. Prosecutors have charged him with attacking and possession of a weapon. He was eventually released from bail, and he appeared in court 10 days ago to enter a not guilty plea. But he, this Abe Diaw, now is signed paperwork basically saying, yeah, please let Chris just do his thing, right? But he still has to deal with criminal charges. Dude got paid. Clear as day, dude got paid. Sorry. Homeboy got paid. Homeboy got paid. For sure, for sure. Still no updates so far. Still no updates so far. Let's see. But that is something I thought was interesting. You know, Chris has had his fair share of issues, okay? His fair share of run-ins with things and all that. And I mean, I feel like as much as he tries so hard to shake the things that happened that he did in the past, it just seems like things keep on catching up to him, right? And something like this, which is clearly there was a settlement that happened here, which would make somebody like Abe Diaz send a letter for a motion for dismissal with prejudice. Clearly something's going on, right? But I mean, again, like, I just wish, if these allegations are true, I just wish Chris Brown would find some way to deal with his anger issues. You know, go to a class or something. You know what I mean? Go to therapy, something, right? But again, it is just insane, and very real that that's even happening. Let's see. Let me see what else. Oh, so she's taking over. Oh, okay. So, by the way, I do want to talk about this because I think that this is a big deal. And I think that it has to do with, I think it's a big deal because I think it has something to do with the future of this, of YouTube, of media in general. I think there's a lot of big factors to put in consideration. So let me get this really quick.
Brett Cooper.
Okay, so I think that this is very, very interesting. And I think this is something that I believe everyone should be keeping an eye on this situation, because this won't be the first nor the last. Or this is not the last time we're going to hear something like this. And I know this is a few days old, but I do want to bring this up nonetheless, because this is pretty wild. Now, the thing I'm talking about, okay, is, listen, YouTube, mainstream media, legacy media, okay, there's always some sort of, there's a lot of push and pull. It's a massive tug of war, right? A lot of people nowadays are not really relying on their favorite TV news anchors anymore. You're not seeing a lot of that anymore. As soon as the pandemic happened, what happened? You had more and more people literally leaning over towards their respective streaming platforms or their respective social media platforms to get the information and get the news that they need for that one moment, right? And one thing is very, very clear. Legacy media has felt that intensely. They've felt that blow. It has been tough for legacy media. So much to the point where we are seeing more and more content creators that are actually news anchors, that have content, that become YouTubers, that become TikTokers, but they're doing both jobs at the same time. Now, hear me out. Hear me out, because there's something that's going on here that we do need to talk about, because I feel like this is about to turn into something very, very interesting. And I think that we're going to see it more and more in the next, very soon. And it's coming in waves, and it's coming very, very intensely. So now you're seeing a lot of these TV personalities venturing over to YouTube or finding their way over to some social media platform. You know, it's YouTube, it's Rumble, it's TikTok, it's Facebook. Really, it's really between like YouTube and maybe Rumble and TikTok. That's really it. Okay. But if you have not noticed it, I will peep you on game. The likes of Ashley Banfield. She has a whole show on News Nation. And now she's on YouTube. She has a Drop Dead Serious or something like that. Drop Dead Serious podcast. Now she has that on YouTube. And don't get me wrong, as soon as that YouTube channel was created, it skyrocketed. She's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers and everything, which is inevitable, right? We see other people, like now we're seeing other content creators or other reporters and other anchors start their own channels as well, like Anjanette Levy of Law and Crime. I'm not sitting here saying anything bad about this. I'm just saying that there's a movement happening that some people have already been savvy to, like Vince Politan, okay, from Court TV. He started his own show, right? He started his own YouTube channel, and he's been doing that way before any of these people have been doing it, right? Way before anybody else hopped on the train. But if you noticed that you're getting more and more people hopping over to the internet, and these networks are hopping over to the internet even more. You're seeing, they are focused more on their YouTube presence or their online presence than they are about what's going on the boob tube. Interesting, right? But something else is happening, which I think is going to be a new fad. And I'm sure everybody is hoping for this to happen for them too, okay? But I don't know if you know who Brett Cooper is, okay? Brett Cooper is a content creator, podcaster, conservative, okay? She was on the Daily Wire for a minute with her own show called The Comment Section. She's an actress, obviously a political commentator, talking about life, etc. To me, I look at her as like, it's another Candace Owens, but not far off the planet, okay? Like she's just another commentator on what's going on in the world. You know what I mean? You look at her and it's like, oh, she's another Ben Shapiro. She's another Candace Owens. She's another Kelly. Why am I forgetting her name? Kelly something. You know who I'm talking about. Why can't I get her name? She was on Fox News for a minute. Part of the whole Me Too movement. Why am I forgetting her name? It's Kelly something. Megyn Kelly. Thank you. Sorry, I had a complete brain fart, but kind of like Megyn Kelly, right? She's doing her commentary, etc., right? Only thing is the only difference, okay, is a little opposite, a little different with Brett Cooper. Because now Brett Cooper has signed with Fox News. So now you got Fox going, okay, we see this particular influencer, we see this particular voice. And let me tell you this, I'm not sitting here like, whether you like her stuff or not. Okay. She clearly has a prominent voice. She's very young, by the way. I think she's like 23 years old. She's young. Okay. And of course, she has some influence out here. So what happens? Fox News, let's be real. Legacy media is dwindling. It is struggling out here in these streets. More and more people are tuning to the things online, right? At least as far as viewership on the TV, it's dwindling and it's plummeting quickly because everyone goes online and looks at things online. Now you got somebody who's got a huge online presence They got Fox News is making a very smart move, in my personal opinion. They're going, hey, wait a second. We have somebody who's young, who has the impression, who has the following, and she's online. Why don't we bring her over here too? And I'm assuming she's still going to be able to have her Brett Cooper show and still be able to do what she does, right? Put in her commentary about whatever's going on in the world. But she'll also be on Fox News. So all the people that watch her on her YouTube channel now are going to be going over to her on Fox News. And that gets an uptick in viewership on Fox News. Now, what's interesting, like I said, I think with legacy media, they've been doing it a little bit differently. Because they're going, wait a second. Well, we want the internet money too. The internet money is good, and the internet money exists. So let me get this internet money real quick, right? So you see a lot of these commentators, news anchors who jump over to YouTube and start a podcast, start a show, start a whatever, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here saying that their shows aren't good. I'm not saying that at all. It's very solid, very professional, very much like you were watching them on TV. The only thing is that they can say the F-bomb, right? They can curse a little bit more on their podcast and online, right? That's the only difference. It's just a little bit more relaxed, right? But one thing is for sure, that the media, legacy media, is trying to stay up with the times. But they also got to hold on to the old dinosaur, which is the TV. And don't get me wrong, there's still something about being on TV, okay? And yes, I agree. Brian Enton most definitely needs a TV show, for sure. I agree. I totally agree. He should have had his own show, or at least have a podcast. He'd be blowing up right now, okay? But nonetheless, one thing is for sure, they're seeing that the internet is reigning supreme. It is king. And that the dinosaur, TV, is the dinosaur. It's slowly dying. Nobody wants to see all that stuff. Nobody wants to have, especially, nobody wants to have commercials flung in their face every 5 seconds. Yes, you can still do ads here and all that stuff, but at the same time, you have the option to skip those things, right? And yes, you could stream those things, but that also has to do with the internet, right? That's not TV, right? So this is a very, very interesting move that they're doing right here. And I have a feeling that this is not the end. So now, for you to have any chance of maybe getting on TV, getting on the idiot box, is how many followers, how many views you're getting. Do you have that kind of pull? Now, I'm going to say Brett Cooper definitely does. I've seen her numbers. I've seen her show. She's done, some really big numbers out here, whether I agree with her stuff and her opinions or not, okay? But still, this shows to you what the future of news is going to be. That it could very well be trying to see who's out there who can run a show, get to that level. And we don't know how she's going to do. Maybe she might kick butt or she may fumble the ball. We don't know. But one thing's for sure, legacy media is trying to stay up with the times. They're not going fast enough because they're very stubborn. They think that the TV and the old ways of things, it will always reign supreme, when it won't. It will not. And by going and getting a podcaster that's only been on the internet to be a part of their network, it says they're finally bowing down. They're finally realizing that things are starting to change, right? So this is very interesting. And again, I mean, kudos to her, congratulations and all that stuff. But at the same time, it is very interesting. And the internet will be here for a while. And TV is struggling, y'all. They are struggling. If you really think about it, some of these places, some of these networks only do well whenever there's specific events going on that you can't get on the internet. You have to watch it on TV because it's known for airing those certain things, right? If you go and watch the presidential debates, I mean, now you can see it online, but a lot of times people will go and watch it on TV, right? Still, traditionally, they'll just watch it on TV because they're used to that, right? Certain other events like the Super Bowl, stuff like that. Yeah, I know that those things are now starting to stream on other platforms in other ways, but at the same time, a lot of people still tune into those things on TV. But news, you can get it anywhere. And you can get it from a random guy in a purple ass room. Like mine. So it is interesting what they're doing here. And again, I'm interested to see where this goes, because I'm telling you right now, even news anchors are now starting to have their own shows online. And then also at the same time, here's the other piece you got to worry about and wonder about. Are they going to start taking over the internet to the point where everything is corporate? Everything's under some sort of awning of some sort of big news junction. And it's already happening. You ever notice, if you are a YouTuber, if you do make content, have you ever noticed that anytime that you post a video and say it said the F word a few times, or it shows it shows violence for like 2 seconds or something like that? Haven't you noticed that you get flagged, but then you'll go to and it'll say like, you have to be an adult to see this video, or there'll be some sort of blockage, right? But then you go to, and it's the same video, dog, same video. But then you'll go over to like CNN, Fox News, News Nation, any of these big platforms, and you'll see the same doggone video played, same stuff, nothing censored, and they still get greenlit with no issues whatsoever. It's because those companies are being paid underneath. They're being paid, right? They're taking care of YouTube to be able to, or those platforms, to be able to put those things on their website, onto their channel, right? If you are just a regular schmo, okay, regular dude with your purple ass room, okay, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, right? Instantly flagged. Them, not so much. You go and see the video with Diddy, for example, attacking Cassie. Shoot, there's no real age restriction type thing. It's just being blasted all over the place under these particular CNN, Fox News, News Nation, Newsmax, OAN, MSNBC. All of those places will play them without any problem. Because the reason why is because those big companies have their hands in the pockets of the upper people on these platforms, right? Something that's just very interesting. It's just an interesting observation. And I feel that as more and more of these big time legacy media companies quickly, because they're starting to come in quickly now, take over the internet, us independent content creators are going to start getting suppressed. Yeah. That's a concern of mine too. That it will suppress the likes of me or any of these other content creators that are out here that make way more videos and way more views than me, right? But it's interesting though, because they have the TV, but now they're going to take over the TV and the internets. And they're already starting to do that now. And they're starting to do that with people like Brett Cooper. And there'll be more. There'll be more because they're realizing that people are listening to these content creators. They're listening to the content creators more than they're actually listening to their anchors on the telly. So this is very interesting, guys. And I just say keep an eye on it because it could be very detrimental for us content creators that are out here, independent content creators out here. Or maybe you guys will be able to see through the BS and be like, okay, I am still supporting X, Y, and Z because I want that raw truth, right? I want that raw, authentic truth. You know, for a fact, these big legacy media companies, these people are being told what to say, what they can say, what they can't say, right? There's plenty of those happening. But that, of course, Nicole B. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people will hold on to this other stuff, like the content creators, yes, are way more authentic for sure. But then you got someone like a Brett Cooper, okay, who I'm sure got a whole lot of love and respect for her authenticity, and now they're going to exploit her authenticity so that they can get her the views that she gets from her stuff online to the telly. Wait for it. This is not the end of it, because CNN is going to follow in suit, and all these other legacy media companies are going to follow in suit. Wait for it. Okay. Wait for it, because it's coming. And listen, hey, if it is what it is, do you, boo-boo, okay? Do you, boo-boo. But at the same time, it is a very interesting observation. And I keep saying, it's just an observation. It's just an observation. That's all. It's just an observation. But I don't think Brett Cooper's the only one. If this is successful and if this transition is good, because you remember, I'm sure she's still going to keep her talk show, her podcast, right? Her YouTube channel. So while she's over there, oh my God, I can't wait. I'm going to be on Fox tomorrow. We're talking about that. Blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Be sure to tune in. Bye. Subscribe, and follow me. Watch. If that works and it does well, and the transition is seamless, watch these other mother-loving news networks go, okay, where's our Brett Cooper? Where's our Brett Cooper? Where's she at? Where's she at? Where's she go? Okay, not Don Lemon. Not you. Nope, but where we got it? Where he at? Where they at? Right? It's coming. So Fox News Media signed conservative podcaster and influencer Brett Cooper as a contributor, the company announced on Wednesday. So Cooper will provide cultural, social, and political commentary across all Fox News media platforms. So yes, not only will she be on the telly, but she will be on the internets as well, y'all. Okay? So, of course, we already know about her Brett Cooper show in January. And, of course, she's got over 9 million followers across all of her social media platforms, which is massive. The Gen Z conservative is known for her, quote-unquote, grounded perspective, sharp wit, and distinctive takes. All right? And, of course, she has announced her new role. And, again, hey, congratulations to her. Okay? Great stuff. Jolly good show. Jolly good. Jolly good. But, like I said, I'm wondering where this is going to go. Okay? Cooper, who previously hosted the comments section video podcast, covers current events, pop culture, politics, generational shifts, relationships, and more. And, let's not forget, she is a young conservative. I think that's a very big deal. She's young, and guess what? She's conservative. And she talks very fast. She does. She talks very, very fast. Okay. So in January, she appeared on Jesse Waters' Prime Time to discuss the changing media landscape. I watched the media landscape change, and young people are just hungry for independent voices who are authentic and honest with their audiences. They don't want to hear from traditional pundits 24/7. True, but now she's on there, right? Ain't that interesting? Okay, so she's a graduate of UCLA. She's based in Tennessee, where she lives with her husband. Okay, so again, great stuff. Congratulations to her. It's a cool deal. Okay, I just look at it and go, what does this mean for the future of news on the internet? Okay. Independent journalism. Is it now on the wayside? Because you got the likes of networks of the likes of Fox News and etc. that are trying to take over it all. They don't like, let's be real, guys. They don't like it when we're out here reporting the Diddy trial, for example. They don't like that. Okay. They don't like that. They don't like when we get the exclusive interview with a particular, victim's family or something of that sort. They don't like that stuff. They will go out of their way to even point out, oh, see, that damn YouTuber, right? It's real because we're competition. We out here. It's competition. It is what it is, right? So it'll be interesting to see what happens from this point on. What's going to go down with this whole thing, right? If this is really something that we're really ready to see or not. Something to think about. But the times, they are changing. And it's all about money, 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 money. Real talk. It's really about the monies. It really is about the monies. Let me see here. I'm just seeing if there's anything more going on. Because it's 4 right now in New York. And so far, nothing. Let me see. Hold on, I'm getting some stuff about the Diddy stuff. Hold on. Let's see here. So trial verdict chaos. This is interesting. Diddy trial verdict chaos as jury surprises judge with note 2 hours after starting deliberations. So now this is interesting. We get more interesting information right here. So the note, which came soon after Diddy's fate was placed in their hands, read, "We have a juror, number 25. We're concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. May you please intervene." This juror, by the way, number 25, he's 51 years old, Hispanic male, because I know some of y'all are like, he white. No, he white. They're saying he's Hispanic now, who works as a scientist and likes to watch nature documentaries. Oh, so he's... Huh? So yeah. He has a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience. So, oh yeah, he's an intellectual. He's an intellect. Okay. Other jurors presiding over the hip hop star's STing and racketeering trial believe he can't do as he's told, which is weird because he's a scientist. So you'd think he'd be used to like following the rules in a way. Okay. And beg the judge to help. So I don't know what this guy said. 55-year-old Hispanic scientist said when they walked in. But they're like, I don't care what y'all say. Hell no. Right? And he has a partner. He has a domestic partner. Don't know what that means. That could mean he has a girl, he lives with a girl. Or he have a man too, which is totally fine. Okay? Love who you love. All right? As long as it's consensual and legal. All right? But Other jurors presiding over the, okay, blah, blah, blah. They begged for him to help. The juror in question said he knew that Diddy had been accused of violent behavior and said that he saw the video of Diddy attacking Cassie while he was at the gym. He also saw a report that people had been given substances, but said he wouldn't be biased. But here's the thing, though. Okay? Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. This doesn't make any sense to me, okay? Hear me out. It shouldn't matter now. Saying, oh, I wouldn't be biased. Isn't that what a verdict is all about? Hold on. Let me cook. Let me explain here really quick. In the very beginning, you're sitting there. You're unbiased. You're getting all the information. You're retrieving all this information, right? You're blah, blah, right? Consuming it with your brain, your eyeballs, your ears. Okay? Got it all. Okay? Unbiased, though. But when it's time to make a verdict, you're going to have a bias. You have to. At some point, you have to say, this man is guilty or not guilty. From what all the information I gathered, this man be guilty. So it doesn't even matter if he is biased now or not. It doesn't matter. That's the whole purpose of having a verdict. He's developing a bias. He's developing an opinion. He's developing his thoughts. He's developing a not guilty or guilty verdict. Now, of course, you would hope that this person would stay with a, let's just say, an open mind to the situation. That'd be nice, especially in the deliberation. But if the guy is standing 10 toes down, confirming how he feels, then that's how he feels. That's not somebody who's being a disgruntled juror. That's somebody saying, hey, I believe it's this way. You may think it's something else, but I see it this way. That's not somebody who's going against your rules. Every single person, every last 12 juror is supposed to come up with their own opinions and their own independent verdict. This is not a hive mind. Okay? This is not a monolith where it's like, oh, therefore, if the foreman thinks he's not guilty, therefore everyone must think the same. Doesn't make any sense. So if he sits there and he says, no, I believe he's guilty, or he says, I believe he's not guilty, they should work it out and talk it out. That's it. So it's ridiculous for them to sit there and get all huffy and puffy and go, Daddy, he's not letting us play with his basketball. It's like, he's passing it to you. What are you talking about? Y'all are on the same playground, same court, dribbling the ball. Let him take a shot. And he makes a brick. You grab the ball. It's in your possession. Damn. Y'all kids, run amongst yourselves. Figure it out. Okay? Same thing. Be adult. Get out here and adult real quick. All right? You'll thank me later. Go with God. So that's ridiculous. Okay? But he said, here's the thing though. He got through voir dire. Let me say that too. One more time for the nosebleed seats. Okay? Where is that thing? He got through voir dire. Ladies and germs, he got through jury selection. That's all that matters. He went through jury selection, and that's it. That's all she wrote. So why is it such a big deal that he may have an opposing view as everybody else? Convince him otherwise then. That's it. Convince him otherwise. See, now I can see how it's fatigue, right? They're just like, oh my God, we want to get out of here. We got things to do. You know what I mean? Somebody's like, I'm about to go to the Hamptons for the 4th. We have to figure this out tonight. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty much what's going on. You know? They just want to get the F out. Denny, thank you so much. Pascal, it doesn't matter what the news does. I will stay subscribed to your podcast and keep getting my news from you and independent podcasters. I don't trust news outlets. Yes. Outkits. Yes. I'm not sitting here saying that you shouldn't trust them. Right. But at the same time, I love what I do. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love to have a TV show or, have this on TV. That'd be fantastic. Instead of doing 5-hour, 7-hour shows, it'd be amazing to do all that stuff on TV in just 1 hour. That'd be incredible, right? That'd be incredible, but on my terms, right? But that's the thing. That's why I applaud a lot of these independent journalists or independent channels that are able to find really great success, right? Independently on their own terms. They're not having to abide by anybody. They can talk about whatever the hell they want. And I think that's dope. It's like, okay, today we talk about this that, is for Trump. The next day we talk about something that's not for Trump. But these other networks, they'll be like, what are you doing? No, we're only praising him on this network. And it's like, well, he just did something that was bad. I want to challenge it. It's called journalism. It's called having an open discussion about things, right? But unfortunately, some of these platforms or, some of these channels, networks, they don't like that, right? So anyway, it's just interesting. But nonetheless, I think that this is very interesting that this juror ain't not done nothing, right? So after reading the note out in court, the judge proposed a note asking for clarification. That note asked if the issue was based on lack of understanding of the court's instructions or unwillingness to follow instructions or something else. So we already know about all that, what he's being charged with. Breaking. Well, we already saw. Did his team slapped down by judge over bizarre? Oh, well, we already. This is weird, too. This is weird. So his legal team was slapped down by the judge presiding over his trial because of their alleged attempt to use the escalating conflict in Iran in their upcoming argument. I don't know if you heard about this, but this is crazy. As disgraced, as Diddy's bombshell STing trial nears the verdict, his team reportedly planned on bringing up the escalating tensions between the U.S. and Iran in court in a bid to relate to his case. So 54-year-old's defense may invoke the recent conflict in their closing argument and specifically go after the Homeland Security investigators who raided his home. They were allegedly planning to say to the agents that the agents instigated their client on his baby oil and lubricant use in the bedroom when they should really focus on more conflicts with Iran. Boy, oh boy. Oops. Nice. Yeah, well, that's what they say, apparently. Okay. They're smart, but no common sense. Be Will, thank you so much. You are the real news, Pascal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like I said, I ain't trying to be like, this is NBC. No, I'm not trying to do that. All right. I got things to do. And I don't know if I could ever be that person, like, speaking in that way, in that, they always talk just like this, I couldn't do that. Okay. Melinda just said Court TV has updates, but no one else apparently. What updates? What updates, pray tell? Let's see. That'd be fire. I mean, that'd be incredible if it was done. Like they came to a verdict in the next 45 minutes. That would be freaking incredible. Okay. But no, they just put up something an hour ago, and it's just a video about, excuse me, the same stuff we've been talking about, pretty much. But I'll play it for a second. Why not?
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for following along with us this afternoon. We begin this hour in New York City, where the jury has been deliberating the fate of Sean Diddy Combs almost an hour, 2 hours rather, and a half at this point. The disgraced music mogul, he stands accused of using his fame and fortune to run a criminal enterprise involving coercion, violence, sex trafficking, and more. But the defense says the evidence only shows that Combs lived a swinger's lifestyle, that he created a, quote, wonderful, sophisticated, and real businesses that have stood the test of time. So what will a jury...
Hold on really quick. I will never, ever, 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 ever knock down what the man has done, what he has built. Okay? He has definitely built some amazing businesses, but he a monster. Dude is a monster for show. And here's the thing. Even though if he's found not guilty, which seems like it might be a possibility now, which is insane. But if he's found not guilty, okay, just hear me out. If he's found not guilty, I'm still going to think that he's a monster, okay? Things that were said, things that were presented, the videos that we've seen, the content, the testimony from Cassie and Jane Doe, man, this dude needs help. He needs to go straight full monk mode, y'all. Full on monk freaking mode. That's it. No, don't touch no liquor, no pills, no women, no mans. Definitely, most definitely no baby oil or Astroglide. He ain't got to touch nothing for like 10 years. You realize he's had enough hibbity dibbity to last 700 men plentiful actual lives. Okay, real talk, the amount of hibbity dibbity he has had can supply and satisfy at least 700 of regular ass dudes out here. I ain't talking about no incels. I'm talking about dudes that are decent looking, okay, that are out here. They got a good job, okay, they pay their bills on time. They still would be like, damn, this is a lot. This is a lot of hibbity-dibbity. Woo! This is a lot of hibbity-dibbity. Okay? I'm telling you right now, he needs to step away from the baby oil. Okay? Step away from the baby oil. Mr. Combs, take 2 very slow steps backwards away from the baby oil. And please slowly put down the little bottle of Astroglide. Yeah, nice and slow like. I'm just saying. Because you know for a fact, as soon as he sees that baby oil, he's triggered. As soon as he sees a glimpse of Johnson & Johnson, he's like, what? Ooh. Yeah, time for another freak off. Seriously. He won't be able to see that stuff the same way ever again. You understand that, right? He's not going to be able to see that the same way ever again, right? You understand that, right? Come on now, I'm not the only one that understands this, right? He looks at that stuff and I'm sure he's like, goo! He just, wow! Yeah. Wow. You know what I mean? Apply that baby oil real quick, nice and slow. Yeah, it's another bottle. Yeah, slather all over your body. Real talk. He needs to go to rehab, not only for the substances, but also for the baby oil and the Astroglide. Yes, I said it. Okay? He most definitely does. Okay? Okay, we're going to continue. But still, all that time we're rubbing it out. He's been able to erect amazing businesses while still stroking it. I don't know how he does it. Like I said, this is why I feel like he is not going to be on this planet for very long. His liver must be like completely destroyed. Okay? His liver alone. Real talk. Shoot, if he goes up in flames or something like that, they can't recognize his face. They'll run an autopsy, see his liver, and they go, oh, that be Diddy. Oh, that's Diddy indeed. Yeah, we didn't need to see any of his tattoos or anything. We just need to see his liver. That is Diddy, my damn. Just saying. They posted the verdict slip the jurors have to fill out. Ooh, okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. And I love how you said slip, okay? Oh, wow. You know what I mean? Now it's like, oh, baby oil? Slippery baby oil? Astroglide? If he got the high five, DC, if he got the high five, I wouldn't be surprised, but if he did, that would be a shock. I'm sorry. I'd still be like, oh, damn. But then how do you operate like that? How can you function and still do the you know what I mean? The hibbity-dibbity like that? Without even knowing that you have something that you could spread? Like a mother-loving monkey in Outbreak? No, man. I'll take a look at the slip. I will. Let's just play a little bit of this, okay? Just the tip of this video.
This verdict form that they have comes with some complexity. So let's break down exactly what they are deliberating over. First, the government's umbrella case, count one, is racketeering conspiracy. And under it, these jurors have to decide if any of the predicate acts have been proven by the state. And they only have to prove that at least one of them happened at least 2 times. So we have kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, and possession or distribution of narcotics, drug charges. So all of that falls under just count one. If they find that at least one of these happened at least 2 times, then they can find him guilty of count 1. So let's move to the next page, which is counts 2 through 5. 5 charges in total against Sean Diddy Combs. And what we have is between these 2 different types of charges, we have transportation for prostitution in relation to the 2 alleged victims. We have Jane and Cassie. Jane, of course, was a pseudonym that was set up for this witness to be someone who is not identified by the public. But Cassie Ventura, of course, that second one. So we have transportation and sex trafficking, both charges for both of those victims underneath. And we want to update you on this breaking news that is happening inside of the federal courthouse. Let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft. Kelly, you have the latest on this jury note. It sounds like there may be already some infighting inside of that deliberation room.
Well, hi there, Julia. Such an interesting development in the federal courthouse behind me. So it was just around 1 o'clock. There started to be some movement, and we began to hear that there was a juror note. So, of course, when that happens, everyone hurries back inside the courthouse to hear what the note is going to be, what it's going to say. So everyone began to gather. It took about a half hour, a little bit longer for everyone to make their way back into the courtroom, the attorneys, all the parties involved. And then we heard what the note said. The judge read it aloud. We have a full screen made for you so everyone gets a chance to see exactly what the jury note said. It says, we have a juror number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. The foreperson then asked to speak with the judge or that that particular juror be interviewed. So what do we know about juror number 25? We know he's male. We know he is a scientist. We know that during the jury selection process that he had told both sides that he had seen that hotel video in which Sean Diddy Combs is seen assaulting Cassie Ventura. This is inside the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. He had said that he did see that video, and he also said, Julia, that he had formed an opinion about that particular video. But then he was very clear that he was able to set his opinion aside to be able to go forward and have a fair, impartial look at this entire case. But now we're having a situation where this same juror now, according to the note that was just sent out, is not following those instructions. And so what did the judge end up saying? How did he handle this situation? He sent them back and said, you are supposed to follow the jury instructions, go back and continue deliberating. So that is where we stand right now, Julia, with that big development here in court. How that's going to proceed, we'll have to wait and see, because if you have a juror that's unwilling to follow instructions this soon in, of course, that's a big disruption when you have to go through such a long, the jury instructions are huge in this case. And if you have a juror who's unwilling to go through those and participate and really give a thoughtful, deliberate process in regard to deciding a man's fate, that's going to be an issue. We'll have to see if there's any more developments in regard to that. I know we also have a jury full screen. We can just kind of tell you in general more about the jury. So, of course, this is a 12-member juror, as usual, and they have to come up with a unanimous agreement in order to find Sean Diddy Combs guilty of these charges. So we see that here. This is 12 jurors. And we also can kind of go through and tell you a little bit about what that makeup is when we have the jury here. So we have,
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, this is going to be interesting. Okay. You know, obviously, you know, they decided at the end of the day, this juror was picked. Okay. They decided to let this juror in. This is not a situation where the juror was just like out of nowhere threw a left, you know, like a left, threw a left turn in here and said, oh, by the way, you know, I'm biased. No, he said he saw the videos. He knew about everything. He knew about the attack video. He knew about certain things, and he still was admitted in the courtroom. He still was added into the jury. So again, for them to be like, well, he's not playing nice. Can we, you know, I'm telling on him. I don't know. You know, at the end of the day, means nothing. Maybe. I don't know. Just something weird. But we got something here. I'm going to pull up here. Just give me a second. Oh, boy. Let us see here. And also, let me pull that up too. Okay. Got that. This is interesting, though. Take a look at this. So this is allegedly the, and also thank you so much, DC. Again, appreciate it. Maybe that's why he hired workers in the first place. Maybe because of him, you know, having the high five. Maybe, but I've never heard that. I've never heard that allegation. You know what I mean? Like I've heard the allegation, but I've just never heard it like out there like that. You know what I mean? Like that he's. Oh, excuse me. Like he's got something, you know what I mean? He got the high five. I don't know. Okay. But if it is true, that would make sense for him to be in the other room. But I feel like that would be information that the women would have said, oh, you know, since he couldn't go and do the act of the hibbity dibbity, right? That's why he would hire these people to give us some loving, right? But then these girls would still go and have loving with him afterwards as he's slurping up the milkshakes, right? So it doesn't make sense to me. That part is weird to me, right? Well, let's continue. So Diddy docket. Here now is the judge's final blank verdict sheet. While aware, next jury note on juror 25. So 2 to 3 pages, or 2 of the 3 pages, is all fit on the screenshot below. Okay, so we could at least take a look at some of what they are looking at, which is interesting. So count 1, racketeering conspiracy. How do you find the defendant guilty, not guilty? If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, what types of racketeering acts do you unanimously find were involved in the offense? So acts involving taking, acts involving arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, right? And the choices are not proved or proved, right? Did the prosecution do a good job proving that case, that he was doing these things and they were definitely illegal activities, right? So acts involving STing, same thing. Transportation for purposes of parole, involving substance distribution. If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity include STing of Cassie? And of course, same question goes for Jane as well. Then count 2, STing of Cassie. All right. How do you find the defendant? Guilty or not guilty, right? Oh, and that's the end of this. And then count 3, of course, man act transportation. How do you find the defendant, right? Guilty or not guilty? So this is the paperwork that they're looking at right now as we speak, which is also very interesting, don't you think? Kat, thank you so much. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tyree, can his other lawsuits that he didn't settle also turn into criminal charges? That's a good question. They weren't filed as such. They're only civil. So a lot of them, or a good portion of them, don't fall into the statute of limitations, but I can see some of them could. But at the same time, I feel like they would have gone after him criminally. See, that's the issue I have with a lot of these civil lawsuits. I'm not sitting here saying that these civil lawsuits aren't true or aren't real. But at the same time, the fact that they're all just going after money, it optically looks strange. Like what Jay-Z said. Remember what Jay-Z said when that Jane Doe said, oh yeah, he R'd me at a Diddy party. It was a VMA's party. I got picked up by a valet, or not a valet, a chauffeur. He was a limo driver. He told me to come back, meet up with him, and he was going to drive me to this after party for Diddy because Diddy likes my type, right? She gets in the car. She goes out there. She says 20 minutes she was in the car. And next thing you know, she pulls up to a big, lavish, white house with a U-shaped driveway in the front, right? She goes in. She apparently has a drink, starts getting kind of under the influence, dizzy and all that, disoriented. She tries to find a room. She finds a room. She walks into this room, and apparently it was a room that was I'm trying to remember, either black or something covered in it was just like nothing but a mattress. Like it was the ground was a mattress, which is like one big ass bed, basically. And then all of a sudden, Diddy walks in and is like, yeah, you're ready to party, right? And then 2 other people walk in, 2 celebrities. At first, it was celebrity A and celebrity B. Then later, she added Jay-Z and said celebrity B was just there in the corner watching everything go down as Diddy and Jay-Z took advantage of this young girl, because she was a kid. And remember, she climbed out. She snuck out of her parents' home, right, to get down to this place, which was like 5-6 hours away from where she actually lives in northern New York. It was crazy stuff. But how did Jay-Z respond to that lawsuit when it was exposed that it was actually Jay-Z? The allegations that he was celebrity A, right? How do you think he responded? What did he say? Not only did he say, "You're not going to get 1 red cent from me, guys. Not 1 red cent." What else did he say? What else did he say? He said, "Hey, if I'm guilty of doing a crime, why am I not arrested right now? Why are you going after me civilly instead of going after me criminally?" He has a very solid point there. All of these people, and I'm going to end this statement with something here in a second, but all of these people that are going after Diddy right now, they all have the option, if they're within the statute of limitations, okay, they all still have that option of going after him criminally, but they're not doing that. None of them are. They're all going after money. Optically, that looks weird, especially if you're like, he's a monster and he did this to me. Okay, if he's a monster and he did this to you, why aren't you filing criminally? Now, here's the thing. I get it. Some people see financial justice as justice. Some people don't look at criminal justice as justice. Some people feel like taking some of his money is justice enough. That's going to make me feel good. I'm going to sleep good tonight knowing that I got a big chunk of his hard-earned money. F that dude, right? I get that piece too. But if he is alleged of doing something criminal, can't you sue him? Can't you get him with both? Something to think about. So when you see all these lawsuits that are going after him right now, yeah, I get it. He got money. Sure. Let justice, if that's your version of justice, show. Do you, boo-boo? But there is something strange about it, which people start asking questions. They're only going after his pocket. So, of course, optically, everyone starts to side-eye it because it's like, hey, if you want justice, bury him under the mother-loving prison. Lock him in a cage and throw away the damn key. But to each their own, right? Charlize their own. Right? So let's continue on. So far, nothing. It's quite tragic. It's quite tragic. So this is something that they put up about 5 hours ago. The jury, okay, in this trial was sent to begin deliberations 11:30, okay, at around 11:30, meaning they've been deliberating for about 5 hours now. About an hour into the deliberations, we already know about this, okay, about the one juror. I am just checking to see if there's any updates. Let's take a look at this.
Evers from Fox 5, who's been in there more than I feel like anybody else has been in there. Can you just talk a little bit about what has happened this morning? How long did it take to get the jury to go to the deliberation?
Well, this morning, Judge Arun Subramanian, who's been the judge in this case, he instructed the jury. It's called a jury charge. He went through point by point with the laws that Combs allegedly broke with these charges and how they should consider them, giving them instructions about how to handle it. And it's just, Arthur, it's a day that, like, a lot of people thought, would never come at some points, because this trial is gone on for almost 2 months. So, there were dozens of witnesses, and then about 11:30 they moved into the around that time, not exactly, but right around that time, they moved into the jury room to begin deliberations. He's the judge. I want to say something about him in terms of the charges, because he's been very much trying to keep everything on track in terms of time, giving both the prosecution and the defense time when they needed it, giving jurors time to take breaks when they needed them, and just making sure that the whole movement was leading up into this day. And here we are, they're deliberating.
Did he spend any sort of emphasis on any of those 3 categories of charges, or was it pretty even?
I think more time, I wasn't watching it on the clock because I'm like listening and taking notes and everything, I think that the most important one was the RICO, because that's the most serious one that comes with the heaviest penalties, that could come with life behind bars if he's found guilty of that, or certainly decades upon decades. And there's one RICO, there's counts, and a lot of people are confused about this too. There's 3 charges, but there's a total of 5 counts. There's one count on the racketeering, which is the RICO. There's 2 counts on the sex trafficking. There's 2 counts on the transportation across state lines for prostitution. So that's your 5 right there. So they have to consider each one separately.
And do you agree with what legal analysts have told us so far, that the racketeering charge is going to be the toughest one for them to consider? That the transporting sex workers across state line, there was evidence that happened, and then somewhere in the middle?
Arthur, I could argue either way on each of those points, because initially people were saying no way are they going to get RICO, and then they were like, they don't have the evidence that the Bad Boy Worldwide, Combs' entire company, was a criminal enterprise. I mean, the guy was making hit records. He was running all these businesses. He had all these lifestyle brands. He had the clothing brand, all of these things that were generating millions of dollars, actually so much money that he was on the billionaire list a number of times. So that one's a complex one. On the other hand, other attorneys that I've spoken to who have tried these cases and who follow these cases very closely, these RICO cases, said that at least depending upon the prosecution, depending upon the jury, they only need to have 2 predicate acts, evidence of 2 crimes, to support that RICO. So it's not as hard as everybody thinks. It really depends a lot on the jury.
Okay, a couple last questions. What does a jury look like to you? Does the makeup of 8 men, 4 women matter to you? Do they look engaged today? Do they look tired?
Oh, no, they were very, very engaged, and I think really ready for this day. Because, the judge said, too, this was something that did raise a few eyebrows. Trial done by the 4th of July. There's no court on Friday because it's a federal holiday. We've learned from sources that July 3rd, it's not a federal holiday, but this court building, this 500-pearl court building, is scheduled for administrative closure. But I learned from sources that they will allow it to be open. They will have a section open so the jury can continue deliberating if they have not decided by Wednesday night. So
finally, we should point out Sean Diddy Combs has pleaded not guilty to all these charges.
Vehemently pleaded not guilty. And I think, Arthur, that's the other thing too. Again, this tale of 2 stories, two different stories. And the prosecution has maintained these are many criminal acts. They showed the Cassie video, that horrific hotel beating video, numerous times, and then the defense and saying that he's a criminal mastermind. The defense, on the other hand, saying that he's being prosecuted for his kinky threesome swinger lifestyle. These were all consenting adults. And yes, he's been abusive towards women. He's been physically violent. He has a drug problem. Basically not the greatest guy in the world, but he's definitely not guilty of these charges. So we'll see what the jury buys.
Yeah. Again, I mean, there's obviously a lot of interest in this verdict and a lot of questions on whether or not he's guilty. And anything is possible here. There is something that I do want to share with you guys that's been popping off. Something about this. I think this is interesting. Two different things. So I'm going to pull this up. So apparently a father jumps off of a Disney cruise to save his kid. 5-year-old daughter that fell off of a Disney cruise. Okay. I want to share this, guys, because this is nuts. Okay. We got an article 2 here we're going to look at here in a second. But a father jumps overboard to save his 5-year-old daughter who fell off a Disney cruise ship from the 4th deck into the ocean. This is crazy. The ship was heading back to South Florida when the intense rescue was made. And let me just say this. Woo! Thank God. Okay. Amazing. Because usually we've heard stories about people jumping off or falling off of boats and never coming back, right? You heard about the kid who was dared to jump into the ocean off of a cruise, and it was like pitch black, and he jumped off and he never was seen or heard from ever again, right? So the dad jumped out. He jumped overboard to get his daughter. That is insane. So the ship was moving quickly, so quickly. It's crazy how quickly the people became tiny dots in the sea. And then you lost sight of them, said a passenger. The father reportedly jumped into the ocean the moment he realized his daughter had gone over. The captain, this is what they're saying, the captain slowed the ship and turned it around. Then they deployed a tender ship with people on it to go get him. I saw the mother crying, and when they rescued them, I think that's when the tears really started flowing, because you were just so overjoyed knowing. And I prayed to God to save them, and He did, said another passenger of the ship. So Disney Cruise has since responded to the incident. So we commend our crew members for their exceptional skills and prompt actions, which ensured the safe return of both guests to the ship within minutes. We're committed to safety and the well-being of our guests, and this incident highlights the effectiveness of our safety protocols. I don't know how this kid fell off, but this is just insane. Let's take a look at this. Oh no. They got music. I can't do that, but we could take a look at it at least. But that's crazy though, guys. Okay, hold on. Some that people are talking about right now as we speak. But that's some scary stuff. Okay, yeah, music. Where I mean, imagine being just wow, that's crazy. Imagine being stranded in the middle of the ocean like that. That's crazy, guys. They are seriously lucky. You realize that, right? Seriously lucky. And we're going to another article here, because there's an article here, of course, but I don't know why they have it covered up like that, but okay. Oh, maybe to cover up the kid, which makes sense. Obviously, that's great news. Man, very, very lucky. But I mean, shoot, how does that happen? Who does that? How does this happen? So, dad jumps ship to save his daughter. Okay, so dad, who did what any panicked parent would, he dove straight into the Atlantic after his daughter fell off a Disney cruise ship, and the wild rescue played out in real time via passengers' phones. So it all went down around 11 a.m. Sunday when a little girl, about 5 years old, fell overboard from the fourth deck of a $900 million Disney Dream as it cruised back to Fort Lauderdale from the Bahamas. And without missing a beat, her dad jumped in right after her. But that's the thing. It's like, what made them? What made them? How did that happen? How did the kid fall off? You see what I'm saying? I mean, was he was he like did he put her on the railing? You know what I mean? Like, how did she fall off? That's scary. Okay. Nonetheless, this is scary. All right. So anyway, the two were left treading water for a nerve shredding 20 minutes, while shocked passengers could only watch from the rails as they drifted further out, becoming just two little dots in the distance. I mean, this is just nuts. Okay? This is just nuts. A blaring alert shattered the comm for all. The Mr. MOB, portside. Okay, so code man overboard. Oh, okay, so that's code for man overboard. All right, so before the rescue mission went into operation, and Lizzo out here feeling herself. But anyway, a rescue boat was dropped in, and of course sped toward the pair. And you can see they were both eventually hauled to safety. The little girl looked pretty shaken as the rescue boat pulled back up the cruise ship, clearly rocked by the whole ordeal. I mean, this is, and they said this, it's a mystery how she fell overboard, especially with plexiglass safety barriers in place. I want to know what the hell happened here too. How did this kid fall off like that? And again, thank God the kid is okay. Thank God the kid is okay. But still, that's terrifying, y'all. That's absolutely terrifying. But that really just happened. Real talk, that just happened on Sunday. And like I said, there's been other people that have done crazy, like a kid just jumped into the black abyss and was never seen or heard from ever again. He just straight up disappeared, right? Because he was dared by friends to jump overboard, and he did. People do really dumb things, guys. Oh, that's not it. Okay. Take a look at this. This was just a little bit ago, about 4 minutes ago. So at around 4:49 p.m., Diddy was brought back into the courtroom by U.S. Marshals. His lawyers are gathered around looking at a piece of paper. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, I'm assuming jury's going to be done for the day for sure. They got to be done for the day. I mean, it's going to be they're going to be wrapped in 5 minutes, right? Pascal, the jury don't pay attention to no witness. They should pay attention to what Cassie's mother said when it comes to the bribery. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying, Tyree. Okay, that's exactly what I'm saying right here. There is proof of bribery. You can't sit there and ignore that. And the fact that if they are ignoring that, that will be insane. That means that this jury did not listen to a damn thing, because there's things in here that you can say for sure did happen. So if they sit there and say, oh, the bribery didn't happen, but there's proof of that, that's dumb, right? Like I said, there's a few things in here that are very, very sure. That is very, very true. You can't ignore those things. So much that they literally, the defense didn't even go and cross-examine the mom because they had nothing. Okay? Yeah, Callie. Absolutely. He clearly extorted Cassie's parents for $20,000. That is in the paperwork for sure. And she testified, and they didn't say anything. They're just like, yeah, we have nothing for this witness, because they were like, we're going to lose that one. We can't fight that one, right? That'd be funny. Take that. Take that. Take that. Take that. Take that. Yeah, he had to have. The dad must have sat her on the ledge. That, like, who does that? Why would you do that as a 5-year-old kid? If that's true, if that's accurate, that dad got some explaining to do. That dad most definitely got some explaining to do. Okay? Yeah, Star Fury, absolutely. People are absolutely out of the freaking minds. That's without question. You know what I mean? That's absolutely without question. But still, it just blows my mind. It just blows my mind. Okay? Blows my freaking mind. Bill Boy's mom, what's up? Thank you so much for being a member for almost 2 years. Thank you. Hi, Pascal fam. I'm on pins and needles, stressing out over here in Canada. Missed you. Love to you and the fam. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally at the edge of my seat too, right? I want to know what the heck's going on to Bill Boys. I really want to know what is going on and why this is happening, right? Why is it going to be an easy verdict? Okay. Is this going to be easy, quick verdict, or is this going to be first thing tomorrow morning they have a verdict? I think given how quickly things have transpired since they went into the deliberate, man, it may be as early as tomorrow morning, which is possible. So jury has sent another note. So the jury, what? Maybe not. The jury has sent another note. So the jury in Diddy's trial has sent another note to the judge. Earlier today, they sent a note that they were concerned about one of the other jurors, okay, and he apparently was not willing to follow the judge's instructions. Now, what the hell are they arguing about now? It's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like they're tattletaling. You know what I mean? Dad, he won't let me play the Xbox. You know what I mean? You get around, you get around, okay? And then you pass over the controller and let your little brother play, okay? But Dad, he doesn't know how to play. Well, we don't care, okay? We're supposed to be sharing now, right? We're supposed to be sharing, all right? Let me just go and drink this beer. Leave me alone so I can drink this beer. Try to talk to your mom, you know? Baby, where's the baby oil? Dad's trying to get a massage. I'm trying to get a massage. Oh, my God. What is going on? What is going on? Will they have a verdict like right now? Deanne, thank you so much. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for becoming a member. 513. Deanne, 513. Thank you so much. Okay. Whoops. Didn't do that. Okay. Yeah, this jury is a little bit dramatic. Yeah. But it's keeping it interesting. Is it not? You know, never a dull moment, though. Am I wrong or am I right? Okay. So this is very interesting. Again, first thing tomorrow morning might be an interesting one. Oh, by the way, quick question for y'all. All right. Quick questione for you guys. Did you like the opening graphic? Did you guys like the opening graphic that I made? With Diddy as the Joker, with the baby oil and the Harley Quinn and the judge is Batman. You don't know what I'm talking about, Star Fury? Hold up. Let me just peep you on game. Okay, let me peep you on game. You know, I put some time into that one. Okay? You could tell I really gave a damn. Let's take a look at this. Real quick. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. I'm just trying to share. These are things I'm putting in the very beginning of the show now. Okay? These are things I'm putting in the very beginning of the show. Real quick, I'm just going to show it. Yeah. So you got to see it now. Okay. I put in some time. You know, we had the puppets, right? We had like the Muppets, like Sesame Street, right? So this is the reason why you got to get in here earlier in the show, right? You got to get in early in the show. All right. So that we can, so you can see the artistry that I'm working on. You don't understand. I put in some work on that one, man. Okay. So there'll be more like that here soon. You know, more stuff, more crazy stuff, more graphics, more fun things here in the near future. Okay. But you know, I'll be using that at least for tomorrow's live if we don't have a verdict today. Okay. But I'll be back on with that again for sure. Because it seems like not everybody saw it, which I'm very upset about. Okay, but let's continue. I'm not that upset. Seriously, it's okay. I'm playing it again tomorrow. You're not going to miss much. Okay, but anyway, so we have two letters, notes from the jury. This is what the judge says. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? That's a fair question. And the second says they will end at 5 p.m. I suggest we respond by pointing to the jury charge. So they're sitting there going, well, if he's asking for it and it is handed over to him, is it technically distribution? Right? That's a fair question to ask. Because if Diddy's like, hey, man, I need such and such and such and such, hand over that stuff real quick, bro, and they give it to him, then they can. Is that still distribution or not? Yeah, it's a good clarification question for sure. You know, just clarify it really quick so we understand it and so we can wrap it up, right? We can nip this thing in the bud. Nip this in the bud? Yeah. Nip this in the bud. Let me see. I'm checking. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to be wrapped up. They're supposed to be wrapping up like right now because honestly, it's you know, it's past 5. It's past 5 now. So they're definitely going to be wrapping up here soon. So prosecution says we have a response to the question, but if the jury wants to leave, let's do that first. So defense says we have a response too. So the judge says, let's bring out our jury and I'll just charge them for the day. So they are going to be wrapping up here very shortly, which is also very, very interesting. Let's take a look at this. Jury will, okay, well, hold on. Yep, 2 letters from the jury. All right, so moving on. And that's a good question, though, about the distribution. That's a fair question. But like I said, Diddy might, if anything, he could get off. Pun intended, not intended. But he could literally get off on a technicality, right? He literally could get off on a technicality. So, jury will resume deliberations tomorrow morning. The first note from the jury is a question. The other is informing the court that they'll finish at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today and plan to return to continue at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. The judge is bringing the jury out to dismiss them for the day and tell them that he'll respond to their question tomorrow. So yeah, they're going to be wrapping up. They're done. They're done for now. Interesting, guys. Very interesting. Long day of waiting around. But it's okay. That's what I was expecting. And in fact, I'm expecting the same thing tomorrow. But maybe they'll come out tomorrow, right? Maybe it'll be a different story tomorrow. And that will be interesting as well. Okay? But nonetheless, guys, that was a day, you know? That was definitely a day. We'll be back on tomorrow morning, most likely. I may be on a little bit earlier than 10 a.m., but I don't know yet. Because if they if they come with a verdict before lunchtime, like I don't want to miss that, right? I want to be here when it starts popping off. So when it does, like I said, I'm going to gauge tomorrow. I'm going to still have it set up for 10, but I might move it an hour earlier just in case. But I'll let you guys know. You'll know for sure whether or not I'm starting super early or earlier or starting at my regular time. Okay. But right now we're going to lean at 10, but I might wake up in the morning and they, it might give off the vibe like they're going to be going into a verdict very, very soon. And I know we don't want to miss that. So I may change the time so that we can be there well in advance before they do the verdict. That's if they do the verdict tomorrow. They might go through a whole day tomorrow with a whole lot of nothing. So we'll see. Okay, but nonetheless, we will be covering a lot of other things that are going on, the other news, other breaking information that's going on. We're going to be talking about all of that and then some while we are on Verdict Watch. Trust me, we are watching this. We are waiting. We're having conversations. And also, I got a friend of ours, that's been on the show before. She's coming onto the show tomorrow, a lawyer friend of ours as well, to discuss a few things, have a conversation, chill out, and chop it up with us about this verdict and everything. So I am really looking forward to having her on. And that's going to be tomorrow during our lunchtime area. So again, really looking forward to tomorrow. This is a very interesting start to their deliberation, but nonetheless, it could be something big. It could be something little. We'll see what happens here, though, right? So, guys, that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It means a lot. Real talk. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Real talk. You guys are awesome. Okay. We went 6 hours straight and we did just fine. Okay. So we got more conversations here coming up. So be on the lookout for that. Okay. But in the meantime, hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms, make sure you hit that follow button, that like button, whatever they say that you need to do. Subscribe on those other platforms. I'm on Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, Kick. I'm on all of them. So subscribe, follow, etc. Make sure you're subscribed here, though. Subscribe. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there as well. Please and thank you. Got more and more clips coming your way daily. Okay? So make sure you are subscribed to both channels. Hit that notification bell and set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. All right? Hit that join button down below. Become a member like a lot of y'all have become. Welcome to the family, every single last one of y'all. I appreciate you guys and I appreciate the support. Thank you so very much. Okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of new stuff. Okay? We got a lot to talk about. There's still a lot of things that I haven't gotten to talk about yet. So make sure that notification bell is set to all because there's a lot of breaking news going on. Okay? And I'll be talking to you guys very, very soon. All right? Y'all stay blessed. Let's talk soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.